Testing.
Paulette, did you hear me say testing?
I did not.
Paulette, can you hear me?
Paulette, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't hear you say testing on the
Try it again, because the mic was on.
Okay, testing again. Can you hear me?
So Paulette, I was talking on my phone and you can't hear me.
That is correct.
Just have to change some audio settings.
Okay. 1 sec.
Paulette, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
nothing to look forward to. I know.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. Madam Chair, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Hoskins, and thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting. I am calling this meeting of October 21st, 2025 to order. May I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Manfree?
Here.
Supervisor Ramos?
Here.
Supervisor Alessio?
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher?
Here.
Chair Cottrell?
Here. Can I ask Donna Walker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And normally this is the time when we have Pet of the Week, where we have someone from the animal shelter come bring an animal. Unfortunately, Luis is out sick today. It is a high point of the meeting, so I do hope if you're able to tune into another one, we can do that again. But we all hope that Luis feels better too. We have no approval of proclamations or commendations, so that brings us to item number 5, the consent calendar, which includes special districts. Today we have items 5A and 5G. Do we have any board comments or items to pull off the consent calendar? Seeing none. Do we have anyone who wishes to make a public comment on one of the items on the consent calendar? Anyone on the phones?
No, ma'am, but we do have a correction memo on item 5R.
Okay. Received. Colleagues, anyone have questions or comments about that? Seeing none, then I will go ahead and ask for a motion to approve consent calendar items 5A to 5AG.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we will take public comment for anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda. And what I will do is ask folks to line up here. We've got a 3-minute timer up here. If you could state your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please. And then we will go from the public comment in the room to the public comment on the phone. Good morning, Ms. Nerlov.
Good morning, board. My name is Elise Nerlov. I'm here on behalf of Save the Family Farms and as a Napa County grape grower and micro producer. The micro winery ordinance amendments were originally scheduled for today's meeting. When that item was pulled, we'd already amassed broad support to show up, so we decided to pivot, show up today, and for support of AB 720. AB 720 allows existing wine growers to apply directly for a 1-day permit and sell wine at a property adjacent to their bonded facility or at a vineyard they own or control. This is not new or groundbreaking. It's a privilege that nonprofits and caterers have exercised in Napa County for decades. And I want to make this point very clear. Nonprofits and caterers pour and sell wine at unbonded sites in Napa County, fully authorized by the county and by the ABC through the ABC Type 77 and Type 58 permits. There are nearly 80 Napa County businesses listed as active Type 77 or Type 58 licensees on the ABC website today. AB 720 simply gives wine growers that same privilege. Napa's tourism economy, which is stagnant for the first time in decades, would only strengthen with more diverse, small-scale experiences. AB 720 allows visitors to connect more meaningfully with Napa Valley's agricultural heritage. But most importantly, our grape growers are facing the worst economic crisis in over 40 years. The price of Cabernet is below farming costs for many farmers in this community. If grape growing is no longer economically viable, the foundation of the Ag Preserve is at risk. And that should concern all of you very greatly. We understand staff is evaluating what local rules might need to be added before Napa County can implement AB 720. Our position and the position of most of the people here today are that no additional regulations are needed. What we need right now is regulatory relief. For years, every time I've challenged the state regulations to advance the micro winery ordinance, the board's message has been consistent. Our hands are tied on state matters. Any local regulation that conflicts with state law risks litigation. And you've always said that the state regulations must be adopted at a minimum. In the 8 years we've been working to enact change locally, you've increased building and permit fees by 25%, eliminated the use permit cost share program, and every state-funded grant program I've researched lists Napa County's use permit process as too expensive to qualify. There are no local grants, and we've been told by each of the supervisors there is no appetite to create one. Now the state has stepped in and offered us something meaningful. If issues arise from AB 720, fix them during the general plan update. But do not preemptively restrict us and do not tie up staff's time creating local rules that contradict state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nerlov. Good morning. I'm going to ask people to hold their applause. We've got quite a bit of public comment this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and county staff. My name is Adrian Maldonado Peña, and I'm the director of the Community Leaders Coalition, comprised of nonpartisan community leaders who strive to be well-informed, actively engaged in developing collective solutions that address community concerns, fears, and needs resulting from policy changes. One of the ways we have done this is through the Voters' Choice Napa Committee. Voters' Choice Napa develops successful outreach and education strategies for increasing voter participation among underrepresented communities, including language minorities, young people, and individuals with disabilities. Voters' Choice Napa is known as the community advisory body to the elections office, working closely with John Truder over the last 10 years. As the board discusses the consolidation of local county-wide elections to the presidential election cycle, we strongly recommend that the county staff...
Excuse me, sir. If you're speaking on the election consolidation, that item will be on the agenda. 10C, yeah.
10C.
So we can take your first comments, and then if you could come back for the 10C, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
First off, thanks for everybody coming today. This is amazing. I was just talking
Good
to
morning, Mr. O'Mara.
Hi, Ann. Good morning, supervisors. This is a really, this is a crucial moment right now because it's about leadership, and what I want to talk about is AB 720. We know it allows limited estate tasting events, and I understand that Napa loves a good process. We study the living daylights out of stuff. You know, we have workshops, we have public comments. But think about this. By January 1st, 2026, every other county in California is going to be pouring wine on their vineyards. And what's the Napa County going to be doing? More studies, more workshops, more bureaucracy. It's almost like it's like barrel aging. Let's put it in the barrel for 2 or 3 years and then let's see how it comes out. You know, the time for action is now because AB 720 gives small producers a lifeline. And right now, a lot of our people are struggling, and I'd love for people here to make sure people understand the pain and the issues they're going through. But right now, without AB 720, our small wine growers are gasping for air. It's almost like they're a bottle of Cabernet and they're corked with all these policies and they can't get uncorked. And what AB 720 is, it's a corkscrew. It's going to pull it out. Let's let this wine breathe. Let's pour this wine proudly. Another analogy is I feel like this is like an economic gym membership. We pay for studies, we pay for all these plans, but we never use them. Now's the time for you to sit there and say, let's lift and let's provide some relief, just like you did during COVID. We've got a crisis on our hands. And you've all heard me say, never waste a good crisis. If you want to change your behaviors, do it during a crisis. So believe it or not, the bill passed through the legislature unanimously. Get this, all the Republicans and all the Democrats voted and said this is good. And what they said is, wine is good, small family farmers are good, and we want to make something happen. So the question is, will Napa County, the global leader in wine excellence, will you sit back and do studies and workshops and all this other good stuff we're famous for? Or do we want to raise a glass to innovation? Do we want to make a difference? Do we want to build a future based upon the future, because building it based upon the past is old school, because you're going to get blown by and innovation is going to take place. So let's do this. Let's say cheers to progress. Let's say cheers to all the people in this room that make Napa what it is. So I urge you, pull the cork, support AB 720, and let's make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. O'Meara. Anyone else to speak on something not on the agenda? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ken Nerlove. I'm a 40-year grape grower in the Napa Valley, and I'm here to support the passage of AB 720. I believe it will benefit the Napa Valley and certainly benefit the small growers. I would like to pass our small business on to my daughter Elise, whom you all know. However, in the current state of the economy, that's going to be a difficult thing to do. We've been working on the micro winery ordinance for over 7 years, and we got it passed, although the solution is really not viable for most small growers. Perhaps AB 720 will help. We all know the industry is in trouble, and Napa is no exception. We need to act on this, and we need to act on it now. The future of the Napa Valley depends on it. Napa must be progressive if we want to maintain our status as the #1 wine region in the country. All the other wine regions in California are competing for our customer base, and they're doing a good job. Sassoon Valley was just named the #1 wine region in California by USA Today magazine. And they did that because of their commitment to the community and pooling the resources for the small family businesses. Napa Valley cannot maintain its #1 status in the country as the wine region as it has in the past. Times are changing and consumer preferences are changing. Tourists are looking at other wine regions to visit. AB 720 will allow a more diverse tasting experience to the changing demographics of the visitor. We must appeal to this new consumer or we will lose out. We need to bring the soul back to the Napa Valley. We need to support the small family farms. Big money and corporations are buying more of the wineries in the Napa Valley. 30% of the wineries in the Napa Valley are currently owned by foreign investors. Think about that, 30%. And the most recent transaction, the former Acacia Winery, just closed last week, was sold to foreign investors. Napa Valley is losing its soul. We're losing our property. We're losing the heritage this whole valley was formed on. I urge you to support AB 720. Let's not discuss this for another year. Let's do it now. There's no downside to this. Let's make a decision for the next generation and for the future of the Napa Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nerlove. Good morning, Mr. Rumble.
Good morning. Peter Rumble from Napa County Farm Bureau. Wanted to add the Farm Bureau's voice in support of local implementation of AB 720. Really, the heavy lifting has been done in Sacramento, and now it's just up to us to say yes. The points about economic development and supporting family farms are absolutely true, so I won't go through and reiterate those. Something that I will say is going back to agricultural preservation and how this ties in directly to that. There is no better way, in my mind, to protect agriculture than to connect people to the land and to be able to allow folks who would not know where their grapes are coming from, where their wine is coming from, to be able to allow wineries to host folks out in the vineyard, to get a sense of the land, to get a sense of the people bringing in the crop. AB 720 allows for that to happen and builds a respect and a connection to the land as much as a strong and loyal customer base for the small producers. So AB 720 is a good thing. It's a good thing. And all we've got to do is say yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rumble. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name's Steve Kalin. I live in Calistoga. I have 60 acres, 28 planted. I came to Napa Valley in 1986. I visited Stan Anderson. It's now Cliff Lady. He came out with a bottle of champagne and Chardonnay, and it was a great experience. I got to meet the owner. I said, I'm going to do that someday. And Lucky or Smart was able to buy this land in Calistoga, and we have a great property. And house was burned down by the Tubbs fire, but we rebuilt. And we want to be able to entertain people at our property. That's what people want. People who are spending thousands of dollars for a hotel room don't want to go to a place and have somebody pour them a splash of wine who really doesn't connect with the wine. They want the same dream that I had. They want to meet me. They want to spend time with me. I can't afford to build a winery. It just doesn't work mathematically. And I want to be able to entertain people on my property because that's what they want. So please pass AB 720. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalin. Good morning, Ms. Novi.
Good morning, Supervisors. Michelle Novi, Napa Valley Vintners. I'm here to speak about AB 720, which has been signed into law, and it is now on the county's plate to determine how that looks, what that looks like here in Napa County. And I know that that's no easy task, especially given our land use framework and how critically we look at how events and activities are organized and take place here. When I was thinking about what to say to you, I was thinking actually about Afternoon in the Vineyards, which is an event that we've put on with the Napa Valley grape growers for more than 20 years, and thinking about how beneficial it's been for our community to be able to come into the vineyard spaces and ask questions about grape growing practices, farming practices, the life cycle of a grape, and how wine is made. And so AB 720 really is going to help our vintners in this community create more of those experiences. So I know that your mandate is that you have to find a way forward here in Napa County for implementing AB 720. I would encourage you to find the most simple and streamlined path forward, and to try it out. Let's develop something. Let's come up with a simple framework. Give it a trial run, a test period, see how it goes, and I'm confident that it's going to go well, given the headwinds that our community is facing and the need for our vintners and growers to create these new authentic experiences that really tie the consumer experience to the land and the ways that we're caring for the land. But let's not over-engineer this. Let's try to find a streamlined path forward. The Napa Valley Vintners is here to help provide input as you are going through this process, but I'm confident in our ability as a community and your ability as policymakers to find this way forward that's going to work for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Novi. Good morning, Ms. Benvenuto.
Good morning, Michelle Benvenuto, wine growers of Napa County. So decades ago, voters established the Agriculture Preserve in the AWS zoning to protect farming as the county's highest and best use of the land. These policies prevent subdivision and urban sprawl, safeguarding the open space that defines our valley. It is essential to recognize that agriculture includes not just vineyards, but wineries and all related activities. That's production, marketing, wine sales. Too often, winery operations are mischaracterized as commercial, industrial, or, quote, urban development. They are not. Wineries are agriculture and the economic engine that keeps farmland productive and protected. This misunderstanding surfaced recently when Supervisor Amber Manfrey stated that winery expansions and parking for visitation has paved over 2,000 acres of the AP, and urged that land use decisions should prioritize conservation of ag lands as ag lands. We need to reiterate that facilities and visitor infrastructure are ag uses and are integral to keeping farmland viable and actively farmed. They are not paving over ag land. They are the key to preserving it. Additionally, the BDR draft came out and breaks down that 2,000 acres of land use change, and of that, only 161 acres is actually winery development. So Even though winery is an ag use, it's still only 161 of those 2,000 acres. On a separate note, we also support AB 720. Wine growers signed Wine Institute's letter. We think the county should stay out of it, just let it develop as it develops. We don't know what other counties are going to do. This is a unfunded state mandate, and the county is typically not funded or engaged in funding unfunded state mandates. So we advise to stay out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Anyone else here for public comment on something not on the agenda? Good morning, Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning, Board. John Dunbar, Napa. I just wanted to get some more context to AB 720 in that conversation. That was brought forward by Chris Rogers, who is a former colleague of mine when he was working in Sonoma and is now the Sonoma County representative. So that's our neighbor who is looking out for agriculture, and it's generating additional value to Sonoma County. And you've already heard testimony from some of the folks here that we're already severely challenged for our status as the premier wine destination in California, not to mention around the world. I ask you to consider, first of all, you have to accept the state law that I'm glad Michelle Novi brought the point forward that it has passed, the governor signed it, but it's how you apply any additional local regulations that is of concern. Not only are you going to be able to support our small property owners and vintners by fully embracing the opportunities with 720, but look at it, I think, similar to what we did during the early years of COVID. We adapted our city and county regulations to support our businesses. And that's the kind of crisis we're in right now in the wine industry. You have the opportunity to show and be a model for other wine regions in California how to do it well, how to be supportive of your vintners, your farmers, and your small business owners. And if you put similar to what we did with COVID, during this crisis, you have a sunset or at least a reconsideration in 5 years, 2 years, 1 year. Find out if there were unintended consequences that have arisen, and you could adapt then. But and I don't think anyone is saying that you are going to add restrictions, but if that's the consideration, that's only going to hamper the ability for folks to survive in this really difficult, really a crisis in the industry. So I urge you to accept and fully embrace the opportunity to be that model for the state on how you're not only protecting, but you're supporting your local farmers and vintners. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Dunbar. Anyone else? Good morning, Mr. Molds.
Good morning, members of the board and staff. Paul Woles, I'm with Progeny Winery, which has the privilege of sitting on the greatest AVA in the world, Mount Veeder. And I'm here on behalf of 720. Just wanted to give you a slightly different perspective because I spent the weekend in eastern Tennessee meeting with people, trying to convince them that they should try some Napa wines because visitation in the valley is down. So we've got to go and find people where they are. And I will tell you that Progeny has on its label a Coast Live oak tree that we think is 250 to 300 years old. 2 different couples I met with this weekend asked me, and they've been to the winery, the next time we come out, could we have a picnic under the tree? People love this stuff. I've been privileged to have dinner in a vineyard on a couple of occasions. I have been privileged to do events on 1 or 2 occasions where we did something in the vineyard and people just love it. They talk about it for years later, and I'm meeting with folks at the winery every day listening to what they like and what they don't like. In some instances, it feels for the wine industry like we are the most regulated business in the Napa Valley, and I think we provide the most tax revenue. It's really a strange combination. And, you know, it's almost like we're more regulated than a fireworks factory. And I can tell you with some certainty and sense of reasonableness that if something goes wrong at a tasting in the vineyard, nobody dies in a fiery explosion. So please don't make this too hard on us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wills. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Peterson, and I'm here in support of AB 720. My family, we've been in the Napa Valley now for 111 years. We've got about 100 acres in Calistoga, 21 acres under vine. Again, it was my great-grandparents that purchased the property in 1914. My dad was born and raised on the property. I'm fourth generation, my daughter, fifth generation. I started a small wine company in 1999, so we just celebrated our 25th anniversary vintage. And I just find it incredible that the business is not getting any easier, that I can't host somebody, customers for just a very simple tasting on the property. It's extremely difficult to be competitive, that have been bought out and developed. And I don't want to bring in outside investors because, I don't want a chance ever losing this property because this is a legacy property for me. And so the ability to be able to host people, as the gentleman just said earlier, I go across the country doing wine tastings, wine dinners, making lots of friends, and they all want to come back and visit. And for me to have to explain to them, no, actually, you can't come see the vineyard and taste with me, meet my father, meet my daughter. You're going to have to meet me at a downtown tasting room in order to do that. It's just crazy because this property, this is what we're all about. All the fruit for our wines, it comes from this property, with the exception of just a tiny amount of white varieties that we purchased for some Sauvignon Blanc. But I just want to stress, this business is getting harder and harder. And to me, this would be an incredible opportunity to be able to reconnect with people, the younger people getting into wine. And just, it's a huge disadvantage to not be able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, board. My name is Rebecca Griffin, and I am a small business owner here in Napa Valley, small winery vineyard. We are celebrating our 25th harvest this year. So maybe not as long as some folks, but long enough to be fighting this battle for 25 years. We have paid for tasting room places. We have paid our facility where we AP to host tastings there at very expensive costs. And with all other costs going up, it's becoming unmanageable, if you will, if we want to survive. The law AB 720 that the governor has passed is a lifeline for folks like us. It is a way for me to let my wine club members who have been loyal through COVID, through all these other hard times, and kept me in business, for me to allow them to come and see what we do and where we do it. It's not a lot of people, but those people are important to me and important to the other small people who run businesses like we do. We have for 25 years tried very hard to make it work within the regulations that exist, and it is getting harder and harder. This lifeline that the governor has given to us is imperative. I urge you to please adopt the AB 720 as written into Napa County regulations. It is not without boundaries if you read it. There are regulations, there are rules, there are oversights, there are a lot of things that you have to happen that will give complete transparency to our community into who's doing what. There are limitations to it, and I believe that it will not cause any grief, but I agree with the other folks that said put it in and say it'll be revisited, right? That is the best way to do it. Let it stand as is and then tweak it as necessary. I don't think that this is a really hard decision, and it is your opportunity to maintain being a leader in the wine industry instead of being a follower. Why let other wine regions dictate how we implement AB 720 by letting them set the rules and the precedents? We should set it and set a great example of how to do it and how to do it effectively. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sam Peters. I am Executive Director for the Howell Mountain Vintners and Growers Association, the Mount Veeder Appellation Council, and the Calistoga Wine Growers. I am not here representing any of those, and one of my bosses is back there, and he told me I couldn't. But I am here to say that I am here to represent the over 150 small family farmers and those winemakers who do not have tasting rooms. One of the most important parts of my job, if not the most important part, is to coordinate wine tasting events for these wineries. And we occasionally take the show on the road. We will travel anywhere from Arizona to Florida, from Texas to Illinois, just trying to get their wines on people's palates, right? Because they have no other way to do it. Most recently, we traveled to Texas. And we had 3 events, 3 days in a row, Dallas, Austin, Houston. And I'm setting up the event in Houston, looking like something the dog buried and the cat drug in. And one of the wineries came up to me, looked concerned, and I thought they were concerned for me. But no, they said, "Sam, thank you so much for all you do." And I said, they pay me, not a lot. But they pay me, right, occasionally. He goes, "No, Sam, you don't even get it." He's like, "We have no other way to get our wines on people's palates other than these events, all right? Without this, we're screwed anyways." So in my opinion, it would be great if we could give them more ways to get wine on people's palates. It'd be great if we didn't have to go to Texas to do that, or Illinois, or Florida, or Arizona, or anywhere. It'd be great if they could come here and have people taste their wines, because they have no other way of doing it outside of traveling around to do it. And it's really expensive for them to do it. I can't imagine how much it costs them to travel throughout the country to do that. I know how much it costs the AVAs. Last time we went to Texas, it cost over $150,000 for us to take that show on the road. That's crazy. And that's not even how much I cost, but it's not that much. So I just feel like we need to give people more reasons to come here, right? We don't need to give them more reasons not to come here, right? And not just for the small family farmers and winemakers. I'm gonna get all choked up. But for everyone in the hospitality industry, including me, right? People out there who are just trying to put food on the table, clothes on their kids' backs, who are affected by the wine industry, right? And people not coming here. Let's get them to come here instead of giving them more excuses not to come here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Anyone else in the room this morning? Okay, then I will turn to the phones. Is there anyone on the phones this morning, Ms. Hoskins?
There are 2 people waiting,
Okay.
but I want to announce that our Zoom feed is going down. It might be part of the stuff that's going on throughout the U.S. with the outages. We don't know. We're going to try to figure it out. But we have capabilities to watch on our website or on YouTube. So I'm going to say it in case anyone's restarting anywhere. We have broadcasting on Granicus, which is our website, on YouTube, and Napa TV channel 28 for any of those who are out there. Okay, Chair first. I'm going to take the first caller, which is, Jake.
Good morning, Jake.
Jake, can you hear me? Jake, are you there? Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, you have 3 minutes for general public comment. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Jake. I'm a Napa County resident and voter of District 3, and I support AB 720 to stand with Napa Valley's farmers. Falling grape prices, record amounts of unsold fruit, and rising costs are threatening survival of family farms in Napa Valley. Through AB 720, the state has created a new path forward, allowing licensed wine growers to host a limited number of events at estate properties beyond their bounded winery sites. For Napa to stay competitive and protect its family farming base, we must adopt and support AB 720 locally with appropriate conditions to be in step with the rest of California. It is critically important to help small producers weather today's economic storm and continue doing what they do best, growing world-class wine grapes. It's not about just economics, it's about keeping Napa Valley relevant and in the hands of family, local farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay.
We have one more.
Yes, ma'am. We do have one more caller. Let me pull up that caller right now. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Hannah Ron with Ron Estate, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on AB 720. I just want to state that my family has developed our vineyard and we farm it. We've had it for 20 years. We make a small amount of wine off of that vineyard, and as things are currently making it viable for us to continue doing so for the future, Napa Valley has not yet been set up for us to really make that a viable option. As of now, we're relying on our grape sales to kind of keep us afloat, and I don't think I need to mention to anybody how difficult 2025 has been for grape sales. And without a change upcoming for the valley, excuse me, I have my toddler with me, it is going to be, we just don't know how things are going to continue for us in the future and for future generations. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Anyone else on the phone, Ms. Hoskins? Okay, great. And then I will just remind people, reiterate what we just learned, that we don't have Zoom capability right now, but people can tune in on the county website or also on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yes, and also on Napa TV channel 28. And we are hearing some Zoom users have feed, some don't.
Okay.
I'd recommend just switching over.
It's fluid. Okay.
It's fluid.
Great.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Meara? Thank you, everyone who's here today. I just wanted to, that was a great set of public comments, and I appreciate everyone who has come out to speak and also to sit in support. So thank you for that. So at this point, I will be moving us on to we don't have item 8. We will be first going to item 7, Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. I'll turn to my colleagues to ask for any board reports or announcements. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you, Chair. I won't go through everything that, involved in since our last meeting, but I do want to share that I did attend what's called State of the Bay. This was actually held in Suisun. It was child care providers and also representatives from the state that sat in the backyard of one child provider in Suisun, talking about the challenges that they're facing in accessing or providing child care. A couple things really stand out, and there's a list I'm going to start working through. But one is the discrimination that they're facing when they seek to rent a place that that they can call home and also provide childcare, not just their children, but other people's children, that they're getting turned down once somebody knows that they also provide childcare. The woman here from Napa spoke, a childcare provider. Oh, this one gets me choked up. Parents are dropping off their kids in fear and tears that they may not be able to come back to pick their children up because of fears of ICE. It got the whole crowd going because it's a reality for those people. So, you know, there's so many, you know, we've heard the challenges that we have in our wine industry. There are real critical challenges and a shortage for access to infant and child care and for that industry that provides it. The majority of child care in Napa County is provided by our Hispanic community. I'm not sure what we can do, but I did want to air some of those findings, what I heard. Some of these are areas in which maybe the state might be able to help us. Representatives from Senator Cambalden was there, along with Assemblymember Lori Wilson was there. I was the only county supervisor, and unfortunately there was no other council or mayors there, but we'll get the word out. But I wanted to share that, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Other comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much, and just to thank my colleagues for joining me in a proclamation that I presented on Saturday evening at the in-memory ceremony at the Wall That Heals in American Canyon. It was a beautiful ceremony, and I just want to thank the board for joining me in that acknowledgement of the efforts of the City of American Canyon to get that wall here. Next, I did share with you that with your permission, I went over to Inyo County and met with CSAC leadership and to get forward on what the next year is going to look like. And I've got to say, I am really excited for what we will all hear at the annual meeting, because we are definitely moving in a great direction. We've had a lot of successes with our trade organization, and I look forward to more to come. And I'm off to my next trip, where I will be going on behalf of ABAG to a housing exchange trip to Southern California to learn Southern California through the La Casa process. A citizens initiative was able to raise funds for housing, affordable housing, and homelessness. And so we have a delegation going from ABAG MTC for their learned experiences and to understand how they made that happen. It is slightly different. It is a full one county measure as opposed to a multi-county measure, but I'm definitely looking forward to be able to learn what we can adapt here into the Bay Area. And just for a little lightheartedness, if you've seen the movie Caddyshack and you see the problems that gopher caused, well, I too have my own Caddyshack gopher problems on American Canyon Road. There are ground squirrels that are taking the base rock out from under American Canyon Road, and it is dipping. It's kind of a fun little ride right now in a small car. We don't want it to be that way, so many thanks to Public Works for prioritizing that project and sealing in the cracks, and we'll have a longer fix here as we figure out how we're going to defend the road against ground squirrels.
Wonderful. Thank you for the update, and we will keep an eye out for the ground squirrels. I have a couple of things I wanted to share, but I first want to start with a referral. We actually just heard a lot of public comment on AB 720, and in my view, the question is not whether or not to implement it, but how to implement it. So I would love to ask for a presentation on this item so that we can understand what the regulation actually says and what the options are for staff. I appreciate what we've heard about simple, streamlined, the concept of a trial run or an interim regulation. You know, first thing out of the gate, we probably won't hit it exactly right, but I'd love us to get a presentation, and I'd like to encourage staff. I know staff is already working on this and looking at it. I'd encourage staff to talk with vintners, both who have winery use permits and so many, like we heard this morning, who don't. So like to make that referral.
That's great. And if it's okay with Madam Chair, we'll bring that back on the 18th.
November 18th.
November
Terrific.
18th.
That would be great. Thank you. And then just a couple other things. There was a South Australian delegation in town, including their Minister of Trade and many South Australian vintners. And there were lots of areas of common ground that our region shares with theirs: wildfire resilience, need for water conservation, and how to support our vineyards and wine industries, and how to keep them resilient in the face of climate change. So I want to say thanks to the folks. That was organized by Treasury Estates. It was a good conversation about how we can learn from each other. And then congrats to the Brannan Center in Calistoga, a community space converted from an old church to a arts and community space. So that was a great effort. And then a final shout out to the Berryessa West Fire Safe Council. Was happy to meet with residents out there. And just a reminder, that community in 2020, there were 35 residences and 50 mobile homes. And after the fire, there were 50 residences. So that area was just devastated, and the fact that they're working together to increase the community's wildfire resilience is to be applauded. So with that, that's the end of my comments, and I will turn it to, we've got Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. Yeah, I also look forward to a more in-depth discussion of AB 720 and appreciate kicking it off today with lots of good comments and conversation. I guess my updates are that the Circle Oaks community met for their community wildfire planning process, and it was well attended, and I think there were a lot of good ideas that came out. It was really amazing to see people showing up so ready with good ideas, because they've already been thinking about how great the fire risk is and all the things that could be done with coordination to reduce the risk for communities in rural areas. And so that was just a really nice meeting to be part of. Gordon Valley held their quarterly potluck a couple weekends ago, and that was also really, really nice to attend. You know, we just have some wonderful little pockets of community in our county, and it's a privilege to get to see them up close. We also did a ribbon cutting for the Napa County Community Outreach Mobile Services Vehicle. I think we were all part of that, and that's an exciting opportunity for people to have more services who sometimes have a difficult time accessing services in our community. So that was also very positive. And I guess going forward, I would invite people to, I don't know if we can do things at businesses. I don't know. Okay. MTC Commissioner and author Eddie Ahn will be, I know, he's presenting his, he writes graphic novels, and they're really wonderful, and they're about, loosely based on his experience in an immigrant family, and he'll be coming to Napa at Book Mine on Friday, October 31st to talk about his work and show off his just amazing cartoons and graphic novel presentation about immigrant experiences and first generation experiences. So that's going to be wonderful. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Alessio, did you have a follow-up comment?
I actually did. Thank you for making that referral for AB 720. I think it's really important. I want to thank everybody who came out today to share their experiences, their concerns, and how they see this as an opportunity. I agree. Staff is working on this, and I look forward to this coming back. But I want to thank you for making that referral. I want to go ahead and also thank some folks. I had two town halls recently, one at Enchanted Hills for the Mount Beater Dry Creek Road communities. Folks that were there was our Assessor John Tudor was there to speak. We had representatives from PG&E, from our County Public Works, Frank Lucido and Steve Letter, Napa Firewise, Joe Norlinger, United Policyholders regarding insurance resources, Annie Barber, everybody. It was an excellent presentation and information provided, and I want to thank that community, those neighbors, for showing up. We filled the Enchanted Hill halls, and I look forward to meeting with them again. Prior to that, we also had a neighborhood meeting at the top of Patrick Road. Chuck Frankel hosted that at his home. Again, filled up his home. More than 20 people were there. And Steve Letter was there too, including Joe Nordlinger with Firewise, and County and CAL FIRE were at both those. So I really thank everybody for coming together. They are the experts in those areas. I can't speak on as an expert in those areas, just kind of the conduit and trying to move forward and do what we can to help and support these communities in the areas of needs and concerns. On that note, I also want to mention that I have 2 more town halls. One is going to be for North Napa at Las Flores. This is going to be on October 30th. We will be talking about topics that are pertinent to them, and I'll be doing this with Council Member Chris De Natale. And then on November 13th, another town hall for the Browns Valley area, and that'll be with Council Member Beth Painter. And we'll be bringing guest speakers to come in and talk regarding roads, PG&E, and some other things too. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to quickly thank my colleagues for coming out on Sunday to help with the proclamation for the Day Against Hate. Very well attended, very moving event. Also, thank you to those who were able to come to the climate session workshop with Dr. Drew Isaacs. It was a great opportunity to hear more from Dr. Drew, and I'm very grateful to him for making the time to do that. And as well, I attended the GEO Reentry Services last Thursday, where 16 participants graduated, and so it was a very inspiring evening, and I think very important that we're there to support an incredible program in our community. That's it.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will move to our public hearing items, and our first one today is item 9A, which will be to conduct a public hearing on a resolution accepting the Affordable Housing and Commercial Linkage Nexus Study and updating the affordable housing residential and non-residential impact fees with inclusion of an annual index adjustment. And Ms. Hoskins, you had an announcement you wanted to make?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. I do have an announcement. If you are here to make public comment on this item 9A, you should please turn in a public comment card to me now. They are in order in which I received them. So I'll be calling you up in order when it's time to take public comment of the cards. So if we can line up 3, 4, 5 people at a time in the order I call your name, so we can keep things moving efficiently, and we'll try to get through everyone as best we can. Thank you.
Is there anyone who still needs a card? Okay. There's more available if needed. So, all right. And just to kind of scope out the process, what we will do here, I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and we will get the staff report from Director Palmer. Good morning.
Good morning.
And then we will turn to public comment, and then we will come back to the board for questions and continue that way. So first, we will hear the staff report. Good morning, Ms. Palmer.
Good morning. Good morning, chairs, supervisors. Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Community Services. The public hearing today is to adopt the Nexus study and the economic feasibility analysis provided by Wildan and Associates related to the affordable housing impact fee. And this presentation follows a presentation and discussion that occurred in September with the board. My presentation is largely a repeat of that presentation with a few additional pieces of information that include mostly clarifying details following a lot of public comment we've received both in support and in opposition or with concerns about the direction that came out of the September meeting. So I'm going to go through that and hopefully keep my presentation pretty succinct because I know you've heard it, but I want to make sure folks in the room have a chance to hear it. And then I think there are quite a number of folks who would like to say something about it. And to that point, I just want to acknowledge, I actually see a lot of familiar faces in the room today, folks who have been engaged in affordable housing over many years, to folks who are relatively new to this conversation who have reached out in the last 30 days, 60 days. And I just really appreciate the tone of the conversation that has occurred on all sides, whether it was expressing concern, whether it was expressing support. The comments across the board sort of tie to a lot of the heart and soul that came with the comments on AB 720 before, that people care deeply about this valley. There's a lot of different perspectives on what it looks like to care for the valley, but it was very clear to me that most of the comments are actually coming from a position of wanting to protect and steward what is special about Napa. So I want to thank everybody who reached out for that. So I have a couple slides I'm going to go to. Then I'm going to turn it over to our experts with Wildan. James Edison is joining. I'm hoping he's going to be able to join by phone. I know his Zoom went out, but he will actually answer some of the questions, the technical questions about what is a nexus study, what is the feasibility analysis, how did they arrive there, and then I'll bring it back with some of the clarifying pieces of information. But first and foremost, I just want to say, like, the why are we here? And there is a both very practical side of that, and there's also a sort of bigger, like, why is this issue so challenging? So the practical side of that is the state every 8 years assigns every jurisdiction in the state of California a regional housing needs allocation, so RHNA, R-H-N-A. We are in the 6th cycle of RHNA, and in that cycle, we receive a mandate from the state of the number of housing units that we must build at various economic thresholds of affordability. Our ability to maintain local control over land use is actually tied to our meeting that allocation, which is to say it is an obligation, it is not an option. One of the unique conditions about the county's regional housing needs allocation is we have a RHNA sharing agreement with the city of Napa. That agreement has the city of Napa accepting 80% of the county's 8-year cycle RHNA allocation in exchange for several things. Some restrictions on how we will and will not allow commercial activity in the unincorporated areas of the county, and a commitment for the county to invest 80% of our affordable housing funds in the city of Napa to help them meet their RHNA. Which is to say, when you look at the slide, the purple row is what the county's RHNA allocation is. We have to build that separate from the city in this 8-year allocation. And the blue is the city of Napa's. You can see the staggering difference between how many we have to build and how many they have to build. That's because they too agree that protecting the ag preserve protects everything in Napa County. But they have a huge number that they have to hit, and we have to help them get there. So our affordable housing impact fees are the investment vehicle that we primarily use to do that. It's not the only one. I can talk about some of the other investment vehicles, but this is the primary one. This is how, since 1993, the county has chosen to fund affordable housing. The one other note that I want to say about RHNA and this cycle is the cycle began in 2023. So at that time, we understood we weren't collecting the amount of fees that we need to be collecting. And there was discussion about what is the right way to proceed. At that time, there was the intention of putting a regional housing bond on the 2024 ballot. There were all Bay Area counties were participating in that. That was being brought by the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. County, our then Supervisor Pedroza and our now Supervisor Ramos were really instrumental in the design and conceiving and bringing that ballot measure forward. unfortunately, and so knowing that the housing bond was coming, there was an agreement that that's the best funding mechanism for affordable housing. It provides large upfront capital with a performance period over a longer period of time, but affordable housing needs big investment. It needs transformational investment at the upfront because it takes a long time to build. So a bond gives you that in a community. You can do big land acquisitions, you can do big projects. That was a financing mechanism that made sense to everybody. And so the decision was support the bond and let's hold off on the impact fees. Unfortunately, that bond didn't make it to the ballot because of a really technical issue. There is a plan for it to come back in 2028, but we can't wait until 2028 to see if that makes the ballot again and see how the voters take it up, because sentiments can change over a 4-year period. So that's why we're here today. We are back to looking at an updated Nexus study and a new economic feasibility analysis because the housing bond didn't proceed at the time. And the last note I will say about that is there were a lot of folks that I've spoken to in the last couple weeks who had never heard of the housing bond before. And so this item has also been a terrific opportunity to talk about that in particular and to explain that the reason this is coming now is because that bond didn't move forward at the time. So that really was the approach that the board wanted to see. Okay, so the other thing I just want to touch on is why affordable housing is so critical in the Valley, and some of the data that we've been working to provide both to the elected officials and policymakers throughout the Valley in all the jurisdictions, but also to the community about what the issue is. And we've produced 4 reports over the last 2 years that look at quantifying quantifying and providing a qualitative understanding of what this issue is. These are the state of housing, the Napa Valley Housing Needs Assessment, the Farm Worker Housing Needs and Impacts Assessment, and Made the Rent. Each one of these is looking at slightly different aspects of the overall issue, but collectively, they all say that the shortage of housing that is affordable and affordable housing, the difference between those two being one is just simply what a household can afford without any subsidy. The other is actually subsidized affordable housing. But the absence of those two things is a threat to the social and economic vitality of the community. We hear that overwhelmingly so. Each one of these reports was overseen and guided by a steering committee made up of a broad section of industry, individuals, of residents, of nonprofit providers. Again, like the conversations that have occurred over the last couple months, we have an incredibly engaged community, and they thoughtfully stewarded the folks who did those reports. We spoke to, for the Farm Worker Housing Needs Assessment, 683 farm workers participated in that study and told us directly what their challenges are, what their experiences are, what they need. Many of those folks are commuting 2 hours each way to get to work here. The economic proposition that goes behind that is evaporating for them. And yet, repeatedly, what we heard is they have such pride of place in working here and how long they've worked here that they want to continue to work here. And they're making those sacrifices, but they would like to be able to live here. And it would be better all the way around for the economic picture if they could. We then spoke to 20 of the major employers in the Valley. They said the exact same thing, that is their number one headwind, is their inability to help their workforce access housing and the challenges that they face as employers trying to keep and maintain their own workforce. And the last thing, this is a new data slide that came out of many of the conversations around who are we talking about other than farm workers when we look at who's the workforce. So the total workforce in the Valley were around 85,000 jobs here. What I have on the chart here is the top 10 by volume. And what is really important to look at here is that 8 of those top 10 make less than $40,000 a year. Our median wage is $70,000. Our median home price is $970,000. That is the difference that drives the information that came in the Nexus study and the economic feasibility analysis, that our maximum justified fees, which I will say are from a commercial standpoint, not at all what you're recommending, but on a residential is closer, is set by that difference, by what the median wage is versus what the median home price is. The other note from, and this data comes from the Workforce Development Board, the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, sorry. We're losing 1,000 residents a year right now. So Napa is on pace to lose 10,000 members of its population. Most of that is an outmigration of our workforce because rental is getting so expensive here that they are moving further and further away. That is not the same as the jobs projection. The jobs projection is actually expected to grow, meaning we are not contracting overall. There are a lot of headwinds with the wine industry right now, no question. But the 10-year forecast for where Napa is going to be, it's going to be more jobs. And many of our jobs will not be replaced by AI. They are cashiers, they are home health aides, they are farm workers, they are folks who need to do the actual labor here. And so that exacerbating challenge between what those wages are and what the housing market is providing is going to continue to grow. All right, last thing I just want to talk about, housing inventory and flow. So this visual depiction is just meant to show the spectrum of housing that we're talking about when we're talking about the housing market. That is, in an ideal community, it starts at assisted affordable housing and it goes upwards from there. The reality is, in almost all communities, certainly in all communities in California, that it also includes emergency nightly shelters. So, but it runs sort of on a gamut from emergency shelter up to luxury housing. And the idea in a healthy housing market is you're flowing in one direction. You are moving from maybe needing some additional assistance at the start, or perhaps you had a one-time destabilizing financial event and you need a little help getting back on your feet. You start there, and then you're earning and you're able to access the available housing market. We see that all the time on the homeless services side. We have folks who come into the shelter, they need exactly that. They need a little bit of pause, they need a little bit of assistance, their support is time limited, and they get back on their feet and they're moving then out of affordable housing and into what would be considered naturally occurring affordable housing. So in Napa, we have really the appropriate amount of emergency shelter. It's not enough for everyone experiencing, but we largely are able to provide shelter to those who are seeking shelter and are helping them move back into housing. We do not yet have enough assisted affordable housing. We have significantly moved the needle in the last 5 years on permanent supportive housing, which is a very specific corner of the assisted affordable housing. And that is for folks who have some serious co-occurring mental health and physical health issues and are unlikely to be able to access the job market and restabilize. We've worked really hard on the permanent supportive housing side, and what I will say is the sustained investment in that area is showing what happens when we make those kinds of long-term investments. Our point-in-time count is down 25% in the last 2 years. That is not a trend that is happening across the state. It is a reflection of the collaborative and sustained investment from this board as well as the folks at the City of Napa primarily as our partners in that. The other area that we are missing is what is called missing middle housing. It is housing that is not at the luxury market. It is not rental housing. It is ownership opportunity that is aligned to what the wages are. So it is housing that is often kind of smaller and entry level. Our state of housing and housing needs assessments show in a really quantified way this is the inventory that we're missing in the Valley. We don't have a lot of 1 and 2 bedroom homes. Because of when Napa Valley's housing inventory was built, which was largely in the 70s and early 80s, it's a lot of ranch-style, large 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. What that means is we have a we not only do not have the entry-level housing for young families moving in, trying to get a foothold in the market, we also don't have the trade-down housing that older adults need when their children have grown. It might be down to just one of a two-partner household living in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. They want to stay in Napa because this is their support structure. It's where they've spent their entire lives. But there is no 1- and 2-bedroom housing option for them to trade down to. So we have a lot of older adults who are just simply overhoused. And so missing middle that includes things like larger ADUs. It is a housing inventory that allows someone to go from a larger place, still remaining in totally independent, owned housing, but it's just a smaller unit overall. And what happens when we have those gaps in the housing inventory is the flow goes in the wrong direction. That folks who would have been trading up to a luxury market home opportunity are kind of stuck because they can't access that part of the market. Folks who want to get the entry-level house are outbid by the folks who are earning enough to, in most other markets, afford a luxury home, but they can't because our luxury market has eclipsed almost anybody who works in Napa Valley is going to struggle to access our own luxury market. They're sticking in the housing that is kind of the older 2-3 bedroom home, and then there's just nothing but rental down from there. So the need to address both of these is really what's at the heart of a healthy housing market flow. The purpose of affordable housing fees is to collect the cost of the new development that the county is obligated to build. So I want to underscore we talked about this in the September meeting. An impact fee is not a tax, it is a cost recovery mechanism. So the Nexus study shows what the cost is of all new development, and it is the board's opportunity to decide which of those impacts are going to be charged directly to, like the total amount of that cost is going to be charged directly to the individual entity versus which costs will be socialized, meaning all taxpayers will pay. So whatever we are not collecting, we do have to have an alternate funding source. And I can talk about some of the other funding sources that we use, but we do go after all available funding sources. We require all of our affordable housing developers to compete for state and federal tax credits, all of that. But there is nonetheless a pretty big gap between what those projects need and what they are able to get. And if the county isn't collecting those fees directly, we're nonetheless obligated to get those projects built, which would mean general fund. And that's taxpayers paying that difference. So the policy decision around an affordable housing fee is the collection of those impact costs or the decision to socialize them. And the last thing before I think my next is going to go to Will Dan. What do we use the affordable housing funding for? This is a lot of questions that come up about what do we do. So this is, since we've begun collecting the affordable housing impact fees, the county has funded a total of 37 projects with $29 million, which is pre-interest, and delivered 1,400 units of housing. We also offer a proximity down payment assistance loan program that helps members of the local workforce who are earning up to 120% of area median income who want to buy a home here. We will help with up to 16.5% down payment assistance on their home. That 16.5% was set so that they can avoid private mortgage insurance and have more purchasing power at the time of kind of competition for those homes. It's been a hugely successful program that was implemented in 2011. We've helped 223 households, which has an average household size of 3.5 individuals. So a lot of folks who are living here thanks to that program. And that money, we're an equity share partner in that purchase. So the money recycles, where we own 16.5% of that home. When they refinance, they pay us back. We take the 16.5% of our equity at that time, and it recycles back into the program. So that's part of what's keeping that program going. We fund about 30 loans a year. It is an extremely successful down payment assistance program, and a very creative one for addressing affordable housing. The state has begun to look at our program as a model for what they might be able to do at a statewide level. And then the last is the permanent supportive housing projects that I mentioned. There have been 3 in the last few years that have delivered 152 units of permanent supportive housing, and that really is that 25% decline in the point in time count. Okay, now I'm hoping he's able to have pivoted from Zoom over to the phone, but we should have our financial expert on the line, James Edison with Willdan, to just give an overview of the purpose, the methodology, and the legal requirements for the Nexus study as well as the feasibility study. Sure. That's the only slide I had for him, so that's fine.
And just before we get started, I think what we will do is we will hear the Willdan study, and then we will take a 10-minute break so that everyone can take a break, and then we'll come back.
So I only have Carlos on the phone.
Carlos was the other author of the study. Sorry, it was supposed to be James, but Carlos is an excellent speaker for Willdan as well.
Okay. Carlos, can you hear us? Carlos, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. We can hear you, sort of. Can you talk a little louder?
Yes, is this better?
Yes. Go ahead, Jennifer. If you talk into the mic, he can hear you.
Okay, Carlos, you have the floor.
Oh, okay, great. Just to give, Jennifer, I didn't hear the preceding discussion. Can you just let me know what you would like me to speak about?
Yeah, so we're hoping you are going to give the overview of the purpose, the methodology, and the legal requirements of the Nexus study and the economic feasibility studies that Willdan produced.
Sure. So the purpose of the Affordable Housing Nexus study is to demonstrate the relationship between new development and affordable housing that is needed to support the folks that are supported by that development. So in terms of the affordable housing Nexus study, the residential fee, household spending by the people that can afford market rate housing. And so that household spending then goes on and filters throughout the economy, and that household spending then supports the job growth. And some of those folks that are supported by that household spending can afford housing at the market rate, and some of them can't. And so the idea for the residential affordable housing Nexus fee is that that fee will bridge the gap between those people supported by that household spending that can't afford housing at the market rate. It'll bridge the gap between what they can pay for housing and the cost of providing them housing. So that's on the residential side. On the commercial side, it's a similar concept, but the idea is not that they're spending by commercial. The idea is that on the commercial side of things, non-residential development generates jobs. And there's a variety of jobs that are supported or that can be housed in different types of non-residential development. Similar to the affordable housing side of things, those jobs, there's a spectrum of jobs. Some of those jobs generate, or some of those jobs are high wage earning jobs. Others are low wage earning jobs. And then the nexus between the fee and new development is that the commercial linkage fee funds the jobs or funds the gap between people at the lower end of the income spectrum can afford to pay for housing. So so that's a general overview of the two fees, and I can get deeper into the calculations if you'd like. In terms of the requirements, the Nexus study serves to demonstrate the relationship between new development and those and the fees to pay for affordable housing. For the affordable housing Nexus, we start by taking a look at what the market rate rents and market rate sales prices are for market rate housing. We can then identify the household spending needed to afford market rate rents, and then take a look at the leftover essentially market rate spending that then goes on to feed through the economy. We take a look at the jobs supported by that market rate spending using the in-plan economic input and output model, and then identify the low-wage jobs supported by that spending. We then take a look at the affordable housing costs. We got data from the county in terms of recent affordable housing developments. So we use that information to estimate the cost per unit to develop affordable housing. And then the gap is basically the difference between what those folks can afford to pay and the I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. The gap is what those folks can afford to pay, and the rest of fully funding those units. So I'll pause there. I'm sort of rambling, kind of losing my train of thought here. Jennifer, can you remind me what else you'd like me to cover?
If you could briefly touch on the methodologies that are included in each of the residual land value and the total development cost.
Yes. So the residual land value, the idea is that, let's see here. And, I was hoping James would be on to cover this part because he is the expert in this part of the analysis. But I'll do my best here. The idea is that, let me gather myself.
Actually, James, let me take a pause here. I did cover this in the September presentation, so let me do this in the reverse. Let me cover it as I did in the September presentation, and then if you have something to add when I'm finished with that, we can check in.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right, so we got the... Okay, so before I get to those different methodologies, I want to start by just simply framing what are the impact fees that we have right now. So as James described, the Nexus study is a mathematical analysis of what it takes to live here compared to the wages. I mean, at its most simplified version, that's what that analysis is. And that then is followed by an economic analysis that says, okay, if that's the fee that's necessary to collect, is business still able to be conducted here? And this is the fourth set of residential and commercial nexus fees studies that the county has produced and the related economic analysis. The last fee for each one was in 2010 for residential. That was the last nexus study and fee change. And for commercial, it was in 2014. We annually collect about $1.5 million in residential impact fees and about $1 million in commercial, which just gives you some sense of where the activity largely exists there. And the fees that are up are showing what the current fees are today. They are also the fees that were assessed back in 2010 and 2014, which is to say that they have not changed since then. There was not an escalator adopted with them. And so those fees have been flat for, in the case of residential, 15 years. And then the other thing that is just on here is to look at the square footage size and note the bedroom, bathroom. We charge the fees by square footage. We don't charge by bedroom, bathroom size, so this is really more for reference for people to sort of get a picture in their mind of the size homes that we're talking about. And I want to just note the change or the cost of not increasing the fees annually. Most fees are adopted with some sort of escalator. In this case, we are recommending that whatever fee is adopted following this Nexus study, that the escalator be the construction cost index. That is what keeps pace with the cost of labor and cost of goods for building, which is what the Affordable Housing Impact Fee is designed to do. And so this slide is showing where those fees would be today if the CCI had been adopted in 2010 or 2014. So roughly twice where they would be right now. And again, this is just as sort of data frame of reference for those fees. And the last thing I want to touch on as far as the cost of time is what has changed in both the housing and labor markets since those fees were adopted, particularly residential, in 2010. So back in 2010, the Nexus study done at that time, the median home price was $329,000 and the median wages were $55,000. Right now, the median home price is $977,500. That was in August. And the median wage is just shy of $71,000. So you can see like a massive change in the cost of housing and a modest change in wages. That is what is driving what has been repeatedly characterized as these like crazy, insane, large rate jumps. They are significant rate jumps. The housing market has doubled, if not tripled, since then, and wages have not. So the more that that gap grows, the larger the Nexus fee study, the maximum recommended or the maximum justifiable fee is going to be. That's what's at the crux of that. So those maximum justified fees for residential, for a new rental unit are $152, so that's an apartment building, and for sale is $86. On the commercial side, restaurant retail is $584, office is $367, industrial manufacturing is $154, hotel is $405, and warehouse and storage is $50. So those are the sticker shock numbers that come with Nexus studies, and that's typical in every jurisdiction's Nexus studies. They're large. They're uniquely large in Napa because we are this sort of uniquely constrained housing market that exists in a labor market that is largely built on low-wage labor. So that's just a factor of what drives our economy here. And so when we then get into the methodologies used, there were two that were included in the feasibility study. So we take the information that comes out of the Nexus study, and then separately, we have experts who do a separate analysis to look at what is feasible in the market. And the reason we do that is to provide policymakers with a guidepost. You cannot exceed the maximum justified fee. Even if you wanted to go to $700 a square foot, you're not legally allowed to. You can go up to the maximum justified fee, but very often there are reasons to not go up. And that has to do with what are you trying to incentivize from a commercial and residential activity versus what are you not looking to incentivize, or what costs are you not looking to socialize. And the two methodologies that were used in this study, primarily for the commercial side, are residual land value and total development cost. So residual land value is a methodology that looks at what is a developer able to recover in terms of operating recovery, like through a lease, after they have incurred the cost to acquire the land and build the building and rent it back out to a commercial operator. So you think of like a restaurant building, there is usually a developer who owns that land. There is a landlord who is leasing it out to the restaurant operator. Restaurant operator is able to pay a certain amount of per square foot rent. So that's the mathematical model that's in the residual land value. Or sorry, that's in the residual land value. What that results in is what's called a net fee capacity. that's how much is available at the end that is still there in profit, and that determines how much that project can bear in terms of a fee being added into that operating model. So the residual land value assessments are the column in purple. There's a lot of different columns on here, and it's helpful to me to use color to orient everybody. And those residual land values, they differ. They're a specific kind of model that applies to specific kinds of industry. What is unique in the Valley is that a huge sector of our commercial economy is actually driven by a very different model. It's owner operated. It's winery owners who own the land and the building, and they are paying an annual operating cost. So we included a second methodology in the economic analysis, which is total development cost. And that's just simply looking at all costs related to construction and then looking at a range between 1% and 3% of the total development cost as a reasonable or feasible additional cost to that project. And so that's the orange column. The reason we're not recommending across the board one or the other is that there are fee categories that you can apply them more appropriately separately. So the categories that largely are where all wine industry permits are pulled, which are office, industrial, and warehouse and storage, are more appropriately looked at through the lens of the total development cost model, whereas hotel and retail restaurant is more appropriately looked at through the residual land value. So that's the reason why both studies are in there. We had them also just carry the math out on the residential side, but the residual land value is the appropriate methodology for the residential. And so this, I belabor this for just a second to say there was some confusion about why there were two different methodologies. It is specifically because we were looking for the right methodology to align to our major industry sector, which is total development cost for wine and ag-related business. Then on the residential side, this is just showing the residual land value is the sort of appropriate and standard methodology to use for residential, and that net fee capacity analysis shows that those projects, the resale values in the Valley, support well in excess of the maximum justified fee. And I will say that's what drove a lot of the conversation in the September meeting among the board members as to would you go all the way up to the maximum justified fee? There is no obligation to go up to the maximum justified fee. It is a policy decision. One thing that came out of the September meeting that I think is also important to just note in this conversation is currently the county assesses fees for projects starting at 1,200 square feet and going larger. The direction that came out of the September meeting was to raise that ceiling up to 2,000 square feet. So to support homeowners who want to build a home of up to 2,000 square feet, which is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath home, that they would pay no fee at all. And I want to make sure I say that because that is maybe a little lost in the conversation on the maximum justified fee, which rightly there's a lot of sticker shock there, but it was a very important decision to actually reduce fees significantly on homeowners who are building below 2,000 square feet. I included this and in one of the earlier items, Michelle Benvenuto alluded to this information as well, which came in the September discussion. I'm including the map just because I want folks to be able to have access to it, and visuals I think are great. This is looking at what has been built in the unincorporated areas of Napa County between 1993 and 2020. The equivalent is 800 acres of new buildings have gone in. So when it's talking about paving over acreage, this is not to make a judgment about whether this is ag-related business or residential. It is just simply to show what has changed over time and to help inform the discussion about what does and doesn't belong in the ag preserve and what it means to protect ag land. Okay, so a couple of things that I wanted to now get to as far as clarifying, based on the feedback and the many conversations that have occurred in the last several months and specifically in the last few weeks. The first, I had a lot of questions around comparables. What are other communities doing? What are other cities in the county doing? These are great questions. And one of the challenges that we have is there is no other like county like the unincorporated Napa County. We are the only ag preserve. So the unique circumstances that govern our issue are difficult to find comparable relationships with. And certainly when it comes to specifically residential in the Valley, our agreement for both the Ag Preserve and our RENA sharing agreement says we will prioritize putting that development inside the jurisdictions because our obligation as a county is to protect the ag land. So comparing ourselves to the city of Napa or the city of American Canyon is not a very effective comparison because we're trying to put the housing there as opposed to trying to protect ag land here. Nonetheless, we do think that it's an important question to ask. It's information folks want. It is included in the Nexus study. It is one of the tables in the Nexus study, both commercial and residential. And so this is just pulling out a couple of the ones that are included in that table. And what we looked at, what we tried to find in that table were other like jurisdictions as close as we could in terms of high tourism activity combined with a really high luxury market. So those two are as close as we could get for comparables. Berkeley, Palo Alto, San Francisco, and Larkspur. 3 out of those 4 do a Nexus study the way we do on a per square foot basis. The 4th, Larkspur, does a different methodology to assess their fee. It's 20% of what is the cost of the housing unit itself. And so their fee is 20% of $558,000. Everybody has a different way of doing things. But what that means is their fee is roughly $110,000 on every new home that's built, regardless of what size. So in a way, they are incentivizing larger construction because you're going to absorb that fee if you're building a 1,200 square foot home or if you're building a 5,000 square foot home. So that is not a model that I suggest that we adopt, but I think it's important to just say that there are lots of different ways of looking at this. San Francisco's fee was their current fee is just north of $76.50. That was adopted in September of 2023, and I want to note there that was a reduction from their prior fee, and they reduced it in September because of what was happening with their housing market, and it was slowing considerably, and so they pulled back on their fee a little bit. Because of what is happening in San Francisco's luxury market right now, which is like as on fire as it is possible to be in the Bay Area, that they are reconsidering in December. They will be re-examining their fee and going back up. So that $76 fee will likely, if I were here in January, that's going to be a higher fee than it is right now. Palo Alto is $100 per square foot, and Berkeley, the study, actually the Nexus study, the information on Berkeley is from prior to April, and they just raised their fee in July. So I think the Nexus study shows it's at $56, and they took action just a couple months ago to raise that fee. So the $62.83 is what they're currently charging. Okay, some of the other quick things that I want to clarify, and then I want to turn it over to the folks who want to be able to weigh in on this, is on ADUs, new construction, and the effective per square foot rate that would be applied based on the direction from the supervisors in September. So this chart is shown. So quick word on ADUs. This and I, as I have clarified to everybody, like we do not set the ratio of how ADU fees are charged. This is a new state mandate that requires that whatever the ADU rate is, it is in relationship between the primary home and the size of the ADU. So if you have a 2,000 square foot primary home and you can then build up to a 1,000 square foot ADU, if there's no fee on the primary home, there is then no fee on the ADU that is up to 50% of that primary home. So if it's then a 4,000 square foot or 3,000 square foot home and it's a 1,000 square foot ADU, you're paying 33% because it's the relationship of the ADU to the main house. So what I'm showing here is that a 3,000 square foot home under the direction from the September meeting would have a fee of $43 per square foot, which would translate to $143,000. Sorry, yeah, it would have a $43 primary home assessment and a $14 per square foot assessment on the ADU. That combines to a total of $143,000 impact fee assessment for a 4,000 square foot home, which is an effective fee rate of $36 per square foot for that total home. So significantly below $86 a square foot. The reason this matters to the county, it matters to the homeowner because it significantly lowers the effective square footage. It matters to the county because an ADU counts as a regional housing needs allocation unit. That is a net new unit of housing. It also counts at the affordable housing category. HCD considers ADUs naturally occurring affordable housing. So they get to count in the lower income spectrum of our RENA count. So it is in the county's best interest to incentivize and see homeowners take us up on this kind of way to reduce your effective fee rate, because whether or not that unit is separately rented now, it is nonetheless a permanent part of our housing inventory. So future owners could do something else with it. That particular homeowner might do something else with it 5 years down the road. It might become an income stream with a renter inside of it. We're not necessarily looking at what is happening right then when it's built. We're looking at the long-term housing inventory. And the other thing I want to touch on, because there was a lot of questions about residential additions. So an affordable housing impact fee only applies to net new square footage. I have had so many folks email asking, if I have a 2,000 square foot house and I want to add 500 square feet onto it, am I going to pay a fee on 2,500 square feet or 500 square feet? It is 500 square feet. The existing house that is on a property does not pay for any of that square footage. You can tear it down to the studs and rebuild a 2,000 square foot house that was there before. You will not incur the impact fee. The only time the impact fee is assessed is when there is net new square footage added on there. So this, and I won't belabor all this information because everybody can see it, but this is just looking at additional scenarios of an existing home, doing an addition, and splitting that addition between net new square footage and an ADU, an attached ADU, to get to the total envelope of a 3, 4, or 5,000 square foot home. And again, in both scenarios, you can get up to 3,000 square feet for your home with no impact fee at all. And that is really what is very unique about what came out of the September meeting versus where we are right now. By raising that 2,000 square foot, raising the ceiling to 2,000 square feet, you raise the ceiling for the ADU to be up to 1,000 square feet as well. And so you're effectively supporting an up to 3,000 square foot build with no impact fee at all. Okay. And I will stop here. I have some additional information that may be valuable based on public comment and your questions, but I think it's important to get to the folks who want to speak in the room, and so I'll close there.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for jumping into the breach when we had technical and other difficulties there. So I will go ahead and we will take a 10-minute break. Before we take that break and before I go to public hearing, I'm just going to make the observation that it's a lot of information and really appreciate you bringing it back. We have a lot of people in the room today. I'm interested in, at some point, the board considering continuance, because I think I'd like to make sure that we digest and understand the feedback that we hear today. So that's something that the board can mull over as we go forward. And we will go into public comment when we come back from our break at 10:57. And Ms. Hoskins, you will bring me the first 5 cards. Is that correct? Oh, you'll do it all, and you'll just read up the names. Okay, and then you'll queue people up. So be ready to queue, and we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hoskins, and welcome back to our October 21st meeting. And we are in the public hearing for item 9A. We opened the public hearing, and now we will have public comment. And I first just want to say thanks to everyone who has sat for much of our meeting already. So, and you have been patient, and we have 37 commenters. So I'm going to ask you to be mindful about those around you, and I will keep it at the 3 minutes, but please feel free to use less if you need. And if you hear someone else has mentioned something that you want to support, you can say that too. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. And Neha, if you could read the first name.
Yes, we have a line going already, Madam Chair. I did this on break. We have Judy first.
Hi.
Good morning, Ms. Myers.
Hi, my name is Judy Myers. I'm a member of Progressive Women of Napa Valley, the Napa Housing Coalition, and also a proud member of the Napa Housing Commission. But I'm here today as a proud resident of the unincorporated area of Napa County. And this fee is exactly what it's called, an impact fee, because everything we do in Napa Valley has an impact. The larger we build, the larger the impact. From removing trees for large footprints to making pervious land impervious due to paving, to creating new water needs, new sewer needs, and new needs for employee housing, it's an impact. And where do these fees go? Towards housing that is affordable for all of the people who will service these homes, for landscaping, housekeeping, providing safety, educating their children, addressing health needs, public safety needs, and all of the services that make the Napa Valley a great place to live and a great place for development, which seems to be something that we are all eager to see continue as long as we can preserve our land and do something with the impact on our land. So I urge you to approve this Nexus study and to move forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Good morning.
Hi, Randy Gallardi, 3323 Hagan Road. I'm a realtor, business owner, resident for a long, long time. I'm only speaking for myself. First of all, on the County of Napa website under departments, it states transparency as very important, but that did not occur on this proposal. In the past, supervisors and city councils would reach out to the stakeholders to discuss openly what is planned so it can be debated and discussed. Proximity housing was mentioned. It was a program by Mark Luce. He reached out to the realtors immediately and said, hey, I have this idea. How can we make it work? And we made it work together. Right now, I feel like we're adversaries. You have not brought this to the table. This morning, as an example, Press Democrat was the first one a week and a half ago that talked about this proposal. The Napa Register was 2 days later. No one reached out to any of us and said, hey, we're thinking about doing this idea. So now all of a sudden I find out this morning that you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking 2,000 square foot homes and below are no fees, no affordable fee. That isn't what was brought out to everybody through the Press Democrat or the Napa Register. Again, transparency. Let us know. Let's discuss it. Okay? The proposal states that this starts 1/16/26, but what about applications in the county that do not have permits issued? If the application is in, do they still fall under the existing and not the proposed? How about the lots that are burned in the fire if they've been resold a few times? Again, just for clarification. On the Wilden report, it states that the nexus is since a new home or add-on brings more retail trade, that creates more jobs. What is the difference between a 2,000 square foot house and a 5,000 square foot house when it creates jobs? I don't understand why. I read the state report, one of those 4 reports that Jennifer brought out. Every one of those reports has no solutions. They keep crying that we need housing, but there's no solutions. 20 employers were mentioned by Jennifer, the inability to find housing. But did the employers step forward and say, hey, how about if I do this? In 2016, Lark Farrell of the Housing Authority provided the Affordable Housing Task Force, which I was on, that 16.2% of all tenants in affordable units work in the wine industry. Next is hospitality at 10.2%, but they now have a TOT tax that goes to affordable housing. Construction is 4.3%. They already pay a housing fee. Who is your customer? Maybe you should do a new study to find out who actually is occupying the affordable units, not showing these are what the wages are and this is why they can't afford. Why is the wine industry not paying their fair share of housing fees? Why not put pressure on the wine industry just like we did with the TOT tax and ask each wine producer to pay 50 cents a case, thus bringing in about $5 million a year? Of course, this could fluctuate like the TOT and builder's fee. This is and always has been a community problem. I've been at this for 40 years for affordable housing. The community and the wine industry should shoulder this need together, not beat up on one person. This is a simple economics. When you reduce supply, which you will do, you will, and if demand stays the same, prices will go up, not down. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ghilardi. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kirk Geyer. I'm a builder and developer here in Napa. This is actually my 50th year of building houses here in Napa. That's hard to believe in the county. So many different dynamics here to take a look at. I agree with Randy as far as the burden that oftentimes happens with builders is that we're at the tip of the spear. And in this case, we're at the tip of the spear again. And there are so many costs that are involved, not just this Nexus tax for low-income housing, but there's so many other costs that are involved in it, and this compounds it. And what's curious is looking at page 5 of the Affordable Housing and Commercial Usage and Financial Feasibility Analysis. There's a statement in here that I thought that really resonated with me, and it says, this analysis examines the proposed fees in comparison to estimated project feasibility, but that does not mean that the fees are responsible for the feasibility of projects. That's completely flawed, because if you go ahead and you take the fees at the matrix or the multiplier that you have, and how much that's going to impact every residential permit that you get, it's surmountable. And just to put it into context, the average cost to register a car in the state of California for 2025 was $365. If we use that same multiplier for that you're applying to the low-income housing fee, that fee to register your car for 2026 would be $2,920. So I'm not saying that we don't need to address affordable housing, because we have to, but there's so many other ways, so many additional ways to go ahead and work on that. And one of the ways would be to possibly phase in what the fee structure is going to be. And talking to Randy about who actually employs the people that are at the lower end of the income scale. I'm doing a project in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and in Jackson, you cannot open up a business unless you provide employee housing there, because they have same conditions that we have here, and it's even exacerbated because of the differentiation between the haves and the have-nots in that case. So I think it's important to go ahead and take a look at this and to find out multiple ways to go and approach this situation that definitely needs some attention. And I think it's up for more discussion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Geyer. Good morning. Come on up.
Good morning. My name's Gary Rose. I've lived in Napa since 1954. I've seen a lot of changes. I know a lot of people here and everything like that. But I've seen a lot of things about changes in Napa. And the American dream that we had, or the dream I had, and a lot of people had, is to own our own home. It wasn't a dream I want an apartment of 800 square feet on the 4th floor of a high-rise with no backyard and squeeze my family of 4 in there. That's not their dream. So affordable housing can mean a lot of things, but if you're pursuing affordable housing, I prefer letting the potential homeowner help make his decision. He might rather have a low interest loan, no interest loan, like the county funding program. Those kinds of things I think would work. But to buy a home in Napa, right now in the market in Napa, there are 10 homes priced under $500,000. So far this year, there's been 20 homes purchased under $500,000. How much money do you need to save to buy a home that's $450,000? How much money would you need? $15,000. So if you save $15,000, you could buy a home or a condominium for $450,000. Your payment would be around $3,000. Your tax effective payment would be around $2,500, which I imagine would be much less than what affordable housing could be on rental units. So I agree with what Randy and Kurt said, but I just wanted to make you aware that people can buy a home. It just depends how much you want a home. The clients I've dealt with over my 35-year career, most of the young people coming in, they don't want to buy a 2-bedroom, 1-bath condo or 1-bedroom condo. They want a 4-bedroom home, 3-car garage, and they want a boat, and they'd rather drive to Fairfield. So that should change. You need to educate the public. Yeah, there's ways to buy a home in Napa. You just got to want it and work hard enough to do it. And many of us in the room started with a 1-bedroom condominium, and now 30 years later, we've bought up a couple other times. So I disagree with your 977. That's just tilted. So you got to look more at the affordable range and see it's not nearly that. So anyway, that's all I have to say, and I think you really need to reconsider that, because you're going to hurt people. You're going to hurt people that lost their homes in the fires. They lost everything. They lost memories. They lost valuable items. I lost my godfather. So those people that have those lots, this fee is going to devalue that greatly. So to build a 3,000 square foot home, your fees could be $258,000. That makes it unbuildable for many of the developers and many of the homeowners. So thank you. I'm out.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Good morning, Ms. Olson.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Jenny Ocone, Executive Director of the Up Valley Family Centers. I'm also a member of the Napa Valley Community Leaders Coalition. I'm here in both capacities to speak to our support of increasing affordable housing impact fees. This issue is an important one for the families and the older adults that we work with in the Up Valley region. We serve over 3,500 people each year, from students and parents to older adults. Last year, 100% of our clients had incomes below the Napa County median income. And one of the largest and most pervasive challenges that we encounter when we're working with families to connect them to resources and to support their well-being is our region's high cost of living and a serious lack of housing that is affordable. That's why we strongly support an increase in affordable housing impact fees. The fees secured will help to address the need for affordable housing that is in such short supply. The funds will allow more working families to be able to afford to live in the communities where they work, cutting down on longer commutes, and it also means older adults with fixed incomes can afford to continue living in the county sustainably. The proposed fees are well below the maximum justified fee, and they do strike a balance between affordable housing needs and the economic feasibility for business owners and households looking to build or expand existing homes in the unincorporated county. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Paul Holland. I'm just a lonely construction worker. I'm born and raised in Napa. I have worked construction my entire life. And in this career, I've managed to raise my children and scratch out a modest life on the trades. It is my opinion that this is going to kill construction. For the last 10 years, I have been blessed to work on very high-end homes with very high-end people. And the number one concern or gripe, if you would call it, with these people is the permit process itself and the cost. So if you really believe that raising this on higher-end mansion-type homes is going to create revenue, the general consensus in the construction community is that it's going to harbor it. People are not going to build here. The land cost is huge. The construction cost is huge. It just doesn't compute on our end, the guys that are in the field. And come this time next year, if this passes, I guarantee you're going to see 50% of our construction outfits closed. Guaranteed, my opinion. Have a great day. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Holland.
Good morning. I'm Hillary Ryan. I'm a realtor in Napa, and I know a lot of people in the room. I've worked with them for many, many years.
Ms. Ryan, you might step just a little
Sure.
closer to the mic. Yeah, thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Worked with them for many, many years on in many capacities, and I've at least talked to 50 people in the last week or so, including Jennifer, and I know I've reached out to all of you with multiple emails. So speaking for some of the people who aren't here, there's alarm, and it relates to, this is such a massive hike, and I think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences. And I was pleased to hear that maybe this will be continued, because in listening to Jennifer's presentation, there are so many ways the data has been miscast to create this imbalance that that creates, I guess, the ability to raise rates, fees to that 88% and or per square foot. And I would hope that you spend more time talking to people in the community, because there's a lot of really important insight. I know we're not going to get to all of it today and maybe even in the next meeting, but I hope that you do reach out more, because I think there's some examples, like, and I wrote these down. So basic economics can't be ignored. This massive fee hike will result in drastic reduction in building, and that would limit the funds raised for affordable housing. So, assuming permit volumes will remain stable under these extreme cost escalations defies logic. New construction will slow, producing less affordable housing revenue, not more. Builders are responsible for millions of local investment and cannot sustain operations under the proposed increases. These excessive impact fees will drive both homeowners and developers to nearby counties, thus reducing housing starts and shrinking the local tax base, and reducing low and mid-income jobs. When developers stop building, local electricians, plumbers, framers, other trades will lose our jobs. This is the very workforce the county hopes to help by providing them with affordable housing. So again, this is very illogical to many, many people here. So some solutions, we've also been talking about other solutions, because we know we need to address this important issue with affordable housing. So examples is, if there's an increase in fee, maybe make it more sensible, like indexing to CPI, which for Napa is a 60% increase. That'd be $20 per square foot. It's still a lot, and I think that should also be examined, maybe before you pass the bond measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Gina Enriquez. I am a Napa resident who has personally benefited from affordable housing in our community through Napa Valley Community Housing. Years ago, finding a stable and affordable home made it possible for me to stay here, raise my family, and build the foundation for a better future. I'm proud of my 2 adult daughters who had the opportunity to receive a Napa Valley education and now contribute to the world in their own unique ways. Today, I have the privilege of supporting and mentoring other residents who face the same challenge I once did, whether they work in our vineyards, schools, hotels, or care for our children to daycare. These individuals are the backbone of Napa County economy, and their contribution matters deeply. I'm here to strongly support the proposed increase in affordable housing impact fee. These fees are an investment in the stability and well-being of our community. When new homes or businesses are built, they create new jobs, some of which pay too low to afford market rate housing in Napa County. These impact fees help fund affordable housing for those workers, ensuring that growth pays its fair share of the housing needed it creates, not the existing residents. This will create critical funding for workforce and affordable housing that keeps Napa people thriving. Every day, I see how hard it is for working families and essential workers to find housing they can afford here. Without enough affordable options, we lose valuable members of our community. People who contribute much but can keep up with the rising cost of living. Increasing these fees is a fair and a responsible way to ensure that our county grows with opportunity for everyone. Please move forward with this proposed impact fees update. They will make a real difference for residents who want to live, work, and give back right here in Napa County like I did. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez. Hello, Mr. Dunbar.
Hello again, John Dunbar, Napa. I want to start off by thanking staff, especially Jennifer, in particular Jennifer, for responding to not only my emails, but I'm sure I would say hundreds probably in the last few weeks. I really appreciate the clarity that you've provided. But I wanted to bring up two things that haven't been discussed for your consideration. One has to do with the accessory dwelling units that we're talking about. And I appreciate how there is a balance for encouraging ADUs and not necessarily burdening them with some of these potential fee increases. But one thing we learned in Yalfa when I was mayor, we put a program together to waive impact fees, and in this case it would be regardless of square footage size, if you are renting to a non-family member. What we found was people were building ADUs, which turned into basically an extension of the primary residence. So yes, it's encouraging maybe children to come home and live on the property where they grew up, or senior, grandparents or whomever, family members, but that wasn't adding units to the public workforce or other areas. And so I just bring that up for your consideration in case that helps you, because we're talking about wanting housing affordability for a diverse group of the public, not just extension of families. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the potential unintended consequences of redevelopment of sites in the county that are either already owned by nonprofits or may be developed by nonprofits. Two examples would be if there is a fourth farm worker housing center that is going to be built in the county, as the other three have been, are these going to be facing these severe increases in fees to make it almost impossible for a nonprofit or even a private property owner to be able to provide that housing? It's not specifically addressed in the information that I've seen. So I just bring that up for your consideration again, that you're trying to support workforce, in particular farm working, with these centers, but if it's impossible to afford to develop and build, you're not really achieving that goal. The other thing relates to industry groups in particular. They may or may not be nonprofits that have purchased property to develop either their headquarters, for example, the grape growers, and buying a property in Oakville, and other organizations that are trying to either support agriculture, which is what you're saying is part of your goal here, is to protect and support the ag land. If a farmer needs to build a barn for their ag equipment, is that going to fall under these fees? So just trying to think of all the possibilities of the implications of your fee structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Gianna Giovannoni, and I am here as a fifth-generation Napan to speak against this proposal to raise development impact fees. My dad, Mick Gajetta, started Gajetta Construction over 20 years ago. I grew up watching him pour his heart into every project, building homes where families could belong. He mentored apprentices, passed down his craft, and kept local tradesmen working year-round. After college, I came home to help him run the business. because like so many who are raised here, I want to raise my family here too. Every street in this valley tells a story. Chef's Market, birthdays at the depot, the grocery store run that turns into a neighborhood reunion. That's Napa, not a luxury brand, a community. But lately, the working people who keep this valley running are being priced out of the very place they sustain. On paper, this proposal sounds like a way to fund affordable housing, but in practice, it does the very opposite. According to the county's own July 2025 fee update, permit and service fees are already rising by 17 to 26%. Add these new impact fees, and local builders estimate upfront costs could climb to around $175,000 per home. That's not an investment in affordability. That is money pulled straight from the hands of every tradesman and woman. And here's where it really gets me. The county calls this a policy decision, meaning none of the people that this actually affects gets a vote. Not the builders, not the homeowners, not the tradespeople who keep this valley standing. It's a choice. It's your choice. So if the board is going to make this choice, it deserves the same level of scrutiny as any $1 million project you'd ever approve. Not a casual thumbs up like you're picking for lunch, respectfully. We urge you to please do the homework, run the numbers, and talk to the people that are swinging the hammers and signing the checks. Because if you do not understand how this hits the local businesses and working families, then you're not making the policy, you're just performing politics. For small and mid-sized builders like ours, a six-figure increase isn't a setback, it's a complete knockout. We're already fighting inflated material costs, a shrinking labor pool, and months-long permit delays. Add this and projects will die before they even break ground. And even if the county insists these fees only hit new homes or projects over 1,200 or 2,000 square feet, that so-called incentive for 1 to 2 bedroom housing in your deck, what you're really saying is that families who need more space don't count. That parents with 2 kids or grandparents under the same roof somehow matter less. That's not affordability, that's exclusion.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Giovanni. All right, do we have the next 5?
Sorry. Okay, so if you could please line up when you hear your name. Jeff Strebo, Sterling Greenwalt, James Starkwolf. I don't know if anyone is missing today. Jeff had to leave. Jeff had to leave? Okay, I knew someone did. Okay, Larry, can't read the last name, Larry K. Did I say James Starkwood? Yes, okay.
So we can go ahead and get
Michael
started
G.
while other people come up
Yep.
too. Great. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Greenwald? Okay.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Croman.
Good morning. My name is Larry Croman, and I am the president of Calistoga Affordable Housing and also the president of the Calistoga Springs Mobile Home Association, and I chair the Senior Parks Coalition. I also have with me the treasurer of the Springs Homeowners Association, but I'll speak for her if that's all right. Her name is Mary Dow. I just want to point out that when you begin dealing with statistics like you're doing in the Nexus, it's very difficult to interpret little towns like Calistoga because the statistics with such a low population get confusing. I want to point out just a couple of facts. Calistoga has a much higher density than the majority of towns in Calistoga. We have a much higher percentage of seniors. 24% of our population are seniors. Most of Napa County is like 12 or 13%. 27% of our seniors are in the senior parks. That's a high percentage. And as someone who has worked with the parks since I moved to Calistoga, they are in trouble. The cost of maintaining them, the cost of utilities, including water, which is one of the highest in California, is causing many of our seniors to leave. Also, we have more jobs than we have people. That is causing traffic for Napa County. That's causing problems for our employers because they have to search for outside of the area for employees. We need more housing for our workforce. Our expenses for houses are far more than even the city of Napa. The houses that I have developed since I have been at Calistoga Affordable Housing first started around $300 a square foot. Now we're up over $700. Calistoga's challenge, and we are part of the county of Napa, one is land. We don't have much land. The cost of construction, which is very high. New development raises rent much higher than our workforce can afford. You have a very difficult task, but I know that you are capable of finding good solutions to these problems.
Thank you, Mr. Croman. Ms. Hoskins, could you call up the next 5 so we could have a queue in place? And come on up, sir. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and... I'm not sure they're here. Yeah, you could read them again if anyone's here. Yep.
Okay. Just
Thank
to
you.
go over the list real quick of who I called. Maybe you missed your name out in the hallway. I know it's hard to hear. So, oops, I just picked up the wrong list. So I have Jeff, Sterling Greenwald, James Starkwolf, Michael G., Tim Wilkins, George Menardos, no, Ken Nerlove, okay, Kevin Nickerson, Christopher Chun, or anyone of those?
Why don't you pick
Just
3
a
more?
few? Okay. Leah Simon, Suzanne Truchard, Casey Hughes. Stop right there.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Supervisors, thank you. James Starkey Wolf. I live by the Napa Bothe Park, and it's my parents' house. I never thought I would be talking for higher building fees, but I never thought that my parents' modest house would be surrounded by castles. Most of the people that are there are it's a second or third home, and they're wonderful people. I don't know how many of them vote in the county, but I don't think they would mind at all paying the fees for building that big of places. My parents were able to come here and fulfill a lifetime dream in 1980. My dad and mom were wine educators and journalists, and my dad got to write for the Register and the Star and the Calistoga and have a column, and come here as as retired teachers and scientists, and it's a lot harder now, and unfortunately, my kids and grandkids, great grandkids aren't going to really be able to live here, but we're selling the house, and so it could actually financially hurt our family legacy to pay higher fees, but it'll be okay, and we've gotten so much as a family from Napa County that I think this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starkey Wolf. Good morning, Mr. Wilkins.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. I don't have any comment on the impact on the housing part of this, but as far as the impact fee impacting hotels, I want to make sure this is a little more well thought out. If you increase the tax on hotels, you need to realize that includes all 6 of the sites at Lake Berryessa. In our particular case, we're the company developing the Steel Canyon site on 352 acres. We have several hundred cottages going in, but what's unique about our project is we're installing 130 homes for affordable housing for employees, and we're doing that with no tax subsidy. It's part of our development cost. And I feel if we're doing that, there might be some sort of exemption or some sort of a formula incorporated for employers that are meeting or exceeding some sort of standard that's set up for affordable housing. So just wanted to bring that up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Bye-bye.
Good morning.
Good morning. Supervisors and Director, thank you. I'm here today to share my perspective on the board's pending decision.
Can you tell us your name? Sorry, one more time.
I'm sorry. George Minardos.
Right, thank you.
4101 Dry Creek Road, District 2. I'm here today to share my perspective on the board's pending decision to adopt a resolution to accept the Affordable Housing and Commercial Linkage Nexus Study. My name is George Minardos. I'm a resident in the county of Napa, and I proudly call this community home for me, my wife, and my 2 boys, young men, actually now. Unlike some here, I don't come from generations of Napans, but I rather located here through a series of decisions and good fortune. We chose Napa for many reasons: the natural beauty, the abundant harvest, the people, and the community. My wife Kristen and I were married here in 2000. And at the time as young kids, we never imagined that we could live a life here and raise children. I believe that good planning is essential for a good community, and I'm thankful every time I look out over the valley at a relatively undeveloped hillside that the wisdom of leaders before us created the agricultural preserve. I support controlled growth and do not feel we need to protect the history and character of this valley. We also need sustainable housing, for sure. At the same time, growth is necessary to fuel all the things we need and want: schools, roads, hospitals, bike paths, etc. Without growth, we have stagnation. We moved from Southern California, specifically Santa Monica, California, where I was an active participant in the community, both privately and publicly. I watched similar anti-growth initiatives take root there. And now, unfortunately, the city I once loved and called home is effectively bankrupt, and their credit rating has now been downgraded. I spent the better half of yesterday, actually all of yesterday, reading through the board agenda letter, the impact fee study from April 23rd, 2025, the financial feasibility analysis from September 11th, just less than a month ago, and specifically I was focused on the section of single-family housing development. In my professional capacity, I own and operate Minardos Group, a private building and development company. It was a project in 2013 that brought me back to Napa Valley to build a 2-acre parcel at the north end of Yountville. At that time, some of you may remember, the area was a blight to the city of Yountville. Sorry, Mayor. And there were crimes and drugs across the parcel. We resurrected the corner of Madison, Washington, and constructed R&D Kitchen, and I'm proud of the work that we did and the improvements to the community that we made. So I'm going to run out of time. I'm just going to skip to the point that my wife and my kids and myself are the kinds of citizens that you want in this community. We put our kids through middle school, high school. My wife was on the board of Blue Oak, which oversaw the construction of the new school. We wouldn't be here today if this fee impact were in place. And then lastly, I just do need to say one thing. We have a project on Raggets. The prototype projects outlined in the Wildown report are completely fictitious. To give you a specific example, there is no residual value or no capacity to handle these fees. The fee would go from $76,000 to $516,000, which would force us to sell this property at a $500,000 loss.
Thank you, Mr. Raggets. Appreciate it.
My name's Minardos. The street is Raggets.
Raggets is the street.
Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Nickerson, 1105 4th Avenue. I come here today just to oppose the new fees, which I just can't imagine working the way that we all think it's going to. I'm a general contractor, developer, home builder. I want to keep this brief. I only have a minute, but as of this morning, 2 properties that we're in contract to build are pulling out if the new fees go into place. So it's a combined build total of $15 million that we will lose as a company, which will force me to lay people off. Subcontractors that I've used for years aren't having business, will not have the business. I agree it needs to incrementally be increased, but the jump that I'm seeing is just, it's not going to work. It will backfire in our faces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nickerson. Good morning, Ms. Truchard.
Good morning, members of the board. Suzanne Truchard. I'd like to address the constitutional basis of these impact fees and how they will be considered unconstitutional based on Fifth Amendment takings clause and Supreme Court case law, supporting that these exorbitant fees will not be held valid. An egregious decision by the board will not only open up the county to myriad lawsuits based on current case law, but will also lead to thousands of taxpayer dollars being utilized for legal fees to defend in vain a poor decision made by the board. The nuances of constitutional law, as county counsel and many attorneys know, raises serious implications for the future of Napa County, opens up the county to substantial liability. To summarize the case law, 1987 decision Nolan held that any condition on a development permit must have an essential nexus between the condition of a legitimate government interest, for example, mitigating a development's impact. A 1994 decision, Dolan, added that there must be a rough proportionality between the fee required and the impact of the development. In other words, the government can't demand more than is justified by the project's own effects. This is critical. Most importantly, the court, in a very recent and significant Supreme Court decision in 2024 titled Sheets versus the County of El Dorado, held that even legislative imposed impact fees, like those set by counties, are subject to the scrutiny of the Nolan-Dolan standard, delineated above, excuse me. I'm trying to do speed case law here. What does this mean? Counties must be able to show both a nexus and proportionality between the impact fee and the specific project burdens, and not just rely on general or even arbitrary formula. So you have the nexus, arguably, but it's so disproportional, so arbitrary, and so high that it effectively amounts to a taking. In the Sheets case, George Sheets wanted to build a single-family home in El Dorado, and the county required him to pay $23,000 mitigation fee as a condition for the permit. He paid under protest, sued the county because the county could not demonstrate how this project demonstrated $23,000 worth of impact, and he won. Counties are actually slashing development fees and impact fees across. They're creating better ways, better programs, public-private partnerships, other things. We can do better as a county. There's a lot of people in the community here that want a voice, want a seat at the table. I think as leaders, it is important that you understand the legal implications of the decision you make and the exposure you will give to the county. I urge you to reject the fees, bring back common sense to these types of decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Truchard. Good morning.
Hi. I've got a million notes. Let me try to get myself organized. Hi, my name is Leah Simon. Good morning to everyone here today. I've heard some amazing comments from everyone in this room. I'm here to oppose this hike. This is an absolutely excessive hike. I mean, how can you sit here, Mrs. Palmer, and look at everyone in this room with a straight face?
Ms. Simon, you can direct your comments to the board. Thank you.
How can she bring this to you with this excessive hike? She has this one report. She's comparing Napa to places like Palo Alto, where the median home price is $4.3 million. She is asking for this hike. And let me tell you, she talks about, it doesn't affect as long as you're under 2,000 square feet. But like plenty of people have pointed out, you get married, you have 2 kids, you want a dog, you need more than 2,000 square feet. We have gorgeous agricultural land. That's why we chose to relocate here from Florida. We love the wine industry that Napa County provides. But how can you invite people to live here and build here and maintain less than 2,000 square feet? I read the Napa Valley article from the previous meeting that you had on this, and you talk about, we don't want people to build mansions. Well, the last time I checked, 3,000 square feet is not a mansion. It is a reasonable home. And you want people to come here, and your whole guise here is that you're trying to find affordable housing. And thank you for your work. There is definitely a need for what you are doing, finding these apartments, these places for people to live, to get them from, like you're doing, from the homeless shelter to an affordable apartment and then to the next market available apartment. But by accessing this tax on people who are just trying to build, and let's talk about you're talking about the jobs. People who need homes are the people in the wine industry, the people who are coming to farm, and the people that come in for our number one industry that we should be supporting. But what about the people like the construction workers, the electricians, the other subcontractors that come in, the painters, the ones that are sitting here owning homes, raising families, sending them to the schools, local public schools in Napa? They need to pay their bills. They need to go to Browns Valley Market and buy that turkey sandwich. How are they going to do that if they don't have a job here? Because you have made the cost of building in the county so excessive. It's just unbelievable that you can come in here and just, like, it's no big deal to ask for an extra, let's see, where is my notes? For an extra 500 square foot, $40,000? So $86,000 to add on to my house? That is absolutely ridiculous. It is illogical, and families need to be able to build, and workers need to be able to work. Families do count in this valley, and it is your job to make sure they stay and they have a place to live.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Ms. Hoskins, can you queue up the next 5? Good morning. We'll just take 1 minute and see if we can. Thank you.
Okay, I ended up at Christopher Chun, Ken Nerlov, and Casey Hughes, which, if you're here.
I'm Casey Hughes.
You're Casey?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we have 1 out of 2. It's 1 out of 3. Perfect. All right, so after Casey, Erica Skylar, Chris I'm sorry? Okay, you're here. Chris Wunderlich, Howard, Christopher Chun had to leave. Thank you. Howard, I can't read the last name. Sorry, Howard. Linda Fisher, Ryan O'Connell, Peter Rumble, Stephanie Gibson, and I'll stop there, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hughes.
Good morning. My name's Casey Hughes. I'm a 20-year resident of Napa, a local architect. I have a 4-person firm here in the Valley, and I've been practicing architecture here the whole time. So I'm a supporter of smart growth. I'm a supporter of low-income housing. I think those are great things for us as a community to strive for. But the basis that we're looking at in order to make that happen is wildly inaccurate, to put it mildly. The cost per square footage that's referenced in the Wilden report at $240 a square foot is fantasy land. Like, you can't build that here in Napa for a single family residence. Not anywhere close. And if you were to even be able to build it close to $240 a square foot, you certainly wouldn't be selling it for $4 million a square foot, like is referenced in the case study for the prototype house in the report. So what we're left with is this drastic separation between what it looks like is possible and what is actually possible. Most of our clients are not the gigantic houses. They're people that are putting on additions, building new homes in the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot range, considering the ADUs and trying to make that math work. And most of the time, that math is right on the border. Most of them are saying, I'm not sure I can afford to build here and not be immediately overbuilding on the land that I'm trying to put on and not be able to turn around and sell it if I get into a spot. Like, we're that close on the margins for new residential construction. So the first thing that goes is that ADU that we're all talking about, right? Whether we incentivize that or not, the overall cost, it simply becomes too high and people start shrinking their houses. And we're not talking about the mansions off in the hills, in the ag preserve, because nothing in the in this kind of fee increase really does anything differently as far as protecting that ag preserve. If you have tons of money and want to build a gigantic house out in the ag preserve, you're getting gouged for it now, but they're still able to do that. So rather than kind of gouging everyone and drastically impacting the residential and the building construction industry in the valley, which this will do, as some of our other builders have said. It's going to put builders out of business. It's going to put tradespeople out of business. And the extremely wealthy people will then have the choice to be gouged here or simply build somewhere else, right? It doesn't affect them as much, but most of them will also look at it and say, it's no difference for me to build in rural Sonoma as it is to build in rural Napa. I'll just put my money over there and my development over there. So overall, I think a more comprehensive plan for talking to your local business people and professionals and trying to figure out a way to incentivize smart growth and to enact things with zoning and with planning that helps to kind of consolidate this would be a much better plan than what you're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Hi, I'm Sterling Greenwald. I am the Senior Director of Project Development for Descor Builders. We're at 1245 West Street here in Napa. Currently, we have over 1,400 units of market rate and affordable housing being going under construction right now, with another 200 units starting in November in Santa Rosa. And I think a clear distinction needs to be made between what is affordable housing. Is it market rate or affordable housing apartments, or is it affordable housing in general, affordable single-family housing? So I had prepared remarks, but I wanted to address that issue. And I agree with Randy Gallardi wholeheartedly. This really doesn't make a lot of sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwald. Good morning, Ms. Sklar.
Hi, good morning. Erica Rotman-Sklar. I'm the CEO at Napa Valley Community Housing. And I'm here to support the adoption of the impact fees and even encourage that the levels are closer to the maximum. And here are some of the reasons. The comprehensive analysis by the Wilden Financial Services demonstrates that our current fees fall short of addressing Napa County's affordable housing crisis, which Jennifer did a wonderful job of presenting. For commercial development, the study supports fees ranging from $50 to $584 per square foot, yet the proposed fees remain at $7 and $100. These maximum fees are not arbitrary. They reflect the actual cost gap between the market rate housing and what our lower income workers can afford. The affordability gap forces our workforce to commute long distances. They strain our infrastructure, they degrade our air quality, and they diminish the quality of life for everyone here in the county. When we fail to capture adequate impact fees, we shift the burden of providing affordable housing onto our existing taxpayers, while new developments profit without fully mitigating their impact. The financial analysis shows the cost to develop housing as well, and I want to share a quick example to highlight. In 2014, Napa Valley Community Housing built 41 units of affordable housing on First Street. And the funding gap after receiving the federal allocation of tax credits and the state of California funding was about $5 million. The city and the city of Napa and Napa County contributed a combination of $3.4 million to that development, and NBCH contributed $1.7 million of our own equity. That amounts to about $86,000 per unit. This was in 2014. Now, 12 years later, construction costs have increased, as we all know. The federal tax credits have become competitive and therefore harder to get, and the state funding has reduced. While what is noteworthy is that our local contribution to current development projects is about half of what it was contributing to Oak Creek Terrace 12 years ago. So the costs are up. The subsidy from the county and Napa, our local subsidy, is less because there is less to subsidize, and the gap is increasing. So what's important here is that while our maximum justified commercial fees may appear high, they reflect Napa County's unique housing challenges and are legally defensible. And I will just skip on here to adopting our fees Below the justified maximum, we are essentially subsidizing market rate development at the expense of affordable housing production. We are saying that developer profit margins matter more than housing our teachers and firefighters and service employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sklar. And as the next person comes up, can I ask how many more speakers would like to comment? Okay, so we have probably another half dozen or 6 or 8. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Howard Siegel, Napa Housing Coalition. At least I think it's still morning. Another Tuesday and another tough decision for you folks. I trust that you received the comment letter from the Napa Housing Coalition, so I won't reiterate that per se, except to say that neither the letter nor my comments are going to address any specific numbers that are before you under consideration. But more to the point that as most or many of your decisions often require balancing between conflicting demands or even goals of the community and different segments of the population. Today's no exception. However, I think from what I've seen of the Nexus study and the fact that it actually took 2 different approaches to determining the appropriate numbers, whether it was the total development cost in some cases or residual land value in another, tries to acknowledge the perspective of the developers and what an appropriate profit amount would be and sort of factoring that into the equation. Along those same lines, given the fact that just about all of the proposed increases are significantly lower than the 100% legally defensible figures, that also shows an attempt to try to balance the conflicting demands here. You know, as you've heard before and countless occasions today as well as other times, the dual industries that are our lifeblood, agriculture and hospitality, have had some struggles and challenges lately. But one of those challenges, and equally important to the economy, is the ability to house that workforce. And as you've heard, and I think is sort of common knowledge these days, a good proportion of that workforce receives wages that are not sufficient to support the local housing prices, whether rental or ownership. And one of the slides Jennifer put up earlier really struck home with that, the increases in the last 15 years, median housing price versus median wages. So as the previous speaker alluded to, state funding sources are very competitive, and federal funding sources are really challenging these particular in this particular climate. And as Jennifer mentioned earlier, it would have been ideal to have a housing bond, Bay Area-wide housing bond, to address these issues. But given the absence or at least scarcity of those other sources, you aren't left with many other options to address this pressing issue. So again, I'm not going to speak to what the right numbers are. That's above my pay grade. But I'm sure you will factor in those balancing and conflicting demands and pick the right numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel. Ms. Hoskins, can you tee up another 5, please? Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning. We'll just take 1 minute and see who else we can get up.
Thank you. So we have Esbady Pina, Damian Archbold, Sharon Macklin. Madam Chair, I'm just going to finish the list. And then I'm going to ask that anyone listening, if you call in on the public comment line and just stay on hold, that would be the time to do it now. Erica Lubinsky, Lisa Massaro, Mary Stephenson, Stuart Boyd, Kevin Teague, and Michael Salachi. That's the end of the list. Basically, anyone else who wants to give public comment, please line up.
Thank you, Ms. Hoskins. And go ahead. I think you're the last person I get to say good morning to. So
outstanding. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Chris Wunderlich. I'm born and raised here in Napa. I am a local realtor. I do believe we all agree that Napa County needs more affordable housing, but the path to get there must be fair, sustainable, and effective. Penalizing new homeowners and small builders won't solve our housing crisis. Partnering across all industries will. Property owners already contribute heavily through property taxes, transfer taxes, impact fees, And from what I gathered on the county's website, more than $175 million each year, which is over 86% of the total revenue that's coming into the county, is property taxes coming from the homeowners that live here in this community. Adding another layer only discourages investment and raises housing costs for everyone. Real estate professionals and builders were not at the table during stakeholder discussions, despite claims to the contrary. The Napa Housing Coalition does not represent local realtors and our industry. We are the ones that are helping people live and build here every day, and they deserve a seat in the conversation. Consider this a 3,200 square foot home, I would say hardly a mansion, would see its fee change from about $40,000 to $275,000. We also have to think when we're building in the unincorporated areas, the way that the square footage is calculated and taxed upon is on the outside square footage of the home. The way building is being done in the unincorporated area because of fire, you're losing a lot of square footage just by the walls of the exterior of the building. I would take that in consideration as well. We definitely want to bring up the wine industry, hospitality, and tourism, all wanting to pay their fair share. Our residents should be able to use and improve their property without excessive financial and bureaucratic barriers. Overreach on land use threatens the very balance the Ag Preserve was designed to protect. I'm not here to oppose affordable housing. I'm here to urge the board to create real workable solutions, not symbolic ones, that punish local families and small builders. Let's bring wine, hospitality, real estate, and labor together to design a model Napa County can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Linda Fisher. I'm a resident of the county about 30 years. I'm a realtor, but I'm speaking just for myself privately. Respectfully, this is an egregious assessment upon the backs of ordinary people, Napa's increasing senior population on fixed incomes who may want to age in place but need to add caregiver or family quarters to stay in their home. This will encourage only luxury mansions in the county, in my opinion. It will further encourage Berryessa communities becoming the poor stepsister to Napa and increase vehicle miles, CO2 emissions, and costs to live in these fire insurance and water impacted areas. It will encourage families to leave Napa for less expensive places to live. As county homeowners age, their only option will be to sell and move into affordable housing, such as manufactured homes or condos or bungalows, which are the only available options for entry-level, first-time home buyers. You should fund affordable housing by a vote of the people, a sales tax or general fund initiative such as Measure G. Might we fund with an airport landing fee? $50 per landing would generate $6.1 million a year at the county airport. I won't defend those numbers. I'm looking for other places, other solutions, more broad-based. Or might you allow ADUs in the MST and in the contemplated larger footprint of groundwater deficient areas for purposes of dwelling units? Or might you allow constrained parcels of less than an acre to forego a reserve septic field in order to place an ADU or JDU? And might you allow PERC-type conventional septic systems instead of more costly engineered septic systems if the parcel will PERC and if a property owner wants to build an ADU? Or might we fund affordable housing in part with a wellness surcharge on spa, wellness, personal services, just as we do hotels? Might you be more lenient in down payment assistance programs by allowing a buyer to purchase a home with a lock-off rental unit? Those types of additional dwelling unit inch by inches are closed off by current Board of Supervisor regulations. So urge you to consider a larger population than, as Mr. Wunderlich pointed out, the property tax payers who are 86% of the county revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We've been here all morning. I appreciate your clarification of the of your Phase 6. We did not know some of that, so some of us are obviously opposing the increased fees. And I do think that you need to be much more creative.
Could I ask your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Stephanie Gibson. I am a resident of Napa Valley at 2760 Linda Vista, and I'm a realtor. I have spent my time. I'm actually I was a mortgage broker for 30 years, and I actually taught the housing or did seminars with the affordable housing assistance program. So I'm very familiar with what you do. I really appreciate it. We need more money with the affordability of housing. So we need more money for that. Affordability in the Napa Valley is nothing different than it is in all of California. And I think that we've all been trying to work on it. I think that some of your numbers are a little off in the fact of comparing to Larkspur, to San Francisco, and Palo Alto. We cannot be compared. Every community thinks that they're unique. Affordability in Napa is a far stretch, and I think that we need to be a little bit more creative rather than going after the people that are trying to improve their homes, and even the people, if they have the money to do the luxury homes, why are we gouging them? Because they are going to provide employment for people. They have to have it landscaped, they have to have it painted, and we have the contractors that are building it and maintaining the properties. So I think going after building, I think it's a mistake. And I think that we need to go, the people that do need the affordable housing are the people that work in the restaurants. We're a tourism area, so we do have to maybe go into tourism. Your TOT tax maybe could afford to have a little bit of funds come from the TOT tax and also from the wineries. I think that we should look at possibly going to the wineries and looking for more affordability for the workers that are coming in. So my main concern here was to come and really oppose the increases because I think that they are a little bit of a stretch. I also think that the mega homes are affordable. Our mega homes are really for 4,500 to maybe 8,000 square feet. Those are the mega homes. And yes, they can afford it, but I think that we need to encourage all of the people to come into the Napa Valley and spend their money.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta, miembros de la Mesa Directiva de Supervisores y personas aquí presentes. Mi nombre es Esbeidi Piña, residente de Napa. Durante los últimos 3 años he participado en diferentes grupos enfocados en el bienestar de la comunidad, como líderes campesinas, on the verge y de manera individual para promover el incremento de vivienda accesible en la comunidad.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board and everybody present. My name is Esbeidi Piña. I'm a resident of Napa. In the last 3 years, I've participated in different groups that focuses on the well-being on the community, like leaders, farm worker leaders on the verge, and other individuals that contribute towards living accessible in this community.
De ser aprobada, esta propuesta apoyará a que más familias tengan oportunidad de viviendas dignas y accesibles. Todos los días veo lo difícil que es para nuestros trabajadores agrícolas, maestros, cuidadores de niños, trabajadores de restaurantes y personal que trabaja en el condado de Napa para encontrar vivienda que puedan pagar.
I'm here today because I'd like other families to have the opportunity to live here and to be able to live here accessibly. Every day, I see how difficult it is for our farm workers, for our teachers, for our folks that take care of our kids, for people who work in restaurants, and just for people who live in the county in general, to find affordable housing.
Muchos se ven obligados a desplazarse a largas distancias y abandonar la zona de Napa por completo. Es difícil que digan que eres un trabajador esencial y contribuyente activo, pero no seas considerado para apoyarte con vivienda accesible o de bajo costo, ya que es insuficiente la vivienda que actualmente hay para cubrir la demanda de la población.
Many people are now living farther and farther away from Napa completely. It's really difficult to be able to be an essential worker and contribute actively to your community while also living farther away, or being able to live here and live accessibly at a low cost. Mm-hmm. It's also difficult to live here and have sufficient housing, and also to meet the demand of housing here in the valley.
Las tasas propuestas son una forma justa para realizar un impacto positivo en el desarrollo de viviendas, ya que estas no se han actualizado desde hace una década, para ser exactos desde el 2010. Esto logrará un equilibrio adecuado entre el apoyo a la vivienda accesible y el mantenimiento de la vialidad de la construcción. Aumentar estas tasas es una forma justa y responsable de garantizar que a medida que nuestro condado crece, lo hagan las oportunidades para todos.
The fees that are being proposed today is just to realize the impact, the positive impact for folks to live here in the valley. And it's something that we haven't actualized in about a decade, or since 2010.
Sí.
Okay. By realizing these fees, you'd be able to have equilibrium and also support people to live here accessibly and to maintain a livelihood here. Increasing these fees is just and responsible to guarantee that the folks that live here will be able to stay here and will be able to grow their family here and have other opportunities to grow.
Si siguen adelante con esta propuesta de actualizar las tasas de impacto, con esto ustedes están invirtiendo en familias que hacen posible el éxito y marcan la diferencia real para los residentes que viven, se desarrollan, prosperan, trabajan y contribuyen aquí mismo en el condado de Napa. Gracias por su tiempo y su liderazgo.
I urge you to please go forward with the proposed fee increases. It would, in effect, give people a positive way to succeed and make a difference in the residents that want to live, that want to grow, want to have a family, they want to prosper, and they want to work and contribute in this county. Thank you.
Gracias, Señor Piña. All right. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Damian Archbold, Napa resident for about 15 years. I sell all kinds of real estate from about, in the last couple of years, from about 34 million down to about 900,000. So I represent a broad spectrum of people in that industry. I also have not always been a real estate agent. I started as a teacher, and I had 4 kids, and I used to commute about 60 miles in San Diego to get from where I taught school to where I lived. So I understand both sides of this issue, I think. What I've come here to do is to say that I think the idea that Mr. Wunderlich brought up about bringing a coalition of people together to work on this more is a very, very good idea, because I think there's been a lot of things said today that represent different ways of raising capital to fund the needs that we have. And that is really what the goal is here. And I think that just by, thank God for the democracy that we represent here, and that you guys have taken all this time to listen to everybody today. No kings. I just want to say that I think that kind of transparency and working together, and I'm happy to volunteer to be part of that. One of your committee members has my email address, so she knows how to get hold of me. And I'm happy to participate in that goal of doing that. The last thing I want to say is that I'm working with a couple of very large developers right now on properties that are in areas that I feel are underdeveloped in Napa, and I think that really should be part of the consideration here. There's these opportunity zones that have existed that the federal government put together for to develop different areas. I think Napa, could use some of that type of logic in terms of coming up with a way to do this. There are areas in Napa that really could use a lot more employment and development, and that those areas should be free to do so without burdening themselves, the developers of those areas, with super high fees, which I think on the high end some of this represents, particularly on the commercial end with hotels. Those hotels represent jobs. I also agree with some of the comments made today that a 3,000 square foot home is not a mansion, and that we need to relook at all that. But appreciate you guys taking all these comments today, and I hope that there is a broader meeting of the minds so that we can get to the right decision as to how to raise the capital that's needed, because you definitely need it, and you got to make hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald.
Hi,
Good
my
morning.
name is Sharon Macklin. I live in downtown Napa. We've been here for 25 years and are very thankful that we were able to buy a $300,000 house that we probably couldn't buy today. I'm on the board of Napa Valley Community Housing. I was on it in 2009 or 10, and the issues are the same. Affordable housing loans are really dependent on local matches, and that can be land, but it's usually the impact fee that are available to nonprofits who are trying to build affordable housing. So keeping a healthy balance in our affordable housing whatever it's called, a fund, is really important. I'm trying to think of what I was going to say when I first came and then listened to everybody. As with most things, there's not only two sides to this coin, there's more. And we don't want to increase the impact fees to where we're pushing developers away. So I think I agree with several people who testified early that maybe the board, needs to get a few people from each industry as well as affordable housing to sit down and figure out what does work. So many of the loans, it takes many loans to build affordable housing. And so many of them depend on that local match. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macklin. Good afternoon, Erica.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Erica Lubensky, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Resources for Children. As part of our work at CRC, we support families with young children and the adults who support their growth and development. I would like to express our support to the proposed impact fees and the funding that it creates for affordable housing. Childcare and housing are deeply related. We need affordable housing not only for the families with young children, but also for the childcare providers, and many of them work from their homes. Currently, the high housing cost in Napa County results in fewer child care providers, which in turn reduces parental employment and weakens the economy. In fact, housing barriers continue to force child care providers out of the sector, especially home-based child care providers, which is 66% of the total licensed child care sites in the county. And I also want to know that many of the industries that have mentioned here are childcare users. We have nurses, we have teachers, we have early care workers, we have firefighters, first responders. All of them need childcare, and many of those childcare need to be operating around the clock, which means that home-based childcare is the only solution for them. So home-based childcares are often displaced because the homeowners sell their homes. They're often not homeowners, they're renters. And when their rental homes are sold, they're displaced and are often unable to find another home. So we really need housing initiatives that provide families and childcare providers with stability and economic opportunities. By addressing housing, we also are addressing the lack of childcare and giving parents an opportunity to stay in the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lubensky. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Massaro. I am a lifelong resident of Napa. I have family. I live in the city of Napa, but I have family who lives in the county. Wow. It seems like I was just here in 2012 discussing this very same matter in front of the Board of Supervisors when those fees were being developed to be raised in the city of Napa. And many of the comments heard today are likely the same comments we heard back in 2014. I support raising fees, but I do want to make sure that we raise them based on reality. And the Nexus study that I read, I do agree with past speakers that those costs are not really based in reality of today and what we build for today, which means that the $86 maximum for residential may be actually much lower. So I would encourage you to continue this topic, talk about it a little bit more, look into the numbers a little bit more, because I think what we would find is that we may be able to come to a reasonable amount to raise these fees, right? More importantly, though, if we can't do that, a couple things. January would be too soon, I think, to implement these fees for projects that are in the pipeline. So it would be good to look at that, maybe pushing that out to June 2026 or sometime later. Looking at the people that you do want to support in the 2,000 square foot area of not charging any affordable housing fees, I think that that's a little bit tight for a family of four, knowing what my family has planned for a plot of land that they own. There's already an ADU on the property, or already a house ADU sized on the property. So what they would be doing essentially is adding a main house to the property. And 2,000 square feet, I think, would be a little bit tight. I think a family of four with 2 dogs and a bunch of other creatures around, 2,500 is a lot more reasonable in that effect. But I think, overall, there's a lot of good information you heard today, and I know that you all were listening, and there was a lot of good information on the sides that support, and there was a lot of good information on the side that opposes, and I don't relish your decision that you have to make, but I do think that there's opportunity to talk about this a little bit more and get the costs into a little bit more reasonable area that everyone can at least have consensus with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massaro. Good afternoon, Mr. Teague.
Good afternoon. Kevin Teague, Napa High grad and local land use lawyer, represent property owners around Napa County. You guys have had a long morning. So the point of my comments I'm going to ask is, like some of the other speakers, a little more time. I think it's a few minor tweaks that'll be important to get the ordinance right or the resolution right, to accomplish your goals, as well as minimizing some of the consequences you've heard about today. Sorry, by the way, I couldn't comment in September. I was out of town, so I'm here for the first time on this. So clearly, these fee discussions, like Lisa mentioned, I was involved in the one in 2012 in the city. They bring out a lot of people and a lot of passion. And one of the things that listening to everyone remind me of, there's not really sides. Two things can be true at the same time. We lose sight of that in America a lot. So affordable housing and fees are important. We need them in our community. But construction industry and owners also get impacted, and your job is to put those together in a way that it works for everyone, not picking winners and losers. So I want to talk a little bit about the experience we had in Napa that Lisa mentioned. It was at the adoption time. We had a discussion of the fees, and what the city council did then is take a pause. There's a big increase in fees, and talked about a few things. And the result of that, the first thing that the city agreed to after that minor pause, is what Kurt mentions earlier, is to phase them in. So you don't have this economic shock all at once, but the full fees were brought in over a 5-year period in the city. I'm not saying it has to be 5 years here, but I think that's a good discussion point. Another result was related to hotel. It was a big increase in hotel fees. They brought those down, but that's what also led to the city bring in the 1% TOT, so ongoing revenue forever. It really balanced out. You got some money up front and some money forever. And that 1%, just an example on a project we're doing in the city now, basically it's the full impact fee every 4 years forever. And so that's another tool you might want to look at in adopting this. And then finally, and it's really what I'm here about, is working on with some landowners on some residential zone property, RS zoned in the county. And it's an issue that Casey Hughes brought up around ADUs. And there's a concern that with these increase in fees as we go rebuild these houses, do the ADUs get cut off first because of the expense? And I think that's an effect none of you want, right? We want to encourage ADUs. It's in the housing element. It's a good tool under state law. So I think we want to look at a way to encourage, through maybe a lower fee, housing in the R zones in the county, where it's intended by the housing element, where it's our policy to put housing, and keep our housing stock there and have an incentive to do ADUs. I think these are all pretty solvable things in a fairly short amount of time, and you can get this adopted and move on. So that's my suggestion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Good morning, Mr. Salachi. Good afternoon, I mean.
Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell and Supervisors. I've been a resident of Napa Valley for the last 38 years. I'm a viticulturist and a winemaker. And I'd like to acknowledge and say that I very much appreciate Mrs. Palmer's presentation today. The Ag Preserve is the heart, soul, and backbone of the culture and economic success of the Napa Valley. 80% of wine quality comes from the vineyard, which is a result of our skilled farm workers. We have a housing crisis that is increasing our labor shortage. Farm workers make up 10% of the Napa's total labor force, and they're at the core of 99% of the gross agricultural production of Napa Valley. The lack of affordable housing for our farm workers forces them and their families to make trade-offs, like long commutes, food choices, and overcrowded housing. A workforce with good mental and physical health is essential to our success and their pursuit of happiness. We're at a critical stage, and the time for collective action is now. Growers, employers, industry groups, and workers all support the proposed fees because collectively we believe creating a more balanced housing stock is vital to our long-term economic and social sustainability. The Napa Valley is known for its strong leadership on many issues, including the agricultural preserve itself. When it was originally adopted, it was also strongly opposed by the same groups that are sharing their thoughts with you today. The agricultural preserve is the heart of Napa's entire community economy now. The bold action needs a rinse and repeat. Please look into the future and choose to protect ag land for agriculture and create a long-term financial model for the development of new affordable housing that ensures our wine and hospitality industries have a workforce well into the future. The farm workers are not looking for a handout or a free lunch. They give their all, and they deserve a fair shake, respect, and dignity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Salachi.
I think I'm the last one.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Stevenson.
Hi, my name is Mary Stevenson. I live in St. Helena. I'm a long-term housing advocate, although I'm not representing any group today. I apologize for my appearance. I had mole surgery yesterday, and I'm not looking my best today, but I wanted to be here. I had a whole thing planned. I'm not going to say it, but I am going to say one thing, and that's about the hotel's fees, which really impact us up valley because of we have incremental housing needs because of the new hotel employees on top of our existing. And at the proposed amount of $75, which is only 25%, I think, or 10% of what could be said, given the information in the Nexus report and figuring 2 employees per unit, that means that you would need somewhere around 32 new housing units for incremental employees. At $75 per square foot, that would be enough money to build 6. There's a real problem there. What I'd like to do now is pivot and say I've sat through so many of these conversations with builders and retailers, realtors, wine industry, hospitality industry, and everybody says, I'm for affordable housing, but this is not the way to do it. And the truth of the matter is we need this impact fees. We need the wine industry to do more. We need the hospitality industry to do more. We need the federal and federal and state to do more, and we need the county to do more. So you're not penalizing this particular group of people. It's one of many people who have to do much more than we're doing now if we want to have a community that is economically viable for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Anyone else in the room? If not, we will go to the phones.
Perfect, thank you. We have Gabby, who is up first. Gabby, can you hear us okay?
Hi, I can.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Gabriela Fernandez, and I have very much appreciated all of the comments that have been shared today. I equally, like Mr. Siegel and a few others, am not here to necessarily argue the numbers and what should be adopted, but I do want to make it clear that I am absolutely advocating for the adoption of a high impact fee. Both have expressed that this would be a massive impact on either side, which I think is the commonality here. There's an impact regardless. The question really remains on who is going to be impacted and who's really going to be hurt the most. And as I see this information and the really great data that Jennifer provided to us, developers and many of these construction companies will take a hit. There is no being blind to that, but it's sort of a hit to a substantial profit that would have been gained. Whereas, as I see the data, our most vulnerable workforce will continue taking a hit, will continue taking and having to sacrifice a quality of life if we're consistently not supporting and finding solutions on how to sustain an affordable living arrangement here in Napa Valley. Throughout the years, especially during the pandemic, I felt we consistently asked our most vulnerable populations to continue sacrificing. We certainly relied on our farm workers, on the hospitality and hotel industries as essential workers to continue supporting and promoting the Napa Valley area. And many of these individuals, as Jennifer's data showed, do still lack the appropriate salaries and wages to afford living here. Many of them commuting long distances, living in multi-generational housing, often with 5, 6, 7 people in a 2-bedroom apartment. And while all of that data, as somebody earlier mentioned, could be manipulated, I think that's why qualitative data is equally as important. And I am actually a product of both of these situations happening. I was born and raised in Napa Valley. I attended St. Helena schools, but lived in Lake Berryessa because my farm-working immigrant parents could not afford rent or a mortgage in Napa proper. And as young as 7 years old, I was taking a 2-hour bus ride to school every morning and then back home every afternoon. And so, for myself as a child, it's a 4-hour-long commute there and back, taking away from participating in after-school programs, tutoring support, things like that. And now as an adult, feel very proud to have built what I consider a really great professional career that transparently does provide me a six-figure salary, but that is still with 2 jobs. And even those 2 jobs have pushed me out of Napa. A gentleman right at the beginning mentioned, you just have to work hard enough to afford to live here. I think my 2 jobs and 16-hour days is definitely me working hard, but even that does not provide enough for me to have a $2,500 single apartment rent, pay my student loans, my car payments, utilities, gas, groceries, bills in general, after you're working your butt off to then save money in hopes of being able
Ms.
to
Hernandez?
buy your own house here.
Thank you so much. That is the 3-minute timer. I really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
We have our next caller.
Okay, sounds good.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Tyler Andros. I'm calling to support the proposed impact fee. Napa does not become more affordable by building more 3,000 square foot homes. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andros.
That's it.
That's it. All right. Well, thank you everyone who came and stayed and spoke and listened. I think that's a really important component. Definitely, as a board, we're in listening mode, but it's great when residents are listening to each other too. So at this point, what I will do, that we're going to keep the public hearing open. I'm going to first turn it back to Ms. Palmer if there were things that you wanted to respond to, and then I will ask my colleagues for comments and questions.
Sure. There were a couple things that seemed to be maybe further clarifications that I could give. So I want to just touch on those really quickly. One was fire rebuilds. There was a question or concern that homes lost in some of the major fires we've had in the county would be subject to these fees. So I want to clarify that whatever was the size home that was there prior to that event can be built back without incurring these fees. So if it was a 3,000 square foot house that was lost, a 3,000 square foot house can be put back without a fee. It would again only be the additional amount of square footage if they were going to build back a 3,500 square foot fee. It'd be the 500 square feet. Also that these fees only apply in the unincorporated areas, not the cities. That seemed, there was one very important comment about opportunity zones, and those are in the jurisdictions. So I want to clarify that none of these fees are going to impact development in the cities. These are only in the unincorporated area. I also just want to say mansions, definitely a trigger word for a lot of people. I hear that. I want to clarify, we never said that. That was Press Democrat was how they characterized the discussion following the September meeting. Nobody has ever said 3,000 square feet house is a mansion. Our fee breaks, the tiers for the square footage have been as they are now since they were adopted in 1993. So those are the square footage breaks that have existed. We have been advised multiple times to keep them there. So there was not a attempt to say, to cast any judgment on a 3,000 square foot home or the desire to go bigger. Frankly, that is the natural break at which there is another fee tier in our existing rate structure. And I think I maybe have a slide, but I'm not going to pull up any more slides now. The median home size in Napa County, the existing inventory that we have, the median home size is 2,000 square feet. That is why those breaks exist as they do. So while there is a lot of refrain of who wants a bigger house and what they want it for, no one is saying that there's any restriction on your right to do that. But the impact to the community is what is detailed in the Nexus study. And the 2,000 square foot break, raising the fees up to 2,000, I guess eliminating the fees below 2,000 is in recognition of what is the median housing inventory in the valley. So it's sticking with what has been a long time natural size housing inventory. Trying to think. Oh, and then the last thing, there was a question about up in one of the projects, if the developer is already building affordable housing, these are an in lieu fee. So you can, in fact, do that and not incur these fees. So that developer is not also going to pay this fee. They're going to build the housing. And frankly, that is the best place for the housing to occur, because that staff do not need very long of a commute at all. They're not coming from the city of Napa and driving all the way out to where the resort is going to be built. They're going to be able to live right there. That's the ideal scenario. So that exists for all of the projects that would come and be constructed in the valley. These are an in lieu. This is instead of building that housing. And the reason the in lieu fees are what everybody pays is because they're so much cheaper. It is so much more expensive to build housing. And yes, I agree with everything all of the builders and developers have said about how expensive housing development has become. Interest rates are a part of that. Tariffs are a part of that. Labor costs are a part of that. There are a lot of huge external factors that also contribute, but they also drive the very gap that exists in our ability to solve the affordable housing. I mean, those same costs, that affects the entire spectrum of the equation. So that is just to say, like, the in lieu, if you're going to build affordable housing, absolutely, you will not pay the impact fee. And I think that's the one last thing I want to acknowledge, because there were many folks who offered other solutions and who have asked for a broader conversation, a more sort of constructive, collaborative conversation. And I want to say, like, yes and to that. Absolutely. Can we figure out more creative ways of raising funding? Yes. Is there the potential for a bond coming in the future? And do we need a broad tent of folks who support that? Yes. But like Mrs. Stevenson said at the very end, like, that is also something that needs to happen. That is not instead of. We do have to think about other creative ways to raise funding, and the TOT is an example of that. Actually, the most creative way of raising capital for affordable housing I think the Valley has is our County Service Area 4, the CSA 4 funding model for the farm worker centers. The growers self-assess $14 an acre every year, and that contributes north of $500,000 annually to the operation of the farm worker centers. That is so creative. We have people fly in from all around the world to see what it is that Napa has pulled together and ask how we made that happen. But it takes all of these things. Like, everyone is just chipping away, and it's one of many funding sources that we have to braid together to solve the affordable housing equation. So I want to accept the offer from everybody to be a part of that collaborative thinking body, and also encourage that that's not instead of the decision that is here today. I think we need to do both.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, again, keeping the public hearing open, I will turn it over and I will ask for comments from my colleagues. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you, Chair. And I will say, I think that this is going to, I think this is a pressure point because of what we are facing in our community. And the last time we looked at this, I believe the last I had looked at it, we are 26 years behind on building sufficient housing stock to support the workers within our economy. And that is why we are a job importer county. And when I look at the concerns that have been raised, and I hear them, I sit with them. This is not something that I take lightly. I want to share a couple of things with my colleagues, and then also offer up a couple of suggestions. And in August, the median home price was $889,000. That is not something that is reachable for anyone, even of our salaries, that you do not qualify to purchase that home. That is, so the fact that There is a reference in comparison to counties such as Palo Alto and other communities in San Mateo. That's just foreshadowing where we're heading if we don't do something to address the housing crisis that we are facing. One of the things that I do want to say, I suggested that we exempt up to 2,000 square feet. And the average size home is actually 2,076 square feet in Napa County. But when we turn to our new homes, right, and on average, we pull 36 building permits, residential building permits a year. The last 2 years have been no exception. And they are broken down between for new constructions. The remainders are remodels. And so one of the things that I would appreciate hearing a little bit more, we already know fire lots are exempt. So if we go through a remodel and it is only the square footage that we are adding, for that additional, the ADU is exempt if it is underneath the 1,000, what's the threshold? Can you explain that of if you are remodeling, adding one room, you had a slide on it, and then also adding an ADU. Can you explain that fee and that impact?
Yeah, let me see. Is it possible to pull that back up?
Perfect.
I think it's this one. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so let's take, in your case, if it is a 2,000 square foot existing home and you're adding a bedroom, bathroom, and an efficiency kitchen as an ADU, an attached ADU onto that 2,000 square foot home, you can add up to 1,000 square feet, and that has to do with the relationship between those two. And there is no cost at all. So the 1,000 square feet, you're building zero impact fee. It is when you exceed that relationship on either side, above 2,000 or above the relationship between those two, that the fee is going to start to kick in. And so that's what the second example is. Same home, 2,000 square foot home, adding 1,000 additional square feet and 1,000 square foot ADU. And that you're going to be $43 on the first 1,000 square foot for the main house. And then the $1,433 is 33% of $43 because that's the size of the ADU in relation to the primary home. And again, I want to credit the state for that complicated math exercise.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the other things I wanted to ask about and float as a possible thought. When we look at neighboring counties, I will just go ahead and say that if you pull the housing affordability impact fee in Sonoma County for a 2,000 square foot home is $19,649, and we are suggesting zero here in Napa County. One of the things that Sonoma County does is has a fee deferral program, not a fee waiver program. It is a fee deferral program for deed restrictions that are on the single family home. So not for the multifamily home, but for if you are going to, as was suggested, you're going to rent out that ADU or the home that you are constructing, you're going to deed restrict it in some way. They do have a fee deferral program. And that fee deferral program is based upon annual compliance with the deferral, and then once you step out of that compliance, then the fee would attach because the use is changed. And so I would just offer that as a creative solution. The next one, when I think about, and I've pulled a few of the recent new builds, realtor.com is a wonderful website. And so one of the new builds that just recently sold was a 7,000 square foot home, and it sold for $9 million, I believe, somewhere close to around that. And so when I think about the impact, and I want to share this as to what I am considering. It sold for $9.9 million, and it was 7,218 square feet with 6 bedrooms. And looking at the Nexus study, and I just want to say that is why we do a Nexus study. We do a Nexus study so that we can defend against the Nolan and Dolan standard, and to be able to say there are impacts for a home of this size being built. And I don't believe anyone here is saying that is not the case. I think the real question is for us to refine what that threshold is for the zero fee of whether 2,000 is the right square footage or if it's 2,500 square feet. I personally live in 2,800 square feet, and it's a whole lot to clean. And I have kids, and I have animals, and yes, it's lovely. But I think one of the things that we're missing in this is that the purpose of having sustainable housing is to have choices in housing so that the housing stock can move around. I don't need to tell you realtors that is actually what you make your money off of. People selling. If we are creating a housing environment where people sit and hold because of whatever reasons, I'm in an unfortunate position of a really, really great mortgage rate. I am going to be a sit and hold forever because of how affordable my mortgage rate is. And so what we want to be creating is sufficient housing stock where people can move around in that housing stock. I will suggest, I don't think a cookie cutter is going to fit all. That's why I suggested that no fee up until 2,000 square feet. Perhaps we need to explore a model that can give a little bit of room for what that average size home is, trying to stick around that 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. But when we go beyond that, I think it's really important to understand we are, in fact, facing impacts by the very creation of those homes.
Thank you. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. So I just want to recognize that this has been a really interesting and nuanced discussion. I appreciate all the comments made today and all the thought that's gone into this. A special thank you to Jennifer Palmer for putting this before us and patiently explaining it to many of us over the last few months. It's a very thorough analysis and a really thoughtful presentation. I also appreciate the follow-up on fire rebuilds. I have a few questions, which I think is where I'll start. So there were some comments about, and you said the yes and participating in solving the affordable housing challenges that we face. And so I know that we have a number of organizations and processes for doing that in our community already. I know that we did a general plan update in recent years. Maybe you could just give us a brief list of ways to plug it in and maybe what processes have concluded recently.
I actually think in this case, this might truly be a different opportunity. I mean, the Napa Housing Coalition is a group of folks who strongly support affordable housing. They meet monthly. As you heard from many of them today, they're extremely well informed and a very diverse group of folks. I often will also use that group to check my own thinking on things. They were great thought partners in a lot of different ways, and it's not like they just supported these fees because it said the word affordable housing in it. They had terrific questions, and they did help shape what is reasonable. But I think what I take away from not only sort of the run up to this item in the long stretch, like over the last 2 years, the number of reports we've done and the steering committees that have happily engaged. I mean, really diverse, broad steering committees of folks that I think that, as Supervisor Ramos put it, like, we're at the pain point. There's nobody who's denying that this is a big issue. And there is a lot of creativity and intelligence and a lot of commitment to what Napa is and people feel it on a very sort of emotional level in addition to an intellectual level, and an opportunity to harness that around, one, the idea of the bond coming. I think we need a group to work on messaging all the way around. I was former Mayor Dunbar and I were talking in the back before the item started that there are people who feel like the outreach wasn't good enough for this item. I hear that. I do not disagree. Some of that is just simply capacity. There's only so many things that people fund their government to do. If I had nothing but the time to sit and take meetings and hear opinions, that'd be great. But I have a lot of other things. And so we worked really hard at outreach and tried to engage historically non-engaged groups in that conversation. But getting information out into the community right now, there's such a clutter of information that goes out that it is hard. So could another group offer more feedback? Yes, I actually think now is the time to harness that rather than decide that that is a separate deliberative body to bring back different recommendations about this decision. I would love to see that group brought together to imagine new things to do. And I don't necessarily see one group where that is already their charter. I actually think this is a little bit of a specialty issue, and I think because of how opposing the views are, it would be important to bring them together in kind of a neutral space rather than say to the realtors, you need to go join the Napa Housing Coalition and try to shape that conversation. I'm not sure that that's how we'd want to make that work.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. I guess here's a kind of a general question. Like, I'm sure there's a lag to this between if we are adopting fees, how long it will take to translate into affordable housing. So do you think this is, is it 2 years out? Is it 5 or 10 years out? Like, just ballpark?
So the projects that are coming to the county right now, and there is a long line of affordable housing developers who are seeking funding, some of whom you've heard from today. We have not brought a recommendation of funding to the board in over a year because of how constrained the existing resources are. So those developers are all waiting for the county to be able to help commit funds to their projects. That is building the capital stack to get that project into final financing. Often we are these days the last money in. I want to note we used to be some of the first money in, and we've had to move to the last money in just simply because of how many demands on our money there is. But from the time that a project is fully funded to when folks are moving in can be anywhere, on a warp speed, that's going to be 3 years. The reality is Heritage House, which is one of our largest affordable housing projects that just finished, took 11 years to get the capital stack together and then get it completely built and lease up. So the patience versus the sense of urgency is, the urgency is there because we only have 8 years in which we need to deliver these units in this RHNA cycle. And if we're in year 2 right now, we do actually have to start to make some significant commitments to projects in order to make sure that they are, in fact, getting built in this cycle.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful to note too. And I guess these are 2 related questions. And I know that you talked about one of them at the previous meeting, but I'll just for clarity ask again, which is like about how many homes are we talking about in these categories that potentially incur raised fees, and then relatedly, like how much of our economy locally is derived from construction of larger homes, say 3,000 square feet plus? And, and if you can't answer it now, don't, it's fine, but we could circle back maybe.
For sure, I can get that data point. I actually probably do have it in the Workforce Alliance information that helped me get the jobs by volume. So that one I'm going to set aside and follow up on. What I will say is I believe it's like 75% or more of our economy is wine related and agriculture related. So while the trades, I don't want to get the number wrong, so I'm not even going to guess at what percentage it is of that remaining 20 to 25%, but it is it is a slice of that 20. So you think of all the other jobs that are in the valley, that is one of them, but it's going to be in the single digits, the number of the percentage of the economy that is there. At the same time, I want to answer that in a way that is super respectful of a lot of what I heard, which is all the ways that work circulates money in the economy too. Like, I'm not sure that number of jobs as it relates to the percentage of the economy factors in purchasing that happens at Central Valley Supply and some of the others. So that it is a important sector in the economy, and their concerns are real. One of the things that I heard from, so there's the high end sort of speculative developer and realtor group. I also heard from folks who deal in the lower end of the realtor group, and their frustrations with the way that the market is working at the luxury end right now is, one of the gentlemen who came up and talked about his family's property that is 2,000 square feet. He's surrounded by all these mansion properties. They're going to be selling it. What's happening right now is that property is going to sell very quickly and going to have multiple bidders, and the likely winning bidder is going to be the speculative developer who can pay cash for it, who will tear that house down, replace it with a 5,000 or 6,000 square foot house. And yeah, the change in that market, there's no question, as I think one of our last callers said, nobody's disagreeing with the fact that this will impact that business model. What it won't impact is the sale of that property and the renovation of that house, because there are a line of other buyers behind the speculative developer who got outbid. And they're not all speculative developers. There are lots of folks currently living in a $1.5 to $2 million Browns Valley house who would love to move up into that house with a view up valley, but they can't bid on the house, and they would do the remodel directly, and they're looking to turn a 2,000 into a 2,500. So it's like a different utilization of that property, but it's not that property is not going to sell. Where the sale is struggling right now is at the luxury market. It's when that house flips again. So it's the second sale after that one.
Okay, and then somewhat related to those, I'll just make the comment that if we're able to accrue more funds to support affordable housing, we'll be creating just construction jobs. So in a way, we're shifting them around. I don't think we're not saying no to development, period. We're saying we're trying to structure development in a way that really serves the whole of the community more effectively.
Yes. And to that point, I will also throw in like one more data point on that. I think where what are the breaks in the size homes that are built? About 1/3 of the residential construction in the unincorporated county is below 2,000 square feet. I am going to pull up a slide really quick if I can. Sorry. Yeah.
Now, this is important. We gotta
yeah
look at it all.
Okay. So this is looking at kind of the universe of projects on an annual basis. So the current column, it's 76 projects a year, 40% of which are below 3,000 square feet, 60% of which are above 3,000 square feet. Of that 76, 12 are ADUs. So that's what's generating those project types, sizes, and what's being built is what's generating the 1.5 million. The other scenarios are looking at what happens, and this isn't related to the 75% above is not related to the fee. That is related to if 100% of what got built last year drops to 75%. So this was looking to see if there could be some math brought around the idea of what happens if development slows as a result of the fees. So 75% of what happened last year is 61 projects. The reason why the math isn't direct is how many projects are under 2,000 square feet. These fees will not stop that development in the unincorporated county. They are also likely to shift some of the development to ADUs. So the point of these three scenarios was to look at what will happen if development slows. I don't the economic feasibility analysis doesn't indicate that the math says that's what's going to happen. But let's say worst case scenario, next year drops all the way down to 25% of the permit activity at the high end. You're still looking at 30 projects, and you are likely incentivizing far more ADUs to get there. It's not a whole lot more money than what we're collecting right now in terms of the deposit into the Affordable Housing Fund. But the ADU count matters here because that's counting towards the RHNA. Those are units we don't have to build on an annual basis. So that's the reason why that ADU math is so important, is the more units that we can do in sort of public-private partnership by way of this creative fee structure and our loan program. That's the other thing I want to just highlight. The county will provide up to $100,000 in forgivable loan capital for anyone who wants to build the ADU. And that's because that's helping us meet our state obligation.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a couple more things here. My understanding is that we lost roughly 3,000 homes in fires in 2017 and 2020, and about 10% of those have been rebuilt. So I'm just going to offer, and I'll see if you agree, that it would seem that we have somewhere in the realm of 2,500 properties that would qualify for no-fee fire rebuilds.
That's correct.
And that's quite a lot of properties, especially in some very desirable locations in places with great views, and some of them relatively accessible. Not all of the places that burned were way far out. A lot of them were actually pretty close to major thoroughfares.
Yeah.
So just put that out there, that there's a really significant stock of potential residential properties just languishing right now.
Right.
That said, we know that those properties do have significant fire risk, and that building with very fire-resistant construction and maintaining fuels near those sites is going to be incredibly important. But I think there's ways to do that, and our community is becoming very, very good at that sort of thing. So, that's just a note on that. We had a saying in the science world: all models are wrong, but some models are useful. And so we had some comments that the Nexus study costs were inaccurate. And so my question is, how do we have estimates of error on those? Do we know how wrong they might be? Is it really meaningful, or is it negligible and it's roughly close enough to get us there?
So I think the concerns that I was hearing are with models in the economic feasibility study, not the Nexus study. So I don't think anybody was arguing with the Nexus study findings, and that's what sets the maximum justified fee. The economic feasibility study is to provide a guidepost. So all models are wrong, and they're just sort of ways of thinking through things. I think that's the best way to approach the economic feasibility study, not as a hard, fast reality, but as a range and a set, like a thought partner on the decision making. One of the reasons why, when this came in September, and I believe you all readily agreed, that I think this needs to come back on an annual basis to the board with an update, is because all models are wrong. And I can't tell you how many models were proposed to me over email in the last 4 weeks. Like, the one in the Nexus study and the one in the economic feasibility is one of probably 30 that were offered to me as another way of looking at it. I can't sit here and tell you for sure which one is correct. I can say we hired experts who do this, and that this is what their range was. But as we've seen over the last 6 years, global forces can shift rather quickly. And we don't want to be 15 years before we're back looking at what happened after we put whatever the fees are that will be adopted, that we're looking at it on a regular basis and recalibrating and iterating and making sure that we're fine-tuning where we need to fine-tune on either end. If the decision is to adopt a phased-in approach, that we're looking at that phased in on a regular basis. If it's to go full board, we're looking at, okay, do you need to dial it back? But I think that's a pacing discussion, not necessarily a reason to delay taking some action.
Okay, thank you. Very, very helpful to have those clarifying points. I have a couple things I think I want to say now, and we'll circle back later if we need to. But I just want to reiterate that this fee is not a tax and it's not an assessment, and that's been said several times today. But I think it's worth saying again, this is a cost recovery mechanism. At the full fee, the county breaks even on affordable housing today, and that's at today's prices. The housing impact fees only cover housing costs. They don't cover other externalities. They don't cover our policing. They don't cover our fire services. They don't cover our roads, which are also common concerns throughout the county and of residents, that we have to maintain public safety. We have to be sure that we have fire response ready to go all the time. And also, there's lots of complaints about our road quality, and we are working on it. We have a plan, but it's going to take a while. And I just want to point out that this is just one component of the kinds, solving for one component of the kinds of costs that additional development incurs. And for me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have the community generally covering the costs of added homes, particularly when they're the members of the community that are, by virtue of the fact that they're building larger homes, likely the most able to pay, when the externalities are being moved to those who are the least able to pay, particularly for affordable housing, but for other costs as well. The need is really clear. Workforce housing that's affordable is desperately needed in the community. We are behind because we haven't updated these fees in a long time, and I know that the numbers are high, and that reflects a 15-year lag in addressing this in a proactive way. The cost to families is very, very high. I've talked to teachers who have students who they know are living in garages. I've talked to seniors whose rent was raised so that it exceeds their monthly Social Security income, and they have no way to meet the gap. Like the level of need for people who are earning or have the least incomes in the community is just really terrific. And, those are also the people who are least likely to be able to attend a public meeting and spend all day doing this because they're out working. And it's harder to hear their voices, but I do want to bring those couple of stories forward because it's the kind of thing you hear as you circulate through the community. And it does inform my thinking, certainly, to know that those experiences are happening around us. Let's see. Okay, I think I've gotten that one already. I guess the last thing that I want to say is that if we decide not to recover costs, I feel like we're saying we don't really believe in the value of this place. And I very much do believe in the value of this place. In the past 50 years, we've transformed this community from a sleepy, rural, blue-collar location to a bustling, idyllic place that is that somehow, magically almost hasn't completely lost its rural character. And I very much believe in Napa County, and that we have, because of our resistance to sprawl, in one of the most beautiful places on earth, created something of tremendous value that will not be negatively impacted simply by raising fees to a rate that allows us to cover the full costs to the community of some developments. And I really think that, we've had blips in economically, usually after some kind of major national economic downturn, and we recover very strong. And I really struggle to see where this is going to be a dead stop to value in this area. That seems very unlikely to me. So we have today an opportunity to get on a path that moves us toward a housing mix that matches our jobs mix, and I think that's a really important step for us to take.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfrey. Supervisor Gallagher.
Well, I want to first thank my colleagues. You asked many of the questions I was going to ask and made several comments. And also, I want to thank Ms. Palmer very much for the great presentation, all the incredibly hard work. And you answered many of the questions as well, with lots of sticky notes there. So I did want to say again that it is incredibly important that we understand that this is an obligation of the county. We need to meet our RENA numbers. We have 8 years to do so. So this is not something, we know that we need this housing that is affordable, housing that is for our workforce, and we are obligated to do this as well. It's important to understand as well that this is very important to the community. We know through our community survey that we did for our strategic plan for the county that this was the #2 issue for our residents after roads. We all know everyone loves to talk about roads, but this was the second most important issue. This is also the #1 issue for the wine industry in surveys that they have done. So we know that this is a very, very important issue, and it is an obligation as well. I think as Mr. Salachi alluded to and others, that the ag preserve itself was incredibly contentious. Opponents said it would reduce land values and destroy the economy. That did not happen. In fact, the county was sued immediately after passing the ag preserve. And so there were a lot of emotions running very high and people feeling that the economy was going to be destroyed by the ag preserve. Now we all know that it is one of the reasons why we have such a strong economy. Also, Supervisor Manfrey alluded to this, but building these homes to meet our RENA, this is a job creator. And we know that affordable housing is an economic driver, that it provides an opportunity for economic development. We have discussed this many times. We've seen it in the reports that we have looked at over the last 2 years. There's lots of evidence for that, so I encourage people to read those reports. We know that we will need contractors, architects, builders, construction workers, realtors. We have in the 9 Bay Area counties in the next housing cycle, we need to build 441,176 housing units. In our surrounding counties, Solano County, over 10,000. Sonoma County, over 14,000. Marin County, over 14,000. There is going to be a lot of work to do, a lot of economic development, a lot of opportunity. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and stop there. I think it's really important that we move forward. I do want to offer, this has come up a couple of times, and I think maybe gets at what a lot of people are calling sticker shock. We could definitely, I think, offer a phased-in approach. We could do, X% in year 1, X% in year 2, maybe do 3 years. That's something that we could discuss, but maybe it would take some of that pressure that people are feeling off if we could phase it in. So I would offer that as a possible way to go. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody who showed up in person today and waited. And I have to thank my friends at the Beaver Health Board who are waiting because they're going to be giving us a report. Thank you for hanging in there also. A lot of really good information and insight and wisdom, all coming from the best place, from everybody I've heard today, obviously here on the dais and also in the public. I might come from a little bit of a different perspective than my colleagues that have spoken so far, with all respect to them and what they say, and I hear what they're saying. I will admit that my husband's a general contractor. My daughter is an architect. I will admit, I worked 2 jobs. I couldn't afford to live here until I met my husband, truthfully. And as that caller, I had 2 jobs. I worked at the hospital and I worked in hospitality on the side. I worked twice a day on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and worked every weekend in addition to Monday through Friday, my regular job. I've seen and experienced both ends of this issue. I'm in this position because I want to address and support the most vulnerable community members and the most critical and vulnerable needs in our county, just as everybody is up here. So I see both sides of this. My concern is from what I hear, both in this public comment and both outside of these chambers, is this is too much too soon. That we really do need to do more analysis on the real costs of building today and all the other fees that are incorporated in building today to get a really good economic analysis of how this is going to play out. Because if we talk about the workforce and you look at the city's economic dashboard, in the city of Napa, the #1 job industry is everything involved in construction and build. Over 14,000 folks work in this industry, according to the city of Napa's dashboard as of now. So the fact that people will put a stop on their current projects is truly going to be detrimental to that workforce. Sure, they can leave the area and try to find a job in Solano County, Marin counties, those other counties. We're trying to keep people working and housed in our county. So I want us to be really cautious. I would rather take a little bit more time, bring in some of those other groups to hear from them, to look at the numbers, to make sure that the modeling and what the consultant has come up with is really feasible, is really equitable all around. So we don't, come back in a year from now and saying, wow, we really should have, looked at this a little bit further with other key stakeholders. And so I would rather caution, move just a little slower and come back after hearing from those groups at some kind of a roundtable or coalition situation. I don't see any harm in waiting 3 more months and coming back and saying, we all agree this is painful. This is a pressure point. We know that, a painful pressure point either way. And I'm all about affordable housing and housing that's affordable and encouraging and incentivizing those small units. We need those. At the same time, that's a reality of what it costs to build. The other concern, as I was talking to staff, is when builders stop building housing or et cetera, there's other fees that support our departments, our other departments, the fire fees, the other building fees. So there's a lot, there's not just the housing impact fees, there's all these other fees, the school fees. There's all these other fees that get paid into when somebody builds. So if building stops, it's going to hurt our own other county departments and other agencies in this area. So again, I just want to make sure that we're looking at it fully and we have the full analysis. I agree, once we get to a final determination and really confident, because I'm not confident. I'm not confident if this board's going to move forward today. I'm going to be a no at the current price that it's set for the fees. I cannot say yes on it. If we can come back in those few months and saying, okay, this is what we learned. These folks had been heard, and we come back and we're like, this is still painful, but this is the right thing to do because I want us to increase the Affordable Housing Fund. I do think there's other opportunities, and when we look at fully making up for the impact of building through just this one mechanism, I think it's short-sighted because I truly believe in the potential of residual income coming from TOT in the county. I talked about the hotels the last time. It wasn't about building more hotels. It's about generating more revenue outside of putting such a burden on built on these fees for residual income. The city has $30 million growing of residual income because they have hotels. We have hotels that burned down, and I assume those hotels that burned down during the 2017 fires, they'll be able to rebuild without those impact fees. So that's great. I'm really glad to hear that. That's the best news I've heard today, along with all those other fire victims up in Lake Berryessa, which my family is part of that too. I just, going back to other opportunities, I do believe in the TOT being an opportunity. I do believe in, coming back with potential sales tax. And I know we can't wait for the bonds. We need to do something sooner rather than waiting until 2028. I'm not asking to wait or not to do something. I think we can do something that isn't going to cause damage, the unintended consequences, not only to our workforce, but also to ourselves. But I do want to look at that for future. And when BAFA canceled and didn't move forward with the bond, it was, I had a big gulp. I could understand the decision, but I had a big gulp. And in hindsight, the city passed Measure G, and we also passed Measure U with a really high success rate in terms of the percentage of people who supported it. So I don't know, in hindsight, BAFA would have, the Bay Area Housing Fund, that would have panned out. It doesn't really matter, but that I understand how that impacts us today and having to make a really difficult decision, but can we do it in a way that's not, that we know is going to be just and equitable for everybody involved? Let's see here. So again, moving forward, preferably after a coalition has come together and you return. I like the phased-in approach. I like the delay that was discussed about starting in just a little bit, give it 6 months before we kick it in. There's a lot of ordinances and policies that we wait a year or 2 or 3 years before we start something, especially if when there's a financial increase in impact, to give people time to kind of absorb and get prepared for that. So I do appreciate that suggestion. Again, I appreciate the fact that you amended it for it to be the zero fees up to 2,000, and clarified that it's only additional square footage. That if somebody was going to remodel their home, because, and I mentioned the remodel because we do have, as you mentioned, Jennifer, we have so many older adults. And again, that flow is so important. Thank you for sharing that, the flow of how people go from, if they're unhoused, if they have to start in a shelter, to something that has assistance, to affordable housing, to maybe more market rate, and how we have those two critical areas where we have those gaps. Because right now we have seniors, such as my mother, hi Mom, she's probably watching, who live in a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home that was built in 1969 in the Springwood area, and she lives there alone. She has no other place to move to, right, that can be affordable. So she's living there, and we're making sure that she's doing good and all those things. But there's a shortage there. At the same time, at some point when she does move and that house, is sold, who's it, and not just her, but the baby boomers. So I do see this, and I think it would be interesting to have an analysis of what happens to all those baby boomer homes in the next 5 to 10 years as they start moving out of their homes and those houses become more and more available. I think it's going to change. It's going to have an impact on our median housing because we're going to have a lot more housing available. But what's going to happen with that? So I think there's opportunity there. I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole a little bit, but that is something that, again, I think is important that we know that there's going to be a lot more housing that's going to be available, and how are we going to ensure that that type of housing that was built in the 60s and 70s can also be housing that's approachable for our workforce. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to go through my list really quick. I was scribbling and writing and had all these thoughts beforehand, of course. I mentioned missing key stakeholders in this decision. The trickle-down effect. Again, this is just the math and the economics. When the cost of building through supplies being increased and the cost of labor is increased, and so therefore the cost of the building, the housing is increased, it goes to the consumer. It goes to the person who's going to be having to purchase that home. And that also increases rent. So again, it's that trickle down effect. I just want us to be really, because if the house is $800,000 and then becomes $1 million to rent something, or let's just say even smaller units, the more expensive the house, the more expensive the rent, or the more expensive it is to purchase it. I'm just saying, not to say we don't do fees. We do fees, but again, just being mindful of how that's going to trickle down. That's all. Again, I see a lot of common ground. We all agree that we need housing that's affordable and affordable housing. And I don't think anybody's agreeing that we don't need to increase fees. I think that that's all common ground. Did all this. Did this. I'm almost done. I was going to talk about the economic climate. We're still in this time of inflation. We're still living the post-COVID time. So again, just want to be sensitive to that, to the tariffs that have also been, it has had an impact. So, I think I made it really clear where I stand. I support increasing the fees. I support, obviously, affordable housing and increasing that fund. My caution where I don't agree is making a decision today based on the fees that were recommended on what I think is not a fully vetted analysis. And just request that we do take a pause to make sure that we have that. Bring this back in 3 months. I don't want to push you too hard, or whatever you think is needed. And so we have real confidence in this. That's all. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. I'm concerned that there is a feeling that this isn't vetted. This has taken a lot of time. Our staff, we had professional consultants work on this. We also had these reports legally vetted through in-house counsel and outside counsel. So I'm a little bit concerned that we have gone through a process of legally vetting and looking at the legal defensibility of this. And now what are we saying to our staff? So if there is a desire for a continuance, what are we asking our staff to do? We have already determined the legal issues and the feasibility. So getting a group of people together to talk sounds great, but that's not direction to staff. That to go out and talk to more people when we have been doing outreach for a very long time on this, and come back with what? What is it what I'm sorry, I'm staring at Ms. Palmer because I'm like, what is it we're asking her to come back with? What is it we're asking county council to come back with? So I don't want to be in a kick the can down the road situation. If there is truly direction to staff that makes sense, and we're going to come back with something different that is legally vetted and legally dispensable, I'm just very confused by that. So I'd maybe like to hear from council, or if there are other comments from from other supervisors. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. So I do have some questions and some thoughts about what would be helpful to come back with. I want to first say thank you to everyone who showed up, and to everyone who's still here. You get some kind of award. Thank you for being here. Whether you emailed or called in, or we also want everyone to know how much public comment we received before. That has come to all of us, so that is part of the record going forward. And I want to thank staff and consultants, especially Director Palmer, for providing so much information to questions I have had, and I think my colleagues have had. And I know you've spoken to so many people, I think over 24 perhaps in this past week. So I appreciate that. I think someone made the point earlier about the importance of transparency, and I would add to that the importance of good process. And so one of my concerns, and one of the reasons why I'm interested in a continuance, is I still think people are learning about this, still processing the data that we've put forward. So, and I know when I've talked with folks who've called in, they said, I didn't hear about this till I read the article in the newspaper. And I agree, it's so hard to get information out to everyone. And that means if we need to do more, then we should take the time to do that. I think the other question I have, well, I appreciate Supervisor Alessio's point about sort of identifying some areas of common ground. I do think we need to increase these fees, and because we haven't done it since 2014. And the question to me is how we do it, and what is the number that makes sense. And we have some data here, and I agree it's been vetted by the consultants and many other aspects. And we still have our community members who are living the experience every day in their professional work. So I am interested in continuing to hear more from those folks. I would be interested in understanding what a phase-in option would look like. And one question that I would have too is if we could talk a little bit about the dollar number that we would generate, right? We have this $86 number, and I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Manfrey, but that gets us the full recovery of costs. I think also a number like that is a shock to the system. And I worry in any market when you shock the system with some extreme new measure that has its own ripple effect. And so I'm interested again in the phase in, and if we were instead of at 86 at 70, or what that looks like, but a phase in over multiple years I would be interested in. And then I think you made this point today, and you've made it earlier too, that we have people engaged now who perhaps were not part of previous conversations, perhaps were not on the Housing Coalition. We heard that from lots of speakers today. And that feeling of, gosh, I wasn't in the room is never a good way to build community. So how do we tell people, yes, you can be in the room? And I think that's the other reason I don't want to make a decision today, because I think it's really hard to say, come collaborate with us. Oh, wait, we just made a decision, And I think the idea about building a coalition, particularly around the affordable housing bond, would be very interesting. So I'd like to hear more about what that coalition could look like, what would that group try to accomplish. And we don't, this has been about the solution of the impact fee. And as someone else said, there's no one silver bullet here. Like you said, yes, and, we need to increase the fees, and we need to look at lots of other opportunities. So what would be the strategy that you would suggest, and that you would invite people from the real estate development industry, the construction industry, the wine industry? There were a lot of things said today about the wine industry that I think were not fully accurate, given, like you mentioned, we have growers who support CSA 4. So I think there's an opportunity for education, again, about all the different planks in the platform that are helping build our affordable housing fund base, and we understand the need to do more. So I think that those are a few things that I would love to hear more about from staff.
Could we pull the slide deck back up? I think I can answer. I included in like a whole bunch of additional slides at the end here. Yeah, this is the one. Oh. Sorry, no. Yeah, I can move these. Can we make it bigger, though? So let me see. There we go. I think if you go to slideshow, yeah, there we go. Okay. Got it. All right. So, sorry, I need to go through these to get to one. So I did hear a number, in many of the conversations, there was this question about phase-in. And so this is looking at what a 3-year phase-in could look like at 50% of wherever you want to get to. So this scenario is taking a look at the direction that came out of the September meeting and assuming the fees would be 50% of that direction in year 1, 75% in year 2, 100% by year 3. I think there are, and at some point I just have to pick one scenario and go for it. So this is not to say that's the only scenario that's available, nor is it to say that there isn't, that you don't have the opportunity to decide that the maximum justified fee is $70 rather than $86. So you can calibrate however you want. This was looking at those scenarios. And what this does is bring the fee that is going to be at the 2,000 to 3,000 square foot range in the first year, basically current with if we had had a CCI escalator. So it's sort of where it should be at a minimum. And then it's going up from there. One of the other things that you could consider is benchmarking it a little bit with the potential of a housing bond getting on the ballot. So stick at tier 1 with certain calibrations that you will go to tier 2 unless a housing bond has been put on the ballot, then you stay at tier 1. And then you would go to tier 2 only if the housing bond doesn't pass. So there are mechanisms, like you can set a couple different ways of phasing in a fee. I think one of the speakers recommended 5 years over 3 years. All of those things are on the table. So that was, Supervisor Cottrell, that was one of your questions. The other, so I just want to express a little concern with the concept of outreach and the coalition building and all. I am so in favor of getting a broader group together to think about additional solutions, particularly with this developer realtor community, because I think there's a lot of business creativity and acumen there. At the same time, those conversations are only available to folks who have the luxury of attending a meeting like that. And most of the people who we need to build this housing for can never join those. They are unable to leave their jobs during the day to join them, and they are commuting out of county in the evening. So our farm worker housing needs assessment, it took a year because of how hard we had to work to go out and meet those folks where they were and the amount of coordination that went into working with employers to figure out when does that crew take lunch, how do we get there, how do we make sure that we're engaging with those folks, that we've brought the right language translation to bring them into the conversation, that they feel safe to engage in that. So I don't want to sit here and say getting a group, a diverse group in a room is a simple thing. It absolutely is not. And I fear that we have brought those voices into the room. And so if what is going to be the advisory body that comes back here after 30 days or 60 days is only going to be one very small sector that already has a lot of access to making public comment, to engaging in these processes. So that's my only caution there is if it truly needs to be a more collaborative, deliberative, you want to hear from all sectors, that's going to take a lot longer than 30 to 60 days. And how long our farm worker needs assessment took is a better example of what it takes to really do the kind of outreach that is genuinely inclusive.
Thank you. It looks like I have Supervisor Alessio and then Supervisor Ramos and then Supervisor Manfree.
Can you come back? I actually forgot what I was.
Sure, sure.
So thinking about so many things.
Yeah, and it's just one quick thing, Supervisor Ramos. One of the other concerns I have is we got a letter from Erica Almond-Smithies talking about rural residents. And, I'm particularly concerned about the Berryessa northeastern part of the county where land values are significantly lower. And so that would be the other comeback that I would love to receive, is to make sure that we're understanding what the impact is over there and how that the feasibility analysis works in those parts of the county. With that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I wanted to point out that it is incredibly interesting to me that an observation here is all public comment here is related to 35 of the permits that come on an annual basis. 35. None of it is related to office, hotel, retail, restaurant, industrial, warehouse, and storage. So I think it's a very finite point of contention of what the tolerance is in this space. And I think one of the things where I am hesitant as the person who's gonna be bringing forth the revenue measure, that is why I'm going to Los Angeles. We can't wait. I understand the concerns of, yes, Measure G passed, great numbers. Measure U passed, great numbers. Napa County was the only county, when polled, did not come close to 50% approval on a housing bond. And so to hold out and hope that people are going to do right by this county and to honor that every person deserves the dignity of a roof over their head, I'm not going to hold my breath here, because the polling did not support that. I do believe that this is a space that is incredibly difficult for us to occupy. There's a reason why we were selected to occupy, because it is that hard. When we think about what it is that we're solving here, a home that is being built out in the unincorporated area is by definition never going to be an affordable home. What we're trying to do is to create the revenue stream, not to fully support affordable homes, because at $875,000 a key for front door, we're not going to make that dent. However, we are able to come in as last financing in on a permanent supportive housing unit. We are able to make adjustments into our homeless shelter. We are able to provide infrastructure needs into other types of projects. In fact, we helped with a sewer pipeline project for the city of American Canyon when they needed to increase the size of the pipe for their senior housing project. I'm going to go out and I'm going to suggest something here for my colleagues. And while I agree that there is more work to be done from a coalition basis, I'm going to offer the following. And the following would be an exemption of fees up to 2,500 square feet. And I say that because if you look at even, lots that have not previously developed up in Berryessa Estates, Berryessa Highlands, that kind of threshold of 2,500, that 2,000 to 2,500 square feet is a good place. So no fee up to 2,500 square feet. We stick with the state's model on ADUs because, well, they handed that to us. I would then recommend that the next category be 2,500 to 3,500 square feet at a 50% cost recovery with 3501 greater than 3501 be at a full 100% cost recovery with a 3-year phase in, and with a recommendation to staff to come to us with a fee deferral program that a developer, an owner can apply for if in fact they're going to rent this unit out at an affordability basis. And my understanding is in Sonoma, it's not deed restricted, but it is on an annualized basis with verification. So I offer that up. I'll go ahead and put it out there as a motion for discussion to get us to the next space, that we come back on an annualized basis when we look at our housing element general plan update and housing element update numbers, that we come with the pulling of the permits and we can understand how, if any, changes have occurred in this space of what we're talking about, 37 new construction builds.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. So I'm just going to repeat what I heard as the motion, and then we can have some questions and conversations about it. So there was a motion to exempt fees for up to 2,500 to new homes for up to 2,500 square feet, and this following the state's rules on ADUs, shifting the next tier from 2,000 to instead be 2,500 to 3,500 square feet, and then a 3-year phase-in and a potential fee deferral program. That's the motion. Okay. Okay. Supervisor Manfree, you had a comment.
The conversation's moved quite a bit here. So question for Ms. Palmer, with changing our bins for our strata for the square footages of houses, does that create any problems related to other policy or other metrics? Because I know that those numbers were set for reasons. So I just want to make sure that doesn't create more problems than it solves.
I will say there was a caution from outside counsel about adjusting the square footage tiers because they've been adopted since 1993. So I'm going to finish this answer and then I'm going to defer to inside counsel. And I think we have Goldfarb here as well. Knowing that, and I think that caution, it makes a lot of sense to me. We've had these fee breaks for a long time. Nonetheless, I'm not sure that moving by 500 square feet is so exotic that that's going to be problematic. One of the other things that I do like about those fee breaks that Supervisor Ramos is proposing is this would make all ADUs up to the maximum you're allowed to build. So up to 1,200 square feet. If you're building a 2,400 square foot home, you can also build a 1,200 square foot ADU. So you are getting to 3,600 square feet with the ADU at no fee. So you can also avoid the 50% fee altogether. So I think there's a lot of value to looking at that, and it is making important accommodations to many of the folks that we've heard, and it also maintains the county's real incentive to put an ADU in there and still help someone get to a fairly large size home. But with that, I want to ask for counsel. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Bratton, do you have a?
I'm going to invite our
Okay,
outside
great.
counsel
Thank
to
you.
come up to the microphone and address the question.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Gabrielle Janssens. I am a partner at the law firm of Goldfarb and Littman. We have been advising the county on this, as well as a lot of other housing and affordable housing matters. In terms of the fee that is selected, it's important to look at the nexus of the fee, so what is the, I guess, the burden imposed by the development on the community, and then also the proportionality of that particular aspect and I guess their impact, that the fee is based on their impact, if that makes sense. I think if you were to propose to change the categories, it might be worth looking at that more closely to make sure it doesn't change anything that's in the nexus study or in the feasibility analysis, to make sure that those are still following the fees that are being proposed and being adopted. That being said, the nexus study does look at the maximum justifiable amount of the fee. So fees that are below that amount should be covered by that nexus study, if that makes sense. So if there are other questions, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Thank you. I don't have any follow-up questions to that, but maybe others will. I could see possibly explaining this as that it speaks to the changing expectations people have about housing and housing size. Yeah. And 500 square feet is, it like you said, it's not a tremendous jump or, yeah. So, gosh, this has been a lot of discussion. I'm personally in favor of moving forward, partly because the need is great and the RENA deadlines are urgent. Also because how do I want to? Okay, I'll just skip this part. But I think that getting people to the table to build a coalition, especially around supporting an affordable housing bond, could be a really meaningful step for this community to make. And if there is an incentive there that we're going to revisit this annually, and that these fees could come back down if we make progress in other areas, I think that's a pretty meaningful incentive for everyone to come to the table and participate in good faith and really work on solutions that will be durable and will be fair and will achieve the goals. So, I'd really like us to move forward into that phase. And, and I think that us moving forward today pushes that whole process. And I think that's actually a really good thing, and I also am in support of revisiting this as time goes by so that we can make sure it's still a good fit for the community, and that if other conditions change, if we find other, I hope we do find lots of other funding sources, and when we do, we can look at this again and say this is no longer necessary. But right now we don't have a lot of options on the table. Let's see. I know I have more notes here. They're all over the place. It's reaching that point of the afternoon where the notes are outpacing the organization. I do support a phased-in approach. I think that would work just fine. I'm not going to be a holdout about that, even though I do see the urgency for the funding affordable housing in the community. And I'll just reiterate that this isn't a zero sum of if we lose some projects, we don't gain others, because we do. We gain other affordable housing projects. And the whole point is to make it so that affordable housing projects become profitable for developers so that they will build them. And this is another opportunity for construction jobs. It's another opportunity for architects. It's all of those things will still happen. We're just shifting, to some degree where they happen. But that doesn't mean there's not money in it. Let's see. There was one other thing I really wanted to say. I do support the escalator based on construction cost index. I believe that's part of this already, but I just will say that. I support the fee deferral for deed restricted properties, for making them affordable and checking on it annually. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think I'll just let that stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfrey. Supervisor Gallagher.
Well, I was thinking about talking, but I think I'd put on my light. So where are we on that motion that Supervisor Ramos?
That motion is standing. Someone could choose to second it if they want. At this point, we're having a discussion, and I will look to Ms. Bratton to find out if we need to find out if there is a second first before we continue the discussion.
Under Robert's rules, it's probably the best practice to get a second, and then you can continue to discuss it and move from there.
Thank you. So I will turn to Supervisor Manfrey, who I think you spoke supportively. Would you like to second that motion?
I will second.
Okay. So now we have a motion and a second, and I'm sorry, public, we still have the.
That's correct. You left.
I left the public hearing open, yes, but we're not taking further public comment at this point.
But you made the comment that we're going to continue this for another time, and other people stood up and said, we will come back and make comment at the continuance. So now you're trying to make a motion to a vote when the public has not been listened to all the time.
Thank you for that. I would like to, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to recess us for 5 minutes so we can see because what we have right now is we have a motion and a second. What I spoke this morning was I said I am interested in a continuance. I continue to be interested in a continuance. I will not be supporting this motion, but if the motion passes, then we will have so I'm hearing the point. So Ms. Bratton, do you want to offer something here for us?
Sure. So if the motion passes, my recommendation would be to give staff time to make the changes to the resolution. We could either bring the resolution back to the next board meeting, or if the board majority wants to get it done today, I would say we'd continue this item to the afternoon so staff can amend the resolution and bring it back, and you can see, exactly what you're voting on.
I'm also a little confused on what we would be voting on, because I don't know if Supervisor Ramos's motion was just about the breakdown, changing the tiers and putting in the
I'd be happy to clarify.
Phasing. I mean, I think there are many things that we said we would want to do, so I just want to make sure it's all in the same one.
Yes, it would be to leave all commercials as proposed, and then to phase in the residential, change the categories of residential, and looking at the nexus fee study, because the proposal of the nexus fee study has the maximum allowable amount up to 3,500 square feet. I am actually still recommending being still below the 100% maximal allowable amount per the nexus fee study. So it would be 0 to 2,500 square feet, 0 fee. 2,501 to 3,500, 50% of the maximum allowable recovery. And then 3,501 and up, 100% maximal allowable recovery, 3-year phase-in on those, to later come in with a proposal, if it works, for a fee deferral program for further incentivizing affordability. And I'll just say to my colleagues, a couple of things. We're really only talking about 35 building permits a year. That's it. The nature of our zoning in and of itself is the most discouraging part to building. That's right. This is being utilized as a policy statement of what we value. We make these choices of what we value. And when we look at the revenue generation, this is a very small amount. This is one step in the equation. That's number one. Number two, if there is not the appetite to move forward on residential, I am going to suggest that we move forward on commercial if we need be, and deal with residential separately. But I will say, 35 permits. And if we are looking at revisiting this at a year portion, if we got it wrong, guess what? This board has the ability to get it right, and we can retroactively get it right if we need to, if there is a problem here. But with only 35 permits in the unincorporated that are likely to be affected, and that's over the last 30 years. We don't go bigger than that. And keeping in mind, fire lots are exempt from this. I do believe that it's time for us to move forward. We've got plenty of other business to do. I think staff could go ahead and amend that resolution. And just Mr. Ghilardi, for purposes, when someone expresses a desire to have a continuance, there is still a vote. There has not been a vote on a continuance. And I, for one, am going to try really hard to continue to work here to get us to a place where this board can reach consensus for doing the right thing. When it comes to scaling back, I will just say every single key has gotten more expensive to build since the day I arrived here almost 10 years ago. The promise of going backwards, it's not a promise. And in fact, I really do believe that funding will be geared more and more towards those counties that are able to self-help. And in order for us to be competitive on tax credits, on light tech, we are going to need to self-help. And this is yet one more tool that we are utilizing for that self-help. And I'll leave it at that.
Since I was recognized.
I'm sorry.
You were not recognized, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes. So now I'm going to go to Supervisor Gallagher and then Supervisor Alessio.
Okay. Thank you. Very well stated, Supervisor Ramos, and I want to second your motion. Oh, well then there you go.
Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Ramos trying to get us across the finishing line. My concern is that the calculations aren't on this report, and I did them quickly on my paper. So at 2,500, which I appreciate bumping it to 2,500, at the current fee of $1075 is $26,875 for that fee. For the next incremental level, or the next year, in terms of how it's proposed on this report, that the $26,875 is then $53,750. It doubles the amount of fee. On the third year in 2027, the $26,875 that goes to $53,750 goes to $80,625. And on the final year, the third year, the $26,865 current, that will go to $53,750 next year. That will go to $80,625 in 2 years. And that final year is $107,500. That is not feasible. That is what the concern and why we had so many people who came in on public comment. That is going to knock the legs out underneath this building. And yes, it's 35 permits. It's 35 families. It's 35 individuals. It's permits that are going to get pulled. Maybe not all. Maybe not the if we say the luxury mansions, the mega mansions, because they have a lot of money. But the other folks, it's going to pull the people that are in the unincorporated area that wants to build their dream within some reason. And those are going to get pulled. Jobs are going to get lost, etc. So And again, I say this with passion because I know we're at this critical moment. So calm down and bring it down. So apologies. But that wasn't in the report. The calculation of how it really looks and how it really plays out is not in our spreadsheet. And that's the reality, how it's going to impact the people in this community and the small business owners. So I just want to make sure that is clear. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with having a continuance in making sure that this is truly, we're really, really ready, and that we're at the starting point of the fees, that they're appropriate. We have the common ground that we all want affordable housing, and we want to build the affordable housing trust. We have common ground that we want to think the fees need to be increased. It's been too long. It's time to increase the fees. By the way, the city fees, and I know that's where we want all the housing to be in the city. The city fees are like in the range of between $3.50 and $5 per square foot, according to what's on their website. So from $3 to, it's very different, and we want to be there, but we still have people in the unincorporated area that deserve to live there, and we want to be approachable. But we all agree that we want to increase our fees. Again, we don't have consensus on where that starting point is. What is the appropriate amount to start the fees for it to get phased in over 3 to 5 years? And I really think that we need time to bring this back to see the real calculations and know how it's going to impact our community. I don't think meeting with a couple of these stakeholders who all came today to take their time to share, to express their concerns and the reality of their worlds and how it's going to not just impact them, but the rest of the community members. I think it's okay to bring this back, even coming back, in December, possibly. So it's not, so we can start the new year with a new understanding and what the fees will be. So again, I won't be supporting the motion, though I do really appreciate all the work and the good thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. I also am not going to be supporting this motion. Raising fees is a bold step, and it's one that comports with the policies outlined in our housing element that the county has already adopted. And being bold doesn't have to mean rushing it. I appreciate many of the ideas set out here, including the idea of a phase-in. But I think, as Supervisor Alessio said, we don't have those details in the agenda materials. The public doesn't have the benefit of this framework. I also like the idea of the shift from 2,500 to 3,500, but I have questions given that that would be a change in what we've got as the longstanding. So I would be interested in learning what other jurisdictions do, where they break down those lines. And finally, again, it's really important when we're making tough decisions that we have good process, which I think means being able to have people attend the meeting, have their voices heard, have us deliberate, and take the time to do it right. So with that, I think I will turn it, let's see.
Chair, if I may ask a question for my colleagues here. I'm interested in understanding what information it is that you want. Because the Nexus study doesn't change. Nothing that we have said today changes. The only thing that I am proposing to change is the resolution of the square footage categories that we implement, and that instead of utilizing staff's recommendation to impose fees all at once, that we stagger them over 3 years and with proportional increases. So my question to you is it a spreadsheet that you want? Because that's not a Nexus study issue. That's a staff report issue.
So that is a question statement from Supervisor Ramos. I will, Supervisor Alessio, I see your light lit up, so I will go to you.
I don't believe the Nexus study includes today's building fees, the cost for supplies, the cost for labor, that it comes from a different place and a different perspective in creating that Nexus study, but it does not include today's real numbers of what it is to build. So that is my concern, let alone the fallout and the consequence it's going to have at this level, at this starting point. So I think it just needs to be analyzed a little bit further, including the voices that came in today, especially around the cost of building of today's fee. So that's where I'm concerned.
Supervisor Manfrey.
I think this goes back to a question I already asked, which is basically how accurate the model is, which we already had answered.
Correct. We have used folks who are experts in this area. They conduct this exact same nexus and these economic feasibility analysis throughout the state of California in accordance with guidelines from HCD. There is not a separate, I can't request a different nexus or a different economic analysis. This is the nexus and this is the economic analysis. You are absolutely able to make a decision that cannot exceed the maximum justified fee, that is advisable in the range of what is economically feasible, but the feasibility analysis is a guidepost. It's just an external expert thought partner for this discussion. It is not mandatory that you follow even what's in the, you don't have to choose a fee that is feasible. You could choose the maximum justified. That's not what is being brought to you. But I don't have another, like, it's not like we picked option A of a nexus and there is also an option B. This is the math.
All right.
For purposes for my colleagues, I think there is, this goes back to policy and what we're willing to stand behind. And it ties into our housing element and what we do. And given that the math is the math, we're not going to get a different nexus study. No matter what we say today, there is not a different nexus study. If there was, then we'd have a problem, that, right? It wouldn't be legally defensible. And I think that that's important. It's also important for me, to not place my colleagues in a position where you are not supportive of something. And so I would want to know from my colleagues, what would help you get behind this proposal at our next meeting? What information do you need? Or is it a no? If it's a no, it's a no, and then we're just going to have to live with our 3-2 and move forward here. But what information can get us there? And if it's a no, then I'd like to split up the commercial portion motion from the residential portion motion, because I think it's incredibly important that we do move forward.
So thank you for asking that. I think for me, the other question that I still had out there was looking for more. And I mean, one of the things that I think we're lacking here is enough process. And because we've just had, we did not have very much public comment at the first meeting. And we've had a lot today, and there's a lot of, I think, information that has been shared and people are digesting. I think in terms of specifics, data that I would be wanting to hear more about would be the piece about the impact in rural areas, which would be a specific thing. But I also hear what you're saying, that if there's this need to go forward today, we could split them into two things as well. Ms. Bratton, or Mr. Alsop?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest a couple of things that I'm just observing here and listening, and might be helpful. There was a motion made. I have read that motion to mean you want to move the item, go forward with the entire item today with the amendments that you laid out, and that was seconded. And at some point, when the discussion ends and the chair decides that motion is put to a vote, I will also tell your board that you have the option to do a motion to amend the motion that was made, which is another option for your board. I'm just putting it out there in light of the discussion, the pathway you are seemingly going down, and that may be a way to get to where you want to go. To consider an amendment to the motion that was made, if that makes sense.
Do you want to consider an amendment to the motion?
I would let my colleagues amend my motion. I don't want to bet against myself. I'm trying really hard to get us across the finish line here in some fashion.
Right. Okay, I'm not, Supervisor Alessio.
Do we have somebody from planning here? Because I'd like to know what's in the pipeline right now that would be impacted by this decision in terms of projects. Is there anybody in planning that can answer that?
I just want to weigh in to say, I don't think there is a way to know that. If they're in the pipeline, they've already submitted their application and they are subject to the current fees. So you'd be asking them to define something that has not come for a permit.
Okay, so
yet.
something in the pipeline doesn't mean that, so you're saying anything that's in the pipeline is not going to be impacted by the fees or how we phase the fees in.
Up
It's
to-
already past that point.
Presumably, if the implementation date holds at January 16th for whatever tiered fee structure, all applications up to and including those submitted on the 15th of January in the coming January will be subject to the current fee. Everything after January 16th is subject to the new fee structure. So these are not retroactive on projects that are in the pipeline. If you already have your permit, that is your permit. And in fact, that was part of the recommendation for a 90-day implementation, was that there might be some projects that are pretty close to getting ready to submit their application. And so giving them plenty of lead time to get that in. And so the implementation date is another option to consider if you want to extend that out, go 120 days rather than 90 days from now. All of those things are available, but there's no way to know what somebody hasn't submitted yet.
So, but it is my understanding that when people are proposing projects, they're talking to our planning and building department way before they go through the permitting. I mean, the permit, that's part of the phase, but they're already discussing, potential projects. So I just want to make sure that we do give people, that we know what that is. I don't know what's in the pipeline and how the implementation may impact those. Oh, here we are.
Mr. Bordona, thank you.
I'm out of shape. Just give me a second here.
Nice to see you, Mr. Bordona. Did you run up the stairs?
I did. So I caught some of Jennifer's response, and I missed the rest as I was coming up. But nonetheless, the new fee wouldn't be applicable to any pending or submitted building permits. I don't know offhand how many we have in the queue, but I can say that if it's submitted prior to the effective date, they would not be subject to these new impact fees. I hope that answers your question. I don't know if I missed any part of the discussion on my way up.
Yeah, and maybe it's just my lack of understanding of the process of projects that might be in the pipeline that haven't gotten to the point of the permitting fees and getting the permitting fees that are happening with planning and building environment. Just not knowing what's ahead that may be impacted, the unintended consequences of this.
Yeah, like I said, if you're in, you're in.
Okay.
And I think the proposed date is January 16th. So if you're submitted and in before that date, the effective date, then the new fee would not apply.
Okay.
Supervisor Ramos and then Supervisor Manfree.
I'm still not betting against myself.
Well, since we have our planning director here now, the question just raised by Chair Cottrell was what might be impacts in rural areas. And I don't know, Mr. Bordona, if you might like to speculate on that or speak to what you think the impacts of this on rural areas might be, what kinds of developments you're seeing out there, out of, approximately 35 permits a year, where are those primarily located? What do those projects look like, and how might a fee structure alter that landscape?
That's a good question. I don't feel I have data at the ready to be any more than speculative. We would need to run numbers, or I'd need to see numbers with respect to square footage, what we've reviewed and approved in the past, the location of those types of structures, before I could, begin to give any meaningful response on that. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm as a land use planning geographer, I have looked at that a lot in this county, and I know I'm not going to make a statement here, but I will say that I think that's a pretty easy analysis to do in a day, maybe a day and a half, and I'm happy to go back and forth with staff, although I'm sure they're competent to do it themselves. We have really excellent land use data where we can look at trends over time between 1993 or 4 and 2016, and we may be able to kind of update that with projects that have been more recent. So we could look at where the change is happening and how, and we can look at it in relation to fire sites potentially too. I think that'd be pretty easy to do. I don't know, knowing everything that I do know about the shape of land use in the rural parts of this community, I'm not sure how much that's going to change this discussion. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, anyone can amend this. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair, can I ask Ms. Bordona one more question? There. That looks great. Thank you. And we'll be able to hear it better too. So I don't know if you were able to listen to the comments and the questions, but I guess my question is to you because you're with the builders, the developers, and the folks that are building these projects and bringing these projects forward. And I assume that you've had a chance to look at the Nexus study and also what's been proposed. When I calculated this out, and looking at a home that's 2,500 square feet at the current $10.75 per square foot, what that is, and that's 26,875. It's proposed that it goes up to from $10. Let me get back here. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, the $10, it goes up to $43 by 2028. Am I doing that right? 2020. It's 2026. The phase in of 2020. So 2026 would then go from $10.75 to $21.50. And when I calculate that out onto a home, just that one fee, because there's a lot of other fees. How many, like 10 or 12 different fees that are incorporated when somebody builds, let's say residential? It's kind of my.
Yeah, there's a handful of fees,
There's
some
a
of
handful
which
of
we
fees.
have control over and some we don't.
Correct, of course. Yeah, they're not all our fees. But that $21.50 calculates to be over $53,000. And then in 2027, as it's incremented and as being proposed here, it moves it to $32.25 per square foot. So it goes up to over $80,000. And then the 2,500 for the third year at $43 per square foot, it goes out to be over $107,000 for that fee. So I'm going to ask you a question that's a subjective, but one that's professional because you work with these developers and builders. Is that feasible?
I think it'll depend on the location of the development that we're speaking of. And I say that because from a demographic perspective, one may have the means to overcome certain fees and otherwise be immune to them to some extent. So in my experience, and this is just observational, areas like the AP and surrounding areas, you know, when we've talked about fees and fees potentially being an impediment, I think sometimes that those are able to be overcome due to financial resources that one may have. Contrast that with maybe somewhere in Pope Valley or on the east side. I'm not trying to, you know, be disrespectful, but we see different types of developments based on geography. So I think that's a component of the conversation, but I don't know. I think that's the best answer I can give you.
Thank you. And I think that's a really good point too, that when we look at our county and the unincorporated areas, there's definitely areas that are more affluent than others. You know, so that would be able to absorb that versus wouldn't. I think, you know, somebody made a comment earlier today, which just kind of gave me pause, and I thought through it, is that we're, you know, the folks that can really afford the really, you know, the really big, I don't want to call them mega mansions, but it's kind of the word that's being thrown out there today. We're not really concerned about that. And really what it does is this is not going to phase them at all. It's going to phase the people that are not trying to do that. It's going to phase the everyday average person, if you will. Not the low income person, because the low income person probably can't do that at all anyways, right? But anyways, just wanted to air that out. I've expressed my concerns here. I don't feel like this is fully analyzed, vetted yet. Because I'm hearing what I'm hearing, and having a little bit of insight just with my own family in the industry. I don't think we're quite there. I think we're at a starting point that starts too high and that ends too high. I like the phased in. I think we should offer a delay past January 16th. But I feel like we're starting too high and we're ending too high, frankly. Again, if something happens in the future with the BAFA bond, then maybe we can put a pause on it. But I just don't want to hit the accelerator so hard that it becomes counterproductive. That's all. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
I'm sorry, I just keep coming back to this, that I just want to make sure the public understands that this was a long process, that it was vetted through consultants, through attorneys, through all of our staff work, through people meeting with stakeholders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's hard to have people say this is not a vetted process, that this was not a good process. It is a good process. And please don't forget, we can amend this. We have the power of the board to amend it. And we have committed to reviewing it every 12 months. So if we see certain impacts, we can address those. But we can't know what the impacts will be if we don't pass something. So we have to do something, and I'm not convinced that a continuance is going to get us any further down the road than we are today. I think it's just going to be a kick the can down the road scene. So I would like to call for the question, and maybe others do need to speak again. So.
Thank you. No, I think I agree in terms of where we are in our discussion. You know, I think there's a lot of common ground on this board. We do, I think I've heard from everyone an interest in raising the fees in a significant way. I think it's more about what pieces we want to have in front of us when we make that decision and what the process looks like. You know, Ms. Palmer, you pointed out that so many people who benefit from these affordable housing fees in the form of more housing are not able to attend any of our meetings. So that is a point taken. But with any challenging decision, I think we need to build a big tent. And I don't think we build collaboration when we move too fast. So that is my final statement on it. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor of the motion that was made?
Aye.
Aye. Want a restatement of it? Would you like to restate the motion for us, Ms. Bratton?
Just so that we know how we're amending the resolution. So we're looking at Exhibit B-1, and in that exhibit is the housing fee per square foot. So the motion is to amend the thresholds from 0 to 2,500, 2,501 to 3,500, and then 3,501 and above. And the other change is to stagger the increase over 3 years. First year would be 50%, the second year would be 75%, third year would be 100%. And then I would just add to the motion that you're closing the public hearing. And I think I captured what needs to be in the resolution.
Thank you.
And also for staff to come back with the fee deferral program.
And that would be a separate item.
Yeah, that could be reflected in the minutes.
Okay. Okay. So with that, there is a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
We have lunch.
Yes, yes. Thank you, everyone who came to participate and listen. And we will now recess for, are we going to move to a closed session item? Or are we just
recess into closed session?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll recess
that.
into closed session.
You want to ask for public comment on closed session?
Yeah. Is there any public comment on our closed session item? Seeing none, we will recess into closed session and we will be back. Do we want to do a time certain? Do you want to say 3:30 or how long do we?
Madam Chair, I think we probably have close to an hour and 45 minutes of meeting following closed session.
Right, so I'm
So-
just saying, are we anticipating?
Yeah, I think.
If we could do time certain for
Yeah.
our folks that have been waiting.
I
for
see, yeah.
3:30?
3:30.
3:30?
3:30.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
3:30. So sorry.
our October 21st meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. We are first coming out of our item number 13 closed session. Ms. Bratton, do you have a report out for us?
Thank you, Chair. The board met in closed session today under 13A, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The board gave direction to staff. No further report out.
Thank you. And another update on the agenda, we will not be hearing item 12A today. We will move that to a future agenda item. And so now our next item on the agenda is item 10A. Do we have Ms. Briseno en route?
We do not know.
Okay.
I'm hoping she is, but I would recommend, Madam Chair, potentially going to 10B.
Yes, we will go ahead and go to item 10B, where the board will receive a presentation from the Napa County Behavioral Health Board on their annual report.
We may be waiting on one more individual.
How about 11A?
Okay, here we
Yay.
go. 10B. I beg your pardon.
Okay, we are back. We will go to item 10B now and welcome staff. Everyone, let's take a deep breath and we will go in order. And here we are at item 10A. First of all, thanks to all of Napa County staff for something of a rigmarole today with the agenda changing around. So thank you for that. And I want to welcome Ms. Briseno to the table. And the item today is to adopt a resolution to approve a total tentative agreement with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, law enforcement, and law enforcement supervisor units.
Good afternoon. Christine Briseno, and I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for Napa County. And I am very pleased to come to you today to present a new 3-year contract with the Deputy Sheriff's Association units. The achievement is a result of dedicated, good faith efforts from both the county's bargaining team and the leadership of Deputy Sheriff's Association. I want to thank everyone involved for their hard work and commitment to a constructive process. And this new agreement will cover a 3-year term and includes cost of living adjustments that can reach up to 11% over the life of the contract, and is an investment in the long-term health of our public safety services and represents a clear commitment to leading the market and our compensation for our law enforcement partners. It also aligns with one of the proposed strategic initiatives that I understand will be discussed later today, which is elevating county service and workforce excellence. This agreement supports 3 key goals, the first of which is recruitment. In a competitive hiring landscape, offering market-leading compensation package is crucial for drawing high-quality candidates. And secondly, for retention. Equally important is our ability to retain our skilled and experienced deputies. Investing in our current workforce is vital for maintaining a strong and stable department. The third and most important goal is to acknowledge the dedication of our deputies. By providing market-leading compensation, we are addressing the critical goals of recruitment and retention, but most importantly, we are sending a clear message of respect and appreciation to those who serve our community every day. I want to once again thank the Deputy Sheriff's Association leadership and our own bargaining team for reaching this crucial and timely milestone together. Therefore, is my recommendation this board adopt a resolution to approve the total tentative agreement with the Deputy Sheriff's Association Law Enforcement Unit and Law Enforcement Supervisory Units for the term of October 1st, 2025 through September 30, 2028. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Briseno, and thanks for all your hard work here. Are there questions for Ms. Briseno at this time from colleagues? Okay, then I will open it up. Is there any public comment in the room or on the phones? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board and ask for a motion to adopt the total tentative agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ramos, second by Supervisor Alessio. Are there any further questions or comments? Nope. Okay, then I will go ahead and ask for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks so much, Ms. Briseno. All right, that brings us to item 10B, where we will receive a presentation from the Napa County Behavioral Health Board on the annual report covering fiscal year July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Cottrell and the Board of Supervisors, for providing us with this opportunity to speak to you about the work of the Napa County Behavioral Health Board. I'm Christine Hatia, immediate past chair, and I have with me our new chair, Patricia Sullivan, and of course, you know, Cassandra Islami as well. So today I'd like to share our thoughts about three different things. One, give you a progress update on the integration of the Mental Health Board and the Substance Use, the two separate boards, into a integrated Behavioral Health Board. And then I'd like to speak a little bit about our work group that was conducted on the mental health impact of cannabis use among adolescents. And lastly, share with you some of our concerns and recommendations. So fiscal year 24-25 was our first full year of having a behavioral health board to address community needs for both mental health and substance use disorder. And I feel like we've been very successful in that integration in many ways. One important step was that we developed a behavioral health board member guide to replace the mental health board member guide. And this important document provides all of the information that a member needs to understand its role. That includes the governing documents, the roles and responsibilities as mandated by the Welfare and Institutions Code 5604, our goals and reporting requirements, best practices, site visit practices, and really guidelines for all of the work that we do as a board. And it really has all of the information that helps a member be an effective board member. Another thing we did this year was one of the ways we learn about community needs is having speakers on different topics. And this year, our speaker schedule included several topics related to substance use treatment, including the substance use disorder continuum of care, medication-assisted treatment, and sober living housing. So these speakers expanded our knowledge about substance use disorder, since many of us have previously been members just on mental health. So that has been really helpful. One of our annual goals is to conduct site visits to review behavioral health programs and facilities that are funded by the county. And this was the first year in which we did site visits that included substance use programs and facilities. In fact, 4 out of our 7 site visits were for programs that addressed substance use. And this was for a variety of populations, including youth, perinatal SUD residential, and adult residential. So that also has been very helpful for us to learn what kinds of services we as a county provide for people with substance use disorder. And then lastly, our annual goals now reflect our responsibilities to address community needs for both populations. So with those 4 things, I think we've been really successful. And I think what's also good is that the camaraderie that we have built. You know, it's not 2 boards anymore. It is one board that works together for common goals. And we have included that members who are previously focused on substance use are also on our executive committee. So it reflects not just our membership, but also our leadership. So the second area I wanted to talk about was our behavioral health work group, which studied the mental health impact of cannabis use among adolescents in Napa County. And the results of this study identified concerns for both the physical and psychosocial wellness of youth in our organization, or in our county. There are wellness programs in our schools, and there are other programs provided by our nonprofits in our community. But the work group concluded that we needed more cannabis-specific education for our youth. Based on this report, the Behavioral Health Board recommended a couple of things for NVUSD, and it probably should go really to every school district in the county, that they should consider adopting a teacher course development resource called the Cannabis Awareness and Prevention Tool, which was produced by Stanford School of Medicine. And it includes detailed lesson plans and materials that are adapted to all the different age groups, elementary, middle, and high school. They reviewed that program and thought it was really very useful. We also thought that the school districts should consider adding one or more behavioral health course offerings in the upper class years where the incidence of cannabis use and abuse really increases significantly. Well, another recommendation was actually for our board itself, and that was that we should consider a future work group study to assess school-based behavioral health resources, and that we should incorporate them into our annual site visit plan, because that's a population or a type of program that we really haven't examined. And lastly, there's a recommendation for the Board of Supervisors, and that is to consider appointing a group to evaluate means and methods to interrupt the free-flowing supply of cannabis and cannabis paraphernalia to underage children in our county. And I know we sent you the full report on that, including an executive summary. So if you want to know more about that, it's astonishing what that access is for our youth. The last thing I want to talk to you about is some of our areas of concern and the recommendations related to them. Housing, we just talked about housing, didn't we? Housing for residents with serious mental health issues is a concern. There's been an ongoing need in Napa County for residents with behavioral health conditions and their need for supportive housing. Now, we've made significant strides in the past few years in terms of creating supportive housing for people with mental illness, and we've also developed our care court model here in the county. However, there's one area where there's an unmet housing need in the county, and that is for supportive congregate living facilities. We lack adult residential facilities for people who experience severe mental illness. And I'm talking here about facilities where people just live long term. We have some fabulous facilities that where we house some of our residents out of county. I've visited some of them, and I've been really impressed with the work they do. But we don't have any here in Napa County, and really not even in our region, like with Solano and Modesto, not Modesto, Marin, Sonoma, and all. And it's not just a problem in Napa County. It's a statewide problem. Residential facilities have been closing due to funding and poor reimbursement rates by the state, which are much lower than they are for, say, people with developmental disability. So anyway, that is an area where we do have a need. We have a regional need, and I'm wondering if it's possible that maybe there's a way for us to collaborate with other counties in the region to fill a common need for that type of facility. Right now, we're sending people out to very distant locations, which is really hard on them. It's expensive, really expensive. It's hard on family relationships. So the next area of concern, we spoke a little bit about it with cannabis, but just children and youth behavioral health in general. Our children and youth are experiencing increasing levels of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. Access to mental health treatment and prevention services are exacerbated by stigma, by cultural and linguistic barriers, and lack of insurance. And this is a pressing issue for many in the county. We're concerned further that changes in California's behavioral health funding streams may significantly impact behavioral health programs for youth, particularly prevention and early intervention. So this recommendation is really for us as a county, as behavioral health, that we really need to develop strategies and identify funding sources to help support our prevention and treatment resources for youth. Lastly, I'd like to speak about our residents who are in the LGBTQ plus population. The Behavioral Health Board is concerned about the federal executive actions that have either removed or weakened both physical and behavioral health protections for LGBTQ individuals. And they experience behavioral health issues, well, they're more prevalent among this population, including higher suicidal ideation, higher suicide attempts, higher incidence of depression, anxiety, and substance misuse, and also just higher likelihood to experience behavioral health or mental health disorder in their lifetime. So we know you can't change anything about executive orders, but we do urge the Board of Supervisors to support California's efforts to restrict these policies and support efforts to provide funding and to support our local LGBT community in whatever way is possible. So lastly, I just want to recognize you, our Board of Supervisors. And I know you're very strong supporters of behavioral health in our community, and we thank you for your commitment in providing funding from the general fund to our behavioral health budget. And we also commend you for providing financial support to repurpose the county's reentry facility into a new behavioral health treatment center, which is a critical step in addressing the mental health and substance use disorder needs in our community. I also want to wish Supervisor Alessio for her passion for serving those most vulnerable and for her very active participation and contributions to our board. Thank you for your time. I was going to say this morning, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you for that presentation. Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell, Board. My name is Cassandra Islami. I'm the HHSA Deputy Director with Behavioral Health. Thank you for having us today and for taking the time to read the Behavioral Health Board Annual Report. I really want to start by expressing my appreciation to Christine Hataya, our past chair, as well as Patricia Sullivan, our current chair. Ms. Hataya has spent tons of time and energy really getting us ahead of the Welfare and Institution Code changes that were associated with Proposition 1 around the Behavioral Health Services Act to change the composition of the Mental Health Board by integrating the Alcohol and Drug Board. This was a huge undertaking and also expanded our membership on the Behavioral Health Board greatly, in addition to really becoming more inclusive and welcoming to previous positions that weren't required to be on the board, including transitional age youth, really expanding the capacity of veterans on the board, as well as others. So the makeup of the board really is a cross-section of our community. It includes people with lived experience, people with family members who are experiencing behavioral health challenges, and people with a deep commitment to behavioral health care across our community. So the board really does come to the meetings and learns and gains so much knowledge to go out and really advocate among the community to understand what is behavioral health care. And right now, as the safety net is really under attack, it is crucial that we have the Behavioral Health Board as messengers to really share the great work that's going on. So I really want to thank our past chair and current chair for the work that they're doing, as well as Supervisor Alessio to really help spread the message. The board did a wonderful job this year of really getting out and trying to make our meetings more inclusive and more accessible. We held a meeting recently at the Senior Center that was well attended, as well as a meeting in American Canyon. So really trying to open up to other locations to get more community members involved. In addition, as Ms. Hataya mentioned, the board was really active this year in the site visits. So they get a list of all the current contracts under behavioral health and really ask deep dive questions into what those services are, what the scope of work in the contract means and what we do at those facilities. And then they decide what facilities they want to visit. And this year, we're really looking at integrating and breaking down the silo between substance use disorders and mental health to approach our substance use providers and really understand more of what they do, which is imperative as we really reduce stigma around substance use disorders. So it was really great. I got to join a couple site visits. I had a wonderful time, went up to St. Helena, learned a lot more, built some really great partnerships with our physicians in St. Helena, and really was able to gain insight into the work that we do every single day and share that with the board and have the board share that with the community. And it was really eye-opening in a meeting to hear our behavioral health board members that were able to visit one of our adult residential facilities, Davis Guest Home, to share about how welcoming and how empathetic and kind the staff were, and how it was eye-opening to really see how our clients are treated in out-of-county settings, to really understand how those services are delivered, because I think people often don't know a lot about kind of our out-of-county facilities and how long-term care works for our clients. And so when they see the kind of humanistic side of it and can share that across the community, it makes great strides for us, for people to understand behavioral health services. So really excited about the work that's going on. They've set some really wonderful goals. They were able to really highlight the accomplishments of HHSA behavioral health in the report, including really showing that we've been able to meet all of these significant mandates that we've been under while really providing high quality services. So I thank them for showcasing the great work that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lani and Ms. Hatia and Ms. Sullivan. Appreciate the presentation. I will first ask if there is any public comment on this item in the room or on the phones. No? Then I will bring it back to the board for comments. Ms. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. I also want to extend my appreciation for Jennifer Yasumoto, Cassandra, Patricia, Christine. Being on the board, I'm really proud of this board. And I have to say that you can't tell, I can't tell, who's on the board representing the past mental health board or the past substance use disorder board. It really is, everybody is there for a common purpose. And you can't distinguish one with the other, which is really great because that's what we want. We want people to be invested on both of those worlds because they're so entwined. And so I'm really glad to see the changes there on the board, see how productive and how committed everybody is on the board. It's a really great cross-section, as Cassandra was saying. And the site visits, I've been on a couple site visits. Those are great. A lot of great progress. I do want to mention, and Christine, we haven't had a chance to talk about this. One thing I would like for you to consider, and Patricia to consider, is to share this report with the City of Napa and City Council. They approve the cannabis dispensaries are, I don't know if they're all located in the city, but I know there's a good number of them are located in the city in one kind of zoned area. And when I was on city council, there is an obligation that's required, actually it's a state law, that's required that they do so much education. They are required to provide education back into the community, including, youth. And so maybe see if the city can also look into that, make sure they're doing that. At that time, I was advocating for the city to require certain fees or tax that also went into that kind of outreach. I didn't get consensus at that time, so that wasn't approved at that time, but maybe there could be a reconsideration if there's a funding shortage there. But please present this. It's an excellent job on the annual report, and please share that with the city council so they know too. I think that's, I've got other things here, but this is very helpful. It's helpful to hear it also. And you bring up a lot of great points. In terms of the housing for the severely disabled, I think that's a really good point. And we need to remember that and see what we can do, put that on our list of priorities and see what we can do. We know through the community health needs assessment, the last I recall is behavioral health was at the top of the list. I think it was number 1 of the top 5, but I know it's within the top 5 in terms of community health needs. And it impacts so many people in this county. We all have a friend, a family, a neighbor that is, dealing with some level of behavioral health issue or mental health issue. So this is very close to home for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, and thank you all so much for the report. It's really important. Thank you so much for staying all day and waiting to make the report. So I see that you do have a recommendation to the board to consider appointing a group to evaluate additional means and methods to interrupt the presently free-flowing supply of cannabis and cannabis paraphernalia to underage people. And I'm just wondering if you have a little bit more information there. I'm sure that we want to help you however we can in doing something like this. You have your board itself. Are there other particular people or groups of people or experts that you want to put together? I'm just wondering if it's something that we need to do or something you can do, or if there's a way we can help you, if you can give me a little bit more information.
I don't know at this point, like, if there's a specific group of people. I think what's important for us is that it be something that is somehow authorized, by the board, so it does seem like an official type of work. I could certainly speak with Rob Palmer, who was chair of that work group, and see if he and his team might have some suggestions. Perhaps we could talk about that more.
That would be
at
great.
One of our board
if
meetings.
You could maybe also discuss that with your staff, but also with the CEO's office, just to offer some help from us.
Yeah, and I think the concern is that when you talk about free flowing, kids can get this stuff online. There's people, older friends and relatives and parents, where it's just such easy access, and the paraphernalia, when it was pictured actually in the report, it's just everyday things that are really tools for dispensing it. It could be like look like a flash drive. It could look like like a pen or a marker. It's amazing all the ways that the delivery systems are designed to be not obvious. So that was something that was really pointed out by our study team, and was quite shocking, for those of us who no longer have teenagers in our household. So
Okay.
Very enlightening.
Well,
So,
thank you very much.
Sure.
We'll do what we can to help.
Okay.
Thank you. Great questions and comments from my colleagues. I also just wanted to add my thanks to the board and staff. The work that you've described here and in the report really shows that you're an important linkage to the community for this board, right? You help us understand how those dollars are being spent through those site visits, share things beyond the number, so you can really get a sense of the quality of life that is being experienced through the support of the county. So I really appreciate that. And I think, just the focus on children and youth and this related need to do more education and research about cannabis, I think is very important. So I appreciate, Supervisor Gallagher, your ask for some more information and direction that then we could hear and direct staff on to. So thank you so much. I don't think we have any board action at this point, but again, really please convey our gratitude to the entire board and all the staff who are involved. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so that moves us to item 10C, where we will be discussing and providing direction to staff regarding the consolidation of all local countywide elections to the presidential cycle, moving the elections of the positions of assessor, recorder, county clerk, auditor, controller, and treasurer, tax collector from the gubernatorial election cycle to the presidential election cycle. Good afternoon, Mr. Tudor and Mr. Mize.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the board. This matter is before you on referral from your board's September 16th special meeting. We ask today for consideration and discussion with direction to staff of consolidation of all local countywide elections to the presidential election cycle. This would affect the positions of assessor, recorder, county clerk, under controller, and treasurer tax collector. In the short term, this would have the effect of extending the current term of these offices by 2 years to the 2028 election cycle. This consolidation is authorized by state law effective in 2022. We don't yet have good data on this change as it pertains to these 3 positions and the campaigns therefore, because it is so recent. We have only conjecture. In its analysis of the underlying statutory change, the Legislative Analyst's Office, which is neutral, made broadly 3 points. First, they noted that it is generally true that voter turnout in presidential election years exceeds turnout in gubernatorial elections, with the caveat that it is also true that many voters will leave ballots blank for lower profile contests while only voting in presidential or gubernatorial elections. Second, they concluded that academic literature on local election timing generally supports that consolidating local elections with statewide elections can significantly increase local voter turnout. And finally, they also recognized concern that candidates for countywide offices would have to compete for attention with candidates for president, which could make it more expensive and harder for those county candidates to communicate their message with voters. The board's 2022 legislative subcommittee heard but did not act on a related item. And I have with me today Registrar of Voters John Tudor to discuss the matter further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mize. Mr. Tudor, did you have some comments to share?
I did.
Great.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. I wanted to make clear to the board that I'm speaking as Registrar of Voters and not in my capacity. I'm ex officio Registrar of Voters and not in my capacity as Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk. I'm not talking about extending my term for 2 years, which is something I don't think I support. But in any case, as Registrar of Voters, I just want to give you the background on this legislation and try and understand why it's up before the board again. So I brought this item to the board in 2022, before several of you were here, and discussed it with the board. It was my initiative to make sure the board was aware of it and knew the board had the authority if they wanted to extend the terms. At that time, the board took no action. I'm curious if it's appropriate to find out why it's back before the board. No one had talked to me about it, and I just am curious why it came back. If that's fine, I'll leave that curiosity for you. So just briefly, and I know you've had a long day, so the origin of this bill was a personal vendetta between Assemblymember McCarthy from Sacramento and the then sheriff in Sacramento. And Assemblymember McCarthy thought somehow moving the sheriff and the district attorney to the presidential would make it harder for that sheriff to get reelected. That sheriff never ran again, not because of this, for other reasons. And I fought this bill as Registrar of Voters and killed it twice in the legislature. It finally got passed in a closed-door budget deal at the end of the session, which is why I'm not in Sacramento, because there's a lot of vote trading going on and things that I don't approve of. So that's how the bill got passed. And it's based on a really false premise. As Mr. Mize mentioned, 25 to 30% of voters in the presidential election only vote every 4 years in presidential elections, and they only vote for president. They don't vote down ballot races. And the comment made about the studies were studies between city races in off years and city races in even-numbered years. The city of Napa used to elect in March of odd-numbered years. And with my efforts, we've now consolidated all elections in Napa County to even-numbered years. So all school districts, all city councils are up in November of even-numbered years. So we've taken that advice, and I agree with it. Off-year elections are not right. But the comparison between, and the other thing I need to point out is that this is really about primaries. It's not about general elections. Of us ministerial offices, including the sheriff and the DA, 96% in the staff report from the legislative analysts are decided in the primary. So this has nothing to do with the general presidential election or the general gubernatorial election, except for those 4% that have to go into a runoff. And I know several of you have been in runoff, so I understand how that works. Fortunately, I never had to do that in my prior elections. So here's the problem from my perspective, not as registrar of voters, but as a voter. The presidential primary is the only partisan election on the ballot anymore. Everybody else runs by party, but it's the top two. So all Republicans, all Democrats, all Peace and Freedom, all go in the primary, and the top two go on to November. That's not true in the presidential. The presidential is the only partisan election left in California. And what happens is you have partisan elections and a very complicated March primary ballot, and then the winners of those primaries, all 5 or 6 or however many parties compete, appear on the November ballot for president. So it's not top two. You have 6 candidates for president, you have 2 candidates for everything else in November. But so the presidential primary in March is a complex primary. It has lower turnout often because voters are discouraged when they see these strange ballots they get with all these different choices they have to make under different races. They can apply if several parties allow people to cross over. So independent voters can't vote for president in the presidential primary, non-party preference, unless one of the parties allows them to do that. So those voters often don't turn out, and they're the nonpartisan voters, so to speak, because they're not allowed to participate in the presidential part of that primary ballot. So moving local countywide offices to, in my view, and Mr. Mize mentioned there's not good data. There could be good data. Right at the moment I'm conducting an election, so I wouldn't like to take this on for the board, but you could compare districts 1 and 3, which always go gubernatorially, with districts 2, 4, and 5, which always go presidentially and have forever, and that's mentioned in the report, to see what kind of turnouts you get. I haven't done that. Of course, I was District 5, so I ran in the presidential back in those days. So there is a place to find that data. I'm not sure if anybody's done it. It appears it has not been done, but I just wanted to point that out. And then the final thing I wanted to say is that a presidential primary has a lot of noise. There are 6 parties competing. There are all the primaries across the United States. Everybody's paying attention to them. It's a high cost, high profile election, and it makes the local countywide races disappear. And remember, 96% of them are decided in that primary, in that noise. So in my view, this bill did exactly the opposite of what Assemblymember McCarthy thought it would do. He wanted it to make it harder for an incumbent to be elected. This is actually an Incumbent Protection Act because we run with greater name recognition to begin with. And secondly, any candidate who's trying to challenge us is facing higher campaign costs, a lot of background noise in March of 2028, and I think it's going to mean that those offices on that ballot, which currently are 2, 4, and 5, and DA and sheriff, you're going to find over the course, this is the first time that's happened, over the course of time, you're going to see a higher incumbent winning than you would otherwise. And then finally, since 2022, only 2 counties have taken this option. A large county, Alameda, and one of the tiniest counties, Sierra. I have no idea why either did that, but out of the 58 counties, only 2 counties have adopted their ability to consolidate these elections. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. I'm going to go ahead and open that for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Looks like 2 people are running up to the podium. While they're walking, Neha, is there anyone on the phones? Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and County staff. My name is Adrian Maldonado Peña, and I'm the new director for the Community Leaders Coalition, a group of nonpartisan community leaders who strive to be well-informed, actively engaged in developing collective solutions that address community concerns, fears, or needs of resulting from policy changes. One of the ways that we have done this is through the Voters' Choice Napa, or VCN committee. Voters' Choice Napa develops successful outreach and education strategies for increasing voter participation under underrepresented communities. Those include language minorities, young people, and individuals with disabilities. Voters' Choice Napa is known as the official community advisory body to the elections office, working closely with John Tudor over the last 10 years. As the board discusses the consolidation of the local countywide elections to the presidential election cycle, we strongly recommend that the county staff continue to engage directly with VCN committee to gather input on policies and practices affecting elections. Our committee's guidance ensures that all voices are heard and that voters' access is equitable and responsive to the needs of every Napa County resident. We look forward to continuing the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. Good afternoon, Mr. Minahan.
Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell, members of the board, Bob Minahan, Napa County Treasurer Tax Collector, and I'm speaking on behalf of your Auditor Controller, Tracy Schulte, who happens to be at the State Association of County Auditors Conference currently. Both Tracy and I are fine with whatever the board decides on this matter. We really don't have a dog in this fight, if you will. All of the noise and the additional costs that Mr. Tudor referred to, 60% of you guys do this anyway. And so far be it from me to not enjoy the pain that you guys go through. And so I'm happy to address any questions you may have on the Treasurer Tax Collector process, and I can speak semi-intelligently on the Auditor Controller process, though Tracy may have a different opinion on that.
Thank you. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for questions or comments to the staff. Supervisor Ramos, and then Supervisor Alessio and Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. And it's not a secret, it was my referral. And my reasons are very clear. It makes sense for the county to have one ballot and to be able to communicate the expectations to the voters that it's time for countywide elections. And so with that in mind, I brought this up for consideration. As we talked about it before, we didn't have a true, honest discussion last time about the administrative offices moving because we were consumed with discussions of possibly moving to a non-elected Department of Finance that really skewed the discussions. And so it wasn't really a meaningful discussion as to whether this office, if the 3 offices of assessor, treasurer, tax collector, or as my mom likes to say, Minahan is sending love letters again, that department, and because your bills just arrived for your tax year, and the auditor controller. We didn't fully engage in that conversation because there was a lot of discussion behind the scenes of whether that should be a non-elected, if 2 of those should be non-elected. So I think this gives us an opportunity to really discuss that. And from my perspective, Absolutely, the greater engagement from presidential elections is important to me. I run in a presidential year. I don't feel I have ever struggled to get attention for the election from voters. In fact, Bob Minahan ran with us one time on a special during a presidential year, and there was in fact a lot of voter engagement during that special election because that office was vacated by our prior treasurer tax collector Tammy Frazier prematurely. So for me, I think it really does make sense that the county get behind one ballot and that we say that everyone's moving. And in fact, that would really just leave districts 1 and 3 to be by their lonely selves. And the rest of us would just all hang out and have one big party. And I think that is definitely a great way to message and to help encourage greater voter turnout, because everyone knows there's a whole lot more at stake on the ballot at a presidential year. So that's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Alessio, and then Supervisor Gallagher.
I would like to ask a clarifying question. I don't know if I can ask this because it's in response to Supervisor Ramos saying the county would only have one ballot. I'm not sure what that means, since some of us are campaigning on odd years versus even years. Regardless whether it's 2026 or 2028, we're going to have a ballot with our names on it. Some of our names on it. Oh, we don't count supervisors even though our name are on the ballot? Okay. That I'm not, again, maybe I'm just missing something.
Andrew, do you want to?
I'd be happy to clarify. So right now, we have 5 countywide elected offices. They are the sheriff, the district attorney, treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, and the assessor.
Yes.
Right now, as is, we are splitting that ballot. I can't do this. Into the 3-2, right? 3 go on gubernatorial years and 2 go on presidential years. And what I am suggesting that we should do is we should put those 5 offices together as they were in 2022. They were all together in 2022. They were split by AB 759. And regardless of the reasons, we cannot move sheriff and DA. Those were automatic moves. We had no input on moving sheriff and DA to the 2028 cycle. And so what I am suggesting is putting all of the county offices on the same ballot.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. So in essence, to do that, the board would then, if we do this, then we have those elected officials that would be granted automatically 2 additional years without voter participation because it's being delayed by 2 years.
If I may, Chair, I'll go ahead. That is exactly it.
Okay.
It would be to follow at what was different from district attorney and sheriff. The legislature automatically for this current term extended their term by 2 years for a 6-year term. So they are facing an election in primary 2028, which is a March primary.
Okay, thank you.
By suggesting this, we would do the same for assessor, treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller. And yes, it is an additional 2-year extension, but the purpose is to put all of the county offices on the same ballot.
Thank you. Clearly, we didn't have a sidebar prior to this meeting, but that's the public process, right? So that's good. Okay, well, it's interesting. Like I said, I've had campaigns in, presidential elections, non-presidential elections. I hear it is true. There's a lot less noise, rhetoric going on when it's a non-presidential election. You get a little bit more of the stage as somebody who's running in the off-election years. And it's kind of nice. I didn't know how nice it was until I ran this last time. Actually, last time was kind of nice too. Lucky me. But still, you do get what I experienced personally is that you don't get quite the same stage presence in terms of discussing certain issues. Everybody's really politicized because of the presidential election. So, anyways, I'm really, I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other. I just had questions and clarification because this is just so new to me. So I'll leave it to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. And I'm glad that you asked those questions because I needed that primer as well. So you asked for the group. So thank you for that. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I think that if it is actually, I don't think this is true, but I think that what a comment that has been made is that somehow you are disadvantaged if you're on one ballot or another. But if we leave the county offices separated, then that means we're somehow disadvantaging the DA and the sheriff. I don't think so. I think it makes sense to combine it all into 1 year. It's Napa County. It's not LA County. It's not like there's this noise that you just can't get around. You just can't be heard. That just isn't the case. I mean, we all have been through elections here. Anyone that is running for office in Napa County has ample opportunity to be heard. In fact, people walk here when they don't even walk in other places. They're constantly in contact with people who are voting. So I think the noise thing doesn't really pan out in a place like this. And I do think that it makes the most sense to put all of those offices on the same year. This isn't about extending terms by 2 years. That's just a consequence of making this one-time change. So it's important that we get it right. We do know more people vote in a presidential election. It doesn't mean that they don't care about their local vote. They do. We get good numbers here, and people vote all the way down the ballot. They do vote for their supervisors. They do vote for their DA. They do vote for their treasurer. So I think this makes the most sense.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Manfree.
Okay, thanks everyone for this really interesting discussion. It's especially interesting to have a bunch of electeds discussing it amongst ourselves, right? So, I do really appreciate the questions, Supervisor Alessio, and the responses, Supervisor Ramos. Just a few observations. I think, maybe there's a benefit to incumbents, maybe not. Having a primary in March is a very special kind of election cycle. For those of us who have been through it, you have to somehow between the holidays and basically early mid-February, you have to get your message out as much as possible. It's a very, very tight window. So there's pros and cons to that, but it's just part of the reality of that specific election cycle in California, moving the date back so far to March. I can see it creating more competition for fundraising potentially to have that many races happening all at once, where the kind of people who like to, support democracy in action with contributions are having to really carefully consider which races to jump in on when there's that many of them. But apparently we were doing this before and it worked. So I'm not saying it won't work. It's just an observation. And then also that consolidating, it takes away from staggering and turnover potentially and longevity in the organization. And that, that could be a good or bad thing depending on which side you're on in any given election. So again, just an observation, not any kind of judgment about the quality of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for their comments. This has been educational for sure. I agree. And, I think I hadn't thought about the point about a staggered set of terms could mean for more continuity if you're not, with the idea that you might lose an entire slate in one go round. I hadn't thought of that. I do think for the public there is some sense of clarity if you have everyone on one ballot. I think that in my mind, as we think about it, as Supervisor Alessio said, I also feel like I'm new to processing this. So these are just some initial observations. So at first cut, I do like the idea of having all of those electeds on one calendar, because I think the public will pay more attention to the, gosh, this is the elected officials at the county level. So that's just a preliminary take. So I'm not sure. Mr. Mize, I'm looking at you. It sounds like Mr. Tudor has a question. Mr. Mize, I would just ask you, what kind of direction are you looking for today?
Thank you, Chair. Should the board direct the county staff to proceed with consolidation, we would have to bring back an ordinance for your board's consideration. That first reading, following that first reading, it has to go for 30 days. Then we have a week that's required between second and third reading in order to facilitate this change before the filing deadline, which I believe is December 26th. 12th. 12th? Mm-hmm. We would have to move fast.
Chair Cottrell, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Tudor, go ahead.
First of all, let me just say there's 6 countywide offices. The superintendent of schools, now Josh Schultz, runs on the gubernatorial ballot, and he will remain, that contest will remain on that ballot. So that's a little separate. We don't think of that as a countywide office because he reports to a different board, but he is listed as among the county officers. And just to clarify on the, I just checked with county council staff, 3 of them, to make sure I didn't get myself in trouble. There'd be a first reading, a 1 week later second reading, and then the ordinance takes effect 30 days after the second reading. And so that's how that works in terms of timing. And December 12th is when signatures in lieu become available for districts 1 and 3 and the 3 current offices, Congress, and all of the state offices that are on the 26 ballot. So that's the deadline that this board would have to make the change by if you wanted to make it.
All right, so we've got a short timeline and a few comments. Is there anything from my colleagues? Supervisor Ramos.
I will go ahead and I'll just do it by way of a motion that we direct staff to return with an ordinance in short order so that we can meet the 30-day window before the currently scheduled in lieu of signatures are due, to amend our elections code for the offices of assessor with the consolidated offices that go with the assessor, the auditor, and the treasurer tax collector, so that those terms are extended and that the elections are called in the primary of 2028.
All right, so there is a motion from Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Gallagher.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And in terms, we can have some time for discussion here. I think my position is that, again, still learning here. So I don't have I think I can see why this makes sense, but I want to continue to think about it. But I think asking staff to draft the ordinance does not lock us into anything other than it secures a timely path forward if we were to choose that. So I'll support this motion with the understanding that I may want to come back later and have some more thoughts to share on this too. So Supervisor Manfree.
I'm just gonna kind of say ditto on that. This is a lot to take in at 4:30 in the afternoon, but I appreciate that it's coming to us and that we get to look at it and think about it, and I look forward to following up soon.
Thank you. Supervisor Alessio.
Ditto.
Wonderful. All right. Well, so with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. All right. So that brings us now to item 11A, public hearing, where we will consider a resolution to adjust the fire capital facilities fees to align with the consumer price index for properties within the unincorporated area of the county that are also within the American Canyon Fire Protection District. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and welcome our speakers today.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, Chair and Supervisors. J.R. Rogers, Fire Administrator with Fire Chief Jeff Bellier for the American Canyon Fire Protection District. Before you is a resolution. It's our annual resolution for the Fire Capital Facilities fee. This was a fee that was developed in 2023 in partnership with the City of American Canyon and also the county. And it's a fee for new construction and new development in the service area of the fire district. It's based on square footage. And as mentioned, it is increased annually based on the CPI, which is 1.3%, which brings the fee from $1.02 to a $1.03 total, a whopping 1 cent. And so for you, we have a recommendation from staff for the resolution to do that increase. And I have the chief here if we have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, and thanks for being here, Chief Bellier. I'm first just going to ask, is there any public comment in the room or on the phones? Okay, then I will close the public hearing and I will ask for any board questions. Supervisor Alessio.
Just a quick comment. This is very minor, kind of increase, extremely minor. I have no questions or concerns. I'm happy to make the motion to approve this.
Thank you. Is there, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Manfree. Any further comments or questions? Okay, then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. I get that sense we're looking to make up for lost time here. And that brings us to, we are not going to be considering item 12A today. Instead, we will be going to our last item of the day, item 12B, where we will be considering adoption of the county's proposed 5-year strategic initiatives. Good afternoon, Ms. Dawson.
I'm going to go first, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, members of the board.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that is ancient Napa language. Yeah. Well, why are, I'm just going to get started while they work that out. Why are North Star strategic initiatives or strategic plans important for organizations? It's all about unified direction and purpose. It's about consistent decision-making, enhancing accountability and focus, building a cohesive culture, and enabling agile execution. Clear, high-level aspirational strategic initiatives align all county business functions toward a common vision, ensuring that everyone is moving in the same direction, and ensuring that all of our departments and employees prioritize efforts and actions that support overarching organizational goals. Strategic initiatives serve as a reference point during change or uncertainty, allowing faster alignment and adaptive responses without losing sight of our long-term objectives. Reduces siloed thinking and encourages cross-functional collaboration, which reinforces a culture of collaboration, transparency, and mutual support. And it also importantly connects performance evaluation of county leadership to efficacy, evaluation of their efficacy rather toward long-term organizational objectives. This is all the why behind what we're asking you to support. I'm going to hand it over to Holly, but before I do, I want to thank the board for your support, your leadership, your engagement over many, many months on this. There's been lots of interaction. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Holly.
Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell, members of the board. Apologies for the PowerPoint. We're going to use a PDF, so we'll be scrolling, but we're going to scroll fast because it's late. So as a reminder, we held 2 strategic planning sessions with your board this year, one in April and another, that one in April, to identify top priorities from both district and county-wide perspectives and to define a shared vision for long-term success. We held another in September to review community survey results and refine the first draft of of the strategic initiatives. The resulting draft, which we are here to share with you today, reflects a truly collaborative effort aligning county-wide goals with district priorities and shared values that guide how Napa County serves its people and communities. And I forgot, since I can't control this, can you skip to the next and then next? Thank you. So we partnered with J. Wallen Opinion Research to conduct a statistically valid survey administered in both English and Spanish to capture a representative cross-section of voices countywide. That survey provided a strong evidence-based foundation for the plan, grounded in the priorities of 1,489 respondents, which is really quite high. 400 is what we needed to be significantly representative. We then broadened engagement through an open community survey with nearly 1,000 responses and received direct input from 338 county employees. Next. We used a mix of media for our outreach: print ads in Napa Valley Marketplace, Spanish language radio on Megamix, and placards on 49 Napa Valley buses. We also distributed nearly 2,500 bilingual postcards and extended our reach through local chambers, nonprofits, board newsletters, and other channels, including social media, our own, yours, and community members. This multi-channel approach reflected our commitment to inclusion, accessibility, and meeting people where they are. Next. In total, nearly 2,500 people contributed to shaping the plan. This inclusive engagement process gave us both the evidence and the insight needed to guide Napa County's strategic direction. Next. Okay, and I'm talking fast because I know it's late. Our guiding values. So these 5 guiding values, they serve as the foundation of our strategic initiatives. They define how we approach our work as an organization and as public servants. Inclusivity and community, it means we listen to all voices. Integrity and collaboration reflects on our commitment to transparency, accountability, and teamwork. Stewardship and resilience emphasizes managing resources responsibly while preparing for future challenges. Compassion and access reminds us to meet people where they are, and innovation and learning captures our drive for continuous improvement using data, creativity, and reflection to strengthen how we serve.
Next slide, please. So our vision in action is building vibrant, inclusive communities where every single person in our communities belongs and thrives through the delivery of compassionate services, very strong roots in our agricultural legacy, and a shared commitment to protecting our environment for all of those who will come after us. Next slide, please. Our strategic initiatives are broken down into 4 distinct areas. I will not read through all of these word for word. I'll do it at a high level. The draft strategic plan accompanies the agenda in the board packet. It has been discussed publicly at previous special meetings, and it has been distributed around to everybody quite a bit over the last several months. But the first strategic initiative is with regard to building healthy and connected communities, where we're going to foster inclusive, connected, and responsive communities by advancing livability, mobility, and accessibility, creating welcoming, opportunity-rich places that adapt to the evolving needs of all people, especially those who are most vulnerable and most in need. Next slide. We're going to be a champion for environmental sustainability and resilience, where we'll be taking decisive action. And when I say we, I say your board and we collective, those who work for you as an organization, will be taking decisive action to integrate climate resilience and into our decision making at all levels where appropriate, and protect natural resources to build a sustainable, healthy future for everybody in our community. And there are a set of strategies under each of these that I will leave to you to read. Next slide, please. We're going to preserve Napa County's ag legacy. This came up earlier today in public comment, a lot of themes and comments about our ag legacy. We are going to safeguard our ag preserve and shape land use policies that sustain Napa County's ag economy, balancing economic vitality, our rural character, and environmental responsibility. Next slide, please. Last but certainly not least, and Christine Briseno commented on it with this great MOU that we have inked with the with our Deputy Sheriff's Association, reflective of this, in advance of this, really elevating our county's service and workforce excellence, where we're going to be cultivating a high-performing, accountable, and collaborative organization grounded in stewardship, committed to improvement, and driven by inclusive engagement that is flexible, diverse, and empowered to lead with integrity and impact. Again, a set of strategies underneath. Is there a next slide? Okay, so I want to thank the board. This has been quite a collaborative process, not only with the public, our own employees, but with you all through the course of a couple of, which I wasn't used to doing, but that turned out well. I enjoyed doing them. A couple of special board retreat meetings that I thought were productive. It's nice to see all of you working together and talking together and putting ideas out there. I thought that was good for me to see, and the people that were around me and you in those meetings to see. We got a lot of good feedback. All of your feedback was incorporated, all of it, including the feedback that we got through our polling and other means. And so, again, wanted to say thank you. This is an important document going forward. Culture starts here. And again, I just wanted to thank you for your participation in getting us to this point, and in advance for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Alsop. I will now open it up. Is there any public comment in the room or on the phones? Okay. Then I will bring it back to the board for comments or questions. My board is not lighting up, so I will make a couple of comments. Thank you to the team for the work on this, and I also enjoyed the process of brainstorming with my colleagues. I thought those were a couple of good meetings, and I think that's an effective way for our board to work together. So I look forward to other opportunities to do that. And I think we have a good product here. I think, the best words on a page are still words on a page until we take action to support them. And I think that's where the challenge is before us now. So I look forward to working with my colleagues and staff to really effectuate the goals that we've set out here. And again, I hope this is a living document. I'm sure we will be able to come up with places that we will, in 6 months or a year say, actually, we mean this. But I think we can wordsmith something to death, and we'll still have that experience. So I'm happy with the result we have here, and I look forward to working together to make it happen. And with that, I will turn to Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. It's fantastic. Let me just say, it really is. It's really exceptional. I think it just captured everything that we were saying. The first draft was good. We had some, input, and very proud of the work and the input provided by everybody on the dais here. And it just turned out beautiful, if I can say that. So thank you for all the hard work on this. I particularly like in the staff report, it talks about, this is a framework to guide decision-making and align county departments with the Board of Supervisor priorities. That's really, really important that address the community needs. I think that we just want to continue to remind ourselves of that, and that it's going to be tracked, and there's going to have indicators that tie into the budget. So we know that we're actually working this into the budget. They says, your budget's often, it's your vision is your value statement. So what are our values, what are our priorities, and having that tied into our budget is also great. And that's also noted in the staff report. To keep this top of mind, and Supervisor or Chair Cottrell just mentioned this, are we planning on having any framed posters or pictures, something with some of this, like these priority areas that we can, have in different departments, just to remind us all that this is our 5-year plan, our 5-year, initiatives, or I'm not sure how we're going to keep. I want to make sure this stays on the forefront and foremind of all of us. And to know this is a team effort, and this is what we've all accepted to do, if you will.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Alessio. Yeah, this is only as good as the energy that we push into it, and we're going to be pushing a lot of energy into it. Your board, this really starts with the approval today, but I'm going to be working directly with department heads, not only so that they understand what this is and how to use it, but working with them to help roll it out in their organization, pushing these things down, making sure everybody understands sort of how they're sort of lending to these North Star initiatives. I mean, obviously each county business function is different, and each of them have a different relationship to this document. But it's going to be very important that we keep this top of mind. This is why it's one page. It's front and back, but it is one page. So it's simple to recite and understand and memorize, and that's by design. We want the public to understand what it is and what direction we're going in. But really, more importantly, we want the people who are working for us to understand why they're in the business that they're in, and ultimately what they're working toward. And again, this is all infused and will be part of an evaluation process of all of our county leadership, and even down into the mid-level management going forward in the county. So we will push energy into this and roll this out in a way that it is that's productive, and obviously we'll be working with our communications people here to do all of that.
I appreciate it. I do think having it in the forefront, having it visible. I know sometimes if you have something up forever, nobody sees it anymore.
Yeah.
So maybe it's doing a rotation and doing bits and parts in different colors, but somehow to keep the attention, to draw people on that. And I know it does. It's going to be included in some of those annual performance evaluations. I appreciate that. I just feel like this is such a great time for this organization culture to shift at the next level. I've always been, very proud of the County of Napa and the organizational leadership, but this is just, I feel like this is calling us to go to the next level. And it's nice to be reminded and to feel what we're doing as a team between us up here and all the staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. So typically your writing by committee is a terrible experience, but I thought this was pretty good. And I think that really says a lot about the level of function in the CEO's office right now. And I just want to call that out, that that this was a really collaborative process. I think the process itself embodied a lot of the content of the strategic initiatives, and that's a great way to start it off. This is also a really good setup for the general plan process, so great timing. And generally support the poster idea or anything we can think of to keep this top of mind for folks and make it really prominent for staff and also for the community.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Gallagher, and then Supervisor Ramos, and then back to CEO Alsop.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone on the staff and the board that worked hard to collaborate to put this together. I think that to keep this document alive, the most important thing we need to do is be willing to make the tough policy decisions, which I want to loop back and say we did do today. I think the first aspiration on the list in the strategic document is safe, healthy, and affordable living. And addressing affordable housing is one of the major ways that we can do that. So thank you to everybody that worked so hard, and let's keep having the tough discussions and taking on the challenges and doing the work that we were sent here to do.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I was going to say that, but thanks. Thanks, Supervisor Gallagher. Ditto. One of the things that I think is important when we look at utilizing these strategic initiatives, the best way we can do that is by supporting policies through budgetary actions, because budgetary actions are our reflection of our priorities. And so one of the things that I would like to see, and we did this in years past and we've deviated from it, is when board letters are coming to us, that it actually identifies which initiative is furthered by the action being taken by the board. And I think that that's a way to make sure that departments are engaged and committed to the initiatives. And additionally, if it is beyond our constitutional mandate of what we're supposed to do, then we most definitely need to tie it back to our strategic initiatives, because that holds us as a board accountable of are we doing our best to further these initiatives, because we spent the time saying this is the most important thing. And if something derails us and we have to go in a different direction, well, then we should modify this to include that thing that is oh so important that we are deviating from this list of initiatives. So I leave that more as a voluntold referral to the CEO of making sure that through the board letters, this is in front of us every single week, so that we can track and we are reminded, and that we can see have we have a report card. Which initiative have we not furthered through our policies? And I think that that's important for us to see, so that we too are accountable to what we said we wanted to do.
Great points, colleagues. I think the other thing I would add to that is the feedback loop. That I like this idea, Supervisor Ramos, of calling that out. I remember when that was in the staff reports, because it's just a nice tie back, and it's also a feedback loop for us to say, okay, when we said that to the staff, this is what they hear and this is what they're bringing forward. Is that what we're intending to do? Do we communicate appropriately or accurately? So I second that. CEO Alsop.
Yeah, I wanted to say some additional thank yous, but I wanted to comment. You're exactly right. Everything should tie back to this at the end of the day. And there's a process to that. Sometimes it's not obvious. Other times it's pretty obvious. I mean, when Christine was presenting the DSA agreement, you noticed she pulled that up. That wasn't by accident. Talking to Mr. Bordona and PBES, giving him a draft of this, because they're working on some things. It's important that they integrate this the very least, the nomenclature of the letter, the sentiment that's expressed in your document, infusing that into the work that they're doing, and ultimately in how the board letters are drafted and how they read. Whether that's being read by people like you or people on the outside of our organization. So I'm in total agreement, and that's how we'll exercise. But I do want to thank, in addition to the board, in addition to everybody, I want to thank Holly for all of her work. She worked very hard in assisting me on this in a big way. So this wouldn't have been possible without her involvement. I do want to thank Andrew, who was involved with this and getting this started initially. I want to thank him for his work. I want to thank Becky. I want to thank my co-pilot county council person here for her wise wisdom at times, and well, all the time, but I'm not constantly running down the hall. But I appreciate you, Cheryl, and I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody, but those are some people that I want to thank. I want to say thank you to purposefully. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve and adopt this.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Alessio.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Manfree. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for your work.
Thank you.
And with that, we are at the end of our meeting today. I'm just checking my notes. Yep. And so we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to our next Board of Supervisors regular scheduled meeting on Tuesday, November 18th at 9 a.m. We're adjourned.